The first PlayStation State of Play for 2025 is here, and we're going to be co-streaming it. Be sure to check the past broadcast if you missed it, if you want to see my live reactions to the State of Play. This is close to the length of a showcase at 40 plus minutes, so I'm actually expecting there to be about a 20-minute section, maybe 15 minutes or something like that, dedicated to one game, and then the first 20 to 25 minutes or whatever would be like a normal State of Play. They did something like that with Spider-Man 2 at the showcase a couple of years ago. Like the final 20 minutes was just all Spider-Man. So I think we may be looking at something like that here. And I wanted to go through and basically give you what I think is going to be there, from like the things that are more likely to be there to the things that are least likely to be there. And then there's also some leaks and rumors, and then I'll just be discussing everything with the live audience. So if you like this kind of content, be sure to hit subscribe and make sure your bell button is set to all. I took a break. Whenever I come back from a break, sometimes your notification bell gets switched, so double check your notification bell. Smash that like button, especially if you're in the live audience right now. And if you want to support the channel directly, we're working on a really big goal. We want to get 600 folks at Member Plus. So make sure you click join and then pick the $6 member. You get into like a whole host of other content here on the channel, a lot of behind the scenes stuff. So let's get into it. I didn't even grab a bunch of trailers for you. I'm just going to go through this list very quickly, give my brief thoughts on each game, and then discuss it with the live audience. So let's just start with what I think the most likely appearance games will be, kind of in order of the most likely to the least. So number one, I think Ghost of Yotei has got to be there. I'm hoping for Ghost of Yotei gameplay. We haven't seen or heard much since they announced it. We know it's coming this year. Now's a great time to set the table, maybe with a release date as well. And some of this is wishful thinking because I love Ghost of Tsushima, but I think Ghost of Yotei is one of the more guaranteed appearances. It's at the very beginning of their blog. If you go to their blog of like games in 2025 that are coming, it's the first game. It's also the only first-party game on that blog post. So just a little word of caution to people who are hoping for a bunch of the first-party studios to show up. PlayStation has clearly shown they're not going to be doing that. They genuinely pick like one target, one big first-party game to really promote and showcase, and then once that's out, they'll move on to the next thing. So the second game that I think is very likely to be there would be Monster Hunter Wilds. Now, I know they're doing an event coming up, but they just recently pushed out some tweets promoting their PS5 Pro enhancements. Seems like they're maybe gearing up for an appearance at the State of Play, so I think Mon Hun Wilds might be there. I've also made some predictions about Monster Hunter Wilds performance, being able to use PSSR versus FSR1 on the base PS5. I think there's going to be a big difference of performance there, and Pro is going to be a much better place to play. So those of you that don't have a Pro and you're going to be playing Mon Hun Wilds, just be on the lookout. There's some definite optimization issues there. Third game that I think is likely to be there is Death Stranding 2. Now, we do know Kojima is gearing up to be at South by Southwest, so he may be saving things for that. He's been sort of hinting that a new trailer is coming. Again, that could be for this State of Play, or that could be something that he is gearing up for this panel event. But having the trailer at this event could be a really great runway for that panel event that he is doing. The fourth game that I think is very likely to be there is another one slated for this year from PlayStation's China Hero Project publishing efforts, which is Lost Soul Aside. Now, PlayStation doesn't own the studio or the property, but they are publishing, and it seems as though all China Hero Project games will be both PC and PlayStation day and date, largely because they're trying to break into the Chinese market, and I believe the PC market is fairly large there, and they know that a game from a Chinese developer in that market is going to need to hit both platforms at the same time. This is not a move into, day and date on PC efforts from PlayStation first-party studios, even though it will likely be sort of misrepresented as that by people who continue to claim that PlayStation's doing that when they've said that they're not to their shareholders. But that is, I think, a very good publishing effort. I think we're going to get some great games and potentially get some good growth for PlayStation in that market. Now, the fifth game that I think could be there, because it is on their blog about big games coming in 2025, is Assassin's Creed Shadows. Arguably one of the bigger games this year, regardless of the hate campaign against it. Pre-orders are back to being very strong. It's topping pre-order charts in tons of regions once they reopened pre-orders, and the pre-orders were also strong before they put a stop to them when they took their time to delay it. So I think that game is going to be commercially successful. Whether or not it is critically successful or successful with respect to the user score, obviously that remains to be seen. but I do think AC Shadows could be there. Given that it is a plus 40-minute showcase or state of play, there's a lot of room for a lot of trailers and a lot of appearances. The sixth game that I think could be there is Doom the Dark Ages, also included on that PlayStation blog. I think that PlayStation blog is a really clear look at the potential games that will be there. I will get to the rumors and the leaks in just a moment, but I think Doom the Dark Ages could be there. I think it's a really good fit for the PlayStation brand. id Software makes great games, and we know that that game is going to be PS5 Pro enhanced, so an appearance from that game is very likely. Number 7, Elden Ring Night Reign. They just pushed out a trailer today announcing the release date of Elden Ring Night Reign. It is May the 30th. You can pre-order now, and there are some pre-order benefits, and their testing is about to begin. Perfect time to show up at a PlayStation event. You just announced your release date, you got your testing event, coming up, and you could have an appearance at the State of Play. Number 8 is Baby Steps. The last couple here are smaller titles, but I think there's a likelihood that they would show up because PlayStation likes to intermix the smaller titles, the lesser known titles, or the more independent titles, and Baby Steps has been a part of a lot of their stuff lately. And we do know that it is coming this year. Number 9, The Midnight Walk. If you forgot this one, it has sort of a claymation, unique art style. Once again, it is on the blog post from PlayStation, and it is another one of those ones that I think they like to include in these shows. And coming in at number 10 for, likely appearances at this PlayStation State of Play 2025 is Hell Is Us. They just accidentally leaked the release date of Hell Is Us being on, I believe, September the 4th. I think you can play early on September the 1st. But that game coming in September and that release date just kind of happening, I believe that means they're gearing up for some marketing, and the fact that it kind of leaked through PlayStation to me tells me Hell Is Us is a likely appearance. Now, let me move on to my top 10 of the less likely. Okay, that's the top 10 that I think are more likely. Let's talk about the top 10 that are less likely. And I'm going to get pushback here because there's already some leaks and some rumors about some of these, okay? Number 1, Marathon from Bungie. Doesn't feel like it's the right time. I'm going to list a couple here that I don't think are likely to be there because I don't think the water is warm for live service right now. Now's probably not the best time. However, these states of plays are scheduled and sort of set up and put together pretty far in advance a lot of the times, because what they do is they put out the feelers to the studios and they say, hey, we want to include you. We need a package from you. We need to put together a press package. What do you got? And they may have done that before all of a sudden a bunch of live service games got canceled. I don't think the general public right now is all that receptive to live service games, so that's why I think they're going to leave Marathon in the shadows for a little bit longer. Second game on games that I don't think are likely to be there is Fair Games. I could be wrong. Again, I could be wrong. PlayStation could see this differently and just be like, no, we're going to do live service. Who cares if we canceled some? Who cares if Concord failed and flopped and we had to refund people? We're still going full steam ahead with our efforts, so they could be there. But I don't think Marathon or Fair Games will be there. Number 3, as far as first-party games that I don't think will be there, Intergalactic, I don't see being there. I think what they like to do is they put a trailer out there like that, let everybody know that it's coming, and then they go dead quiet. The focus right now on first-party will be Yotei, and they'll leave Intergalactic in the shadows, which is related to number 4. Wolverine will likely not be there. I don't think Wolverine is coming this year. I think it's slated for next year. There's the possibility that we get a surprise $40 or $50 Venom game from Insomniac. We know they were considering doing one. We know that they tend to, I think, have more commercial success with a game like that, and they've decided to not do DLC for Spider-Man 2, which could be related to everybody moving to Wolverine, or it could be related to what they did with Miles Morales. They kind of learned that, DLC didn't make us all that much money with Spider-Man 1. Miles Morales was a lot more successful. You can use the existing city and the existing assets. You built a moveset for Venom. You let us play as Venom, so, I could see them doing that, but I don't think Wolverine is coming this year, and I don't think Wolverine will be at this showcase. Now, number 5 could go either way. Metal Gear Solid was included in the blog from PlayStation last year as great games coming in 2024, and it was sort of silently moved and delayed. They've said virtually nothing, so they recently revealed the release date, though. So they could show up with just that release date trailer to reiterate their release date, since maybe they had sort of a marketing agreement with PlayStation since they were on that blog last year. So Metal Gear Solid, I still think, though, might not be there given how it was kind of unceremoniously delayed and they didn't really talk about it. These last couple all have something in common, okay? Number 6, 7, 8, and 9 are just a big batch of Xbox games, okay? We're hearing people say, well, what about Forza? Maybe it'll be there. I don't think so. What about Hellblade 2? No. Jez Corden and Nate the Hate, they indicated that, Hellblade's right around the corner for PlayStation, but they also said, we're not indicating it'll be at the showcase. They're just saying that Hellblade 2 is one of the next games to come. It's going to be rather quick. Starfield, I don't think so. Halo and Gears, again, I just don't think this is the place for that. I don't think this is the place for games that are already in the market coming to PlayStation. I really don't. Tom Warren from The Verge has said, he said it on Blue Sky, he didn't say it on Twitter, but he said that April is going to be a really good month for PS5 gamers. So people are speculating that like a bunch of Xbox games are going to hit PlayStation in April. I look at it a little bit differently. I think maybe they're going to do another podcast or showcase or announcement or something and put out a schedule of the slate of games coming to PlayStation or other platforms. They're probably going to try and put like a positive spin on this in some way. But I don't think they're just going to be like blitzing April with games, unless, of course, they want to kind of get it out of the way. If they know once we get to May and beyond, there's bigger and better things happening, bigger and better games coming, maybe they want to get it out of the way. I don't know. There's also, speculation that it could be Indiana Jones, because they did say spring. So the last game that I will say is very less likely to be there is Bloodborne, okay? Your Bloodborne copium, huff on it all you want. I don't think this is the time or the place for Bloodborne. If Bloodborne makes an appearance, it would probably be at one of the summer state of plays, or if they ever do showcases ever again. But yeah, I don't think Bloodborne's going to be there. If it is, yay, but we'll see. Okay, very, very quickly now. I know the audience is chomping at the bits to talk with me. Make sure you guys are smashing the like button. Get all those things going. Get the super chats, the gifteds, and the likes going. Let's have a strong day. There are rumors about Parasite Eve and a God of War collection. That came from Xtasis, which came from a Chinese leaker. So Xtasis reported on the Chinese leaker saying that like Parasite Eve might be there, God of War collection might be there, based on some thing about a singer or something. There was a word that they thought might have been referring to Parasite Eve. So we'll see. Now, I heard from a little birdie that there's going to be a new AAA game from Sony and a new AAA game from a third party. Now, the new AAA game from Sony could be Cory Barlog's project, the sci-fi project. Santa Monica's been pretty quiet since Valhalla dropped as a free update for God of War Ragnarok, so we could be seeing that from Cory Barlog. New AAA from a third party, I mean, there's no way for me to guess what that could be. There's also rumors that we finally see GTA 6 Trailer 2 show up at this event. I have been told by a very reliable source that there is a marketing deal between Rockstar and PlayStation, but it's likely not going to come to fruition at this show. GTA 6 is probably going to start their marketing, their push, their trailer, and announce the release date in the summer. Now, that might not happen if they have to delay the game, but I think the current plan going forward with GTA 6 is if they're going to make the fall, they're going to start pushing in the summer. And I have it on good authority that it'll probably start in May. That's what I've been told. Now, I've also been told internally there are murmurings, and there's been some discussions and some talks and some little like, oh, we were talking about that. Fair Games might be there. That's another rumor that I heard. Now, again, I just got done saying a little bit ago that I don't think the water is warm for a live service push right now, for talking about live service. But again, all these plans could have been put in place a while ago, and PlayStation could see it very differently than us. They might not see the market even responding to the news of canceled games, because John Q. Public Gamer probably doesn't even know who Bluepoint is and that they had a canceled live service game. They probably don't know that Bend was working on a live service game. John Q. Public Gamer doesn't know anything about that. So it's likely that we could see some live service games there. I continue to say that I think Fair Games will flop. I think Marathon will flop. I don't think these games have a chance. And we're also hearing one last rumor before I talk to the audience. Got to throw this one in here because it just started hitting the airwaves this morning. Bungie's Gummy Bear project, which is like a MOBA inspired by the Smash Brothers game, will apparently be there. We will see. That's everything I've heard, and that's everything I think. Now it's time to talk to the audience. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I try to make those show opens faster, but with stuff like this, there's just too many predictions, too many potentials, and I wanted to get it all out there for you guys. Make sure you're smashing that like button. That really does help. A ton of people come in, and these waiting room streams are becoming a staple here, and we're going to hang out today all the way until about 4:30 when we redirect over and go over to stream the State of Play. So not going to be any members green room stuff today, but that's still a great reason to become a member because you don't want to miss those when we do those. I don't want an Atreus game. Yeah, I mean, the new AAA game could be the Atreus game that we all thought we were going to get. I got some people to thank here. Street Shadow says, I'm not going to judge Gummy Bear and Fair Games until I see it, but I think Sony has shifted back to the Cerny method of game dev. I'll explain. Well, thank you, Street Shadow. I'd love to hear from you. And thank you for 10 months. And Han shot first, and so did you. The first gifted member of the day comes from Joker Quinn, and there it is. We finally hit that 225 milestone. I now owe you guys 5 members, and we will be doing a Valentine's Day stream for you guys. We typically don't really do anything for Valentine's Day, so we'll hang out with you, all you single blokes, all you guys that are going to be stuck at home. You know, you can hang out with me and Madam on Friday night, and I'll have to play Avowed at 30 FPS, and that should be hysterical. Playing games like that with Madam is always a fun time. And then Stephanie renews her membership for 19 months and says, love your content, and she puts tons of hearts in the message. Well, thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. I appreciate that, and I love you and all of your support. Thank you so much. What time is the State of Play? 5 p.m. Eastern. Don't want Atreus. I want Venom. Any VR predictions? I can't make VR predictions because I don't know what the frick PlayStation's doing with VR. You know? I don't know what they're doing. I couldn't tell you. Hogwarts Legacy is currently, the digital deluxe edition is currently on sale for $24 on PlayStation, 70% off. If you guys haven't snagged that game yet, my kiddos just dove back into it recently. I still can't believe that game didn't get any nominations. I mean, we know why, but it's unbelievable. You got a hot date with your PS5 Pro? I'm not single. Hey, man. We'll be here. We will be here. We'll be here hanging out. We'll be out here. You know? Marathon announcement? I just don't think so. I just don't think so. It's $15 on Steam. That's a really good deal. That's a really, really good deal. It was a 9 out of 10. Yeah, it's a great game. My kiddos are loving it. We just finished the second book last night. Oh, they loved it. They're so excited. They're like, one more chapter. You got to finish it. I'm like, all right. Let's do one more. Hey, man, love the shirt, but the other one with Deadpool looked better. Hey, man, I appreciate it. I'm always wearing different shirts. This one's like an all-over print as well. The hoodie may come off at some point. Get a little spicy in here sometimes. Got to take the hoodie off. A Venom game with Carnage as the main villain. Count me in. Yeah, the thing with the Venom game, to me, it just seems like an easy win. Like a $40 game, that has like a 15-hour campaign-ish, 10-hour campaign-ish. I think that could be fun, Great way to keep things going, and to keep revenue flowing while you work on maybe a bigger title or a bigger project. I've always felt that DLC was fun, but they clearly didn't get great results from their DLC. Star Wars Outlaws Gold Edition is 40% off. It's at like $65. It looked like they got another update to PSSR on Star Wars Outlaws. I watched a video of a guy this morning kind of breaking it down. He said the grass looked better. The water was still pretty bad. I just don't know if I could ever go back to that game. I tried, and I just still felt like the open world, and even when I was in like the town, the performance was just bad. Anyways, Dylan is the agent of chaos. He pushes us past the 225 and gets us to 226. I'll owe you guys a 10 bomb when we get to 250 members. I don't think these are live yet, at least not in the U.S. Oh, these sales aren't live yet. And D Dizzle renews his membership. Welcome back, D Dizzle. Thank you so much for that continued support, man. 41 months is a long time. You guys are going to start seeing people in chat with the 4-year badge. There's no longer a circle around it. It's just the joystick. And, yeah, that is something you guys can look forward to. A lot of you guys are getting closer and closer to that 4-year mark. And thank you so much, those of you that are at that level of support. That's amazing. Director at Sony XDev posted 40 minutes ago. Massive night tonight. I can't wait. Lots riding on it. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Really? I mean, listen, I'm not trying to hype y'all up, but this is a plus 40-minute state of play. It's basically a showcase length. I mean, showcases from them are typically an hour long. This is pretty close to that. Street Shadow says, the Cerny method. You develop the game through concept, pre-production, then before release, you evaluate market impact versus cost to complete. Then you release or cancel even if it's ready. Well, they're clearly doing that, Street Shadow. They're clearly doing that. They did that with, whatever Blue Point was working on. They did that with whatever Bend was working on. They're clearly doing a Cerny method, if that's the Cerny method. I mean, Bend was working for a while, were they not? I mean, good golly, when did Days Gone come out? Anybody in chat playing anything super fun right now? Madam and I are playing Big Helmet Heroes, and it's totally mindless, and I wish it was a little bit more involved with the combat. Like, the trailers made it look like it was going to be a little bit better, but going back through the levels and looking for the different characters has been pretty fun, except for the fact that there's a level where I literally don't know where we're supposed to go. We must be missing a puzzle or something. John Always with a 5 spot says, waiting room for an event that is actually going to happen. So off-brand Confetto. You guys know us. Our waiting rooms are typically for something that doesn't happen, but today this is going to happen. And Spice King hits 6 months of memberships and says, half a year already. Great stuff, Lono. Also, what color is this badge? I've been trying to figure it out. Yellow, greenish yellow, yellowish green. It's like a neon green. Yeah, let me add you to the total. Thank you so much. When you guys are at a Member Plus or a VIP tier and you renew, it counts toward the total. If you upgrade, if you sign up right now and you pick Member Plus, it counts as 2. So help us with that. If you guys want to support the channel directly, it is greatly appreciated. Just make sure that you don't pick the $5 tier. That is reserved for the gifted members. They don't get as much content as those who support the channel directly. Should have worn a Venom t-shirt, man. Oh, you're right. I should have. What a missed opportunity. Well, I went with Spidey, I went with Spidey because, it's PlayStation. What are the odds of a Wolverine trailer? Nav, in my show open, I think Wolverine's low on probability. I think it's too far out, and I really think they're going to focus on Yotei, and then once Yotei's out, they'll focus on Intergalactic. I don't think you hear anything about Wolvie. Maybe this summer they give us a trailer like the Yotei trailer. Well, actually, the Yotei trailer showed up late, so it's like late in the year, like September. An online MVP with the 10 bomb after he renews his VIP. So he gets us to 229, but then 239 with his 10 bomb. Thank you so much, online MVP. Staying true to the name and starting off our waiting room for the PlayStation State of Play 2025. I mean, there are people that are hoping for a GTA 6 appearance. If you guys are enjoying the show, the vibe, and the place to just hang out while we wait for the show, make sure you're hitting that like button. Thank you so much for being here. I was recently playing Nier Automata, says Hal. I played it years ago, but never finished it. I finally got past the boss that I stopped playing on. Well, good for you. Keep going. Yo, what's good, Jeremy V? How are you? Cool beans. I haven't been on a live show. Well, good to see you, Richard, and thank you for being here for a live show. One of the best ways to make sure this live show happens all of the time is come in, hit the like button right away, and consider becoming a member and supporting directly. Or gift members. If you're like, man, I already am a member, you can gift members, and it gets other people into all that great extra content. What's good, True Gamer? How are you? I'll be happy if I see 1 or 2 games for me. That's all I need. Yeah, I try to tell people usually when you go into an event like this that I go in expecting roughly 30% of the games to excite me, 30% of the games to maybe interest me, and then 30% of the games to be like, nah, that's not for me, right? 1/3 will be directly for me, injected into my veins. Another third will be like, yeah, maybe, that looks kind of nice. There's always going to be about a third that I'm just like, that's not for me, right? And Mickle comes in and rounds us out nicely to 240 with that single renewal of a VIP. We're now a 10 bomb away from 250, and then I'll owe you guys a 10 bomb. Let's tag team it. Who wants to tag team with me? Somebody drop the 10 bomb, and I'll drop mine right on top, and we'll just bless so many people. What are the changes? What are the chances of GTA 6 showing up? Here is why I do not think GTA 6 will be there. I don't. Everybody's like, oh, yeah, they're going to be there. Now, I have it on good authority. Reliable source has told me, and they've been right about things in the past, okay? A reliable source has told me there is a deal. There is a marketing deal between PlayStation and Rockstar for GTA 6. However, there's no reason to show up right now. Do you want to know why? They're not going to show up with GTA 6 Trailer 2. They're not going to spin up their marketing until they're ready to cement the release date. And that will likely not happen until about May. I don't think you see anything until closer to the summer. Because if they start marketing now and then they end up having to delay it, that's a misfire. I think they want to be sure. They've got a release date. Once the summer hits, they're going to make a decision. They're either going to say, spin up the marketing, push out the trailer, this is the release date, let's go, full court press, or they delay it. And then that means you don't get anything. They're going to make you wait. There won't be trailers. There won't be anything if they have to delay it. Patrick McManus gifts a member and says, listen, slow and steady wins the race. We can slow walk this to 250 and it still counts. Thank you so much, Patrick. I don't believe there's a deal as Rockstar doesn't need PlayStation to help show their game. I mean, that's not why you would do it. It's not about them needing help. It's about partnering with somebody that's a good relationship. I mean, I'm not surprised that you don't think there's a deal. I mean, for the longest time, I said, why would you need a deal? They'll just push out their own stuff. But I'm hearing from reliable sources that there is a deal in place. But it won't come to fruition, and we won't really see evidence of it until the summer, which makes sense. I've been saying, I don't think we hear from Rockstar and GTA 6 until the summer, because they're going to want to have they're going to want to make sure that they have a release date before they do it. What game have they done that in the past? I'm not sure. Happy Cloud Gamer says, just got home. When is the State of Play? State of Play is in 6 hours and 20 minutes, 5 p.m. Eastern. I don't believe we'll see GTA 6 now. Remember, right after their official told us 2025, the stock got up to $208 per share. James Wolfgang with 33 months. I don't really care what they show. I just want something cool, and that counts in the total. Make sure you guys hit that $ at the bottom of the chat. You may have a member renewal to celebrate, or you can hit that $ at the bottom of the chat, and you can bless some folks with members. Can we start a rumor that GTA 6 has a secret exclusivity deal? Nobody can prove that they don't. It's a secret. Yeah, I think there's a secret exclusivity deal. I think GTA 6 and wait, hang on. We have to start. Let's start from the fresh here, all right? Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. Got a brand new story for you. Hearing that there is a secret exclusivity deal between GTA 6 and PlayStation, and it's basically going to mean that Xbox gets a version that constantly has a guy popping up and telling you that you suck. So this is something that we have heard. I think this is a concrete rumor that we can take to the bank. And Lord Horde gifts a member and bumps the line to 243. And then two more are going to come in and take us to 245. We're a 5 bomb away from 250. Somebody take the glory. Dude with the drum set hits 26 months of membership, says, happy Wednesday. Ashen with 41 months, getting close to 4 years, says, I see your thumbnail, sir. I see it, and I seethe mildly. I hope you have a great day. Listen. You always, anytime there's a State of Play or a PlayStation event, you have to put Bloodborne on the thumbnail because there's a chance. There's a teeny, tiny, infinitesimally small chance that Bloodborne will be there. And I said in my show open that I don't think that it will be, but there are people that are like, no, Bloodborne's going to be there. Now listen. There's good reason actually to think that we're close to some type of a Bloodborne announcement. They just did a bunch of DMCAs. And a 5 bomb from S. John Wallace secures it and gets us to 250. Halfway to the weekly goal. Halfway to the weekly goal and securing a Friday night stream, man. We're halfway there. And here is the 10 bomb. And he says, your show deserves it. Well, you deserve it. You deserve a good show. If you guys hang out here every day and every week and every month, you deserve a good show. High energy, lots of interaction. Like, somebody told me recently, I think it was Hilly, he's like, you need to promote this more. You're the most interactive streamer on the planet. And listen, that's coming from the mouth of people that hang out here. You're going to get interaction from me, whether or not you're a member or not. I interact with everybody. A $5 super chat from Joker Quinn says, hoping that a God of War collection, being next month is the 20th anniversary of the first game, it makes too much sense. That's another rumor that I think could be there. That came from one of the leakers. Crazy says, let's calm down. When was the last good State of Play? I don't know. I've liked all of them. And a 5 bomb from Behemoth. gets us to 255. He might be setting up a big one. I don't know. Behemoth sometimes does it. Some of these big guys like to do it. We're now a 20 bomb away from 275, where I will owe you 5 more members. We will see if anybody takes the bait. Happy Cloud Gamer says, what will it help GTA 6 to have an exclusive deal? We're kidding around. There is no exclusive. We're kidding around. There is no exclusivity deal. We're being stupid. Bro Sexy with 32 months in a VIP and a single from Ken Nace and a 20 bomb from Behemoth. I knew it. I knew he was going to do it. He was setting himself up for the big one, and it's going to be real pretty because we went to 257 and now we're at 277, and it just sounds so good. What a big member bomb. Everybody make sure and say thank you to Behemoth. And Jatoak comes in with 41 months and says, time flies. Indeed it does, as you get us close to 4 years of membership. Thank you so much, Jatoak. Behemoth says, asking Mash. I don't know if Mash is here yet today. He usually shows up for days like today, and he's a super awesome guy, but we have our own Behemoth. We've got an online MVP here as well. We've got big member bombs already to start the day that we're going to sit here and wait for this state of play. And thank you guys so much for the continued support. Really can't say it enough. This channel is literally here because of you guys. It is here, and it lives and breathes full-time content creator because of you guys. The one that announced Astrobot was pretty good. Listen, I go into a state of play, especially when they're like 20 minutes long. And I'm like, yeah, this should be fine. There'll be like 1 or 2 games that I get pretty pumped about. 1 or 2 games I'm slightly interested in, and then a bunch of other stuff. And a 20 bomb comes in from Jatoak. We have a 20 gifted member train starting, and not like last time. My computer isn't going to crash. It's brand new. The last time you guys won a big member bomb when we were in a waiting room for the Xbox Developer Direct, my dadgum computer crashed, and it's not going to happen now. I'm not even jinxing it because you can't jinx today. We're having a good time. You guys are the absolute best. The big boys are showing up and showing out. I greatly appreciate it. Somebody on Twitter said, with all the Xbox stuff and the Xbox Developer Direct and all the games coming to PlayStation, they said that I was crashing out. I'm not crashing out. I'm cashing out because I was right. And you don't like it. Clip that and put it in your dumb pipe and try to smoke it as I smoke you, okay? I'm just kidding around. When Sony has a state of play, the anticipation is noticeable. At least everyone will be disappointed. Listen, if we all get equally excited, all right? If we all get equally excited, then we can all be angry and disappointed together. I like that attitude. Did he just go full Hogan? That's right. I'm not crashing out. I'm cashing out, brother. Yeah, that's right. State of plays are always good. I always walk away with several games I'll buy and play. Yeah, every time I've watched every showcase, there's always complainers at the end. Now, I think the Developer Direct got like universal praise from everybody. And then I also think Xbox's showcase last summer, like everybody praised it. I think they've gotten pretty universal praise for their showcases lately. But anytime I've watched a State of Play, a Summer Game Fest, a Game Awards, everybody at the end's like weak, mid, lame, they're like the equivalent of an ever-present fart. They're just always unhappy. Like, man, everything is bad and mid and dumb. Okay. All right. Rest of us are having a good time. After the Xbox show with all those great games, I feel like Sony has something to prove. I'll say this. I'm not going to try and get you guys hyped up, okay? Let's just look at the facts. They've been quiet for a while. PlayStation's been quiet for a while. They haven't done a showcase in a long time, right? Last showcase was 2023, and that was after a 2-year break. We're kind of on that pattern again of like, okay, they haven't done a showcase. They've gone kind of quiet, and they've got a 40-plus minute state of play. I think this could be good. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to go on record to say that this could be good. That's as far as I'm willing to take it, right? Clip that. Coping pony doesn't want to get excited for something too much. Detective Seed says, yeah, I don't think people will be disappointed in this one. 40 plus minutes to play. Yeah. It's almost the length of a showcase. It's 15 minutes shy of a showcase. 1 minute trailers, 39 minutes, talking about the GTA 6 exclusivity deal. Yo, show. There'll be 1 minute of trailers, and then they'll spend 39 minutes. So why are we doing a GTA 6 secret exclusivity deal? Well, it's not really a secret anymore, Bob, but the reason we wanted to do this is, it'll be a deep dive into why they're doing that. I do think it'll be 17 minutes of Death Stranding, which is why the length is so long. Now, Jesse, I have said that. I have said that I think Ryan jumps back in, and he's going to get us so close to 300 members on the week already. Listen, they did that with Spider-Man at the last showcase. I think today is like a showcase in spirit. I'm just going to say that, right? I think today is like a showcase in spirit. I think what they're going to do, and Ryan says, let's round it out and land the plane, and gets us to 300 members. I owe you guys another 10 bomb. Jiminy Christmas. We're off to a great start today. We've only been streaming for 35 minutes. Let's go for 300 likes. You guys are the absolute best. Here's the thing. I think today is basically a showcase in spirit. And the last time they did a showcase, they ended with like 20 minutes of Spider-Man. Okay? So the last time they did a showcase, you got 40-something minutes, and then it was Spider-Man. The whole ender was Spider-Man. I think today follows a similar pattern. I think like the last 15 minutes is one game, and it'll be Death Stranding 2, Yotei, or Monhun Wilds maybe. I think it'll probably, I'm hoping for Yotei, because we've already seen a ton of Death Stranding 2. We've seen a ton. Happy Cloud Gamer says, I think PlayStation will put out a good show. We need a good show. We need competition. I don't understand why there is fanboys. It's not helping if there was a monopoly. You couldn't have a monopoly in the gaming space. You couldn't. Steam's too big of a player for PC. Nintendo's too big of a player with their property. They even have deals with third-party companies as well. That we'll likely probably see with the Switch too. I don't think there's risk of monopoly anywhere. It has something to do, it has to be something more action-packed than Death Stranding. Xbox actually put the onus on Sony to do something this time around. Willie Kale with the Agent of Chaos renewal. He bumps us past 300 to 301. Now it's going to be 302 because Ula Tech renewed as well. Willie Kale says, I'm saving my milestone for today. Looking forward to the state of play. Can't wait for new video games. Good to see you, Willie Kale. Ula Tech says, sup, Lono. Injured my back, so this is the best part of my day off. Looking forward to some new games. Well, I hope your back feels better, man. Back injuries absolutely suck. Oh my gosh. I feel for you. My dad just had back surgery. So, Pimp Tassical with the Member Plus renewal. And Fallon Phoenix, is that an upgrade? If you upgrade to any of the higher levels, whether it's Member Plus, VIP, or VIP Plus, I count it as 2 if it's an upgrade. If it's a renewal, it counts as 1. But anytime you guys upgrade your membership, or if you sign up brand new for one of the higher tiers, I count it as 2. If you guys have never supported a channel directly, today's a great day to do that, man. Everybody's excited and having a good time. Get into the extra content. And it says that you rejoined, but it says you've been at that level for 0 days. Was that an upgrade? No, it's not Fallon Phoenix. It's Pathalon Phoenix. Pathalon Phoenix. Sorry, I said your name wrong. Phoenix, is that an upgrade or renewal? With Kojima doing that event at South by Southwest, it'll probably won't be Death Stranding 2. I tend to agree with you. I don't necessarily think that they would do that. They would be like, yeah, let's have 15 minutes of Death Stranding 2. He's doing his thing. I'm just going to count it as 2. That puts us a 20 bomb away from 325. Next 20 bomb hits, I'm dropping another 5. Let's get it. Back. Oh, rib pain's worse than back. Every time you breathe, it hurts. That's pretty bad. Do you think we will see more stuff from Naughty Dog? I think that the pattern with PlayStation is they come out with Intergalactic, and they're like, hey, this is cool, isn't it? You're like, that is cool. And they're like, cool, we're not going to say anything for a while. And then they'll disappear. Delta Boss gifts a member. Thank you so much. And gets us to 306. That's a preemptive Agent of Chaos. The 20 bomb is now an Agent of Chaos. Thank you, Delta Boss. I think that PlayStation's pattern is when you know about multiple things at once, they focus on the next thing the most. And the next thing is Yotei. I think we get a lengthy section for Yotei today. I think Yotei gets the focus. I think Intergalactic's out of frame for a while. Lone on Palm will be Dias. What is that? Mike S. with 20 months and a member plus. State of Play hype. Have a great day, everyone. And just enjoy some new and exciting video games. I couldn't agree more. Guys, huge turnout today already. We got a long ways to wait, and I appreciate you being here. We're making our own predictions and talking about what might be there. Smash the like button as you come in the door and settle in for the show. Hit the like button. Let's get 300 likes really, really quickly today. Let's set a record. If you hit subscribe on the channel, it's free to subscribe, and then you can talk in my chat. You can go further than that with a paid membership if you want, and if you do, make sure you pick Member Plus. Just beat Death Stranding, so that world is very fresh in my mind. I look forward to jumping back in. I mean, Death Stranding 2 from the trailers looks incredible. I mean, just that engine is something special. They're going to announce a Switch 3. Yeah, probably. I could totally see that. Chat's moving so fast I can't click on this person. Okay. Lion says people will be disappointed. They are expecting a bunch of first-party games like the first PlayStation 5 showcase. We will see a bunch of trailers and maybe 2 new games. I think that there will be 1 new AAA game from PlayStation, from a PlayStation studio. I think we get a lengthy look at Yotei, and then I think, what was the other one? Oh, Lost Soul Aside is probably there. That's another publishing. That's a China Hero effort, China Hero project effort from PlayStation. That is coming this year as well, so it's likely there. GTA 6 trailer. I do not think you are going to get a GTA 6 trailer too. No. I know people are saying that. I don't think we hear or see anything from GTA 6 until the summer. They want to be able to come out with the next trailer, and their next push is going to be, here's the release date, and then it's a full court press of marketing for, 5 or 6 months or whatever. New Santa Monica project. Yeah, Brett, that was my prediction. I have it on pretty good authority that there is a new AAA game from a first-party studio, and I think it is going to be Cory Barlog's project, the sci-fi project. And it'll be great, too, if that's the project that Alana Pierce wrote for, because then she'll be in the credits and all those guys can see them mauled. She's not a writer. Yeah, you're not a man, so. One third-party game I'm looking forward to seeing more of is Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. That launches in April. I'm not seeing much about that. 809 Line says, my theory is that Yotei will include Jin in the first half of the game. It's not really possible. It's like 300 years later or something, Lion. I don't want them to include Jin Sakai. His story's done. It's perfectly encased, well-rounded. Ghost of Iki Island was great. We don't need any more of Jin Sakai. A recap? Yeah, maybe a story so far, black and white recap something. We do not need any more of Jin Sakai. I think GTA 6 trailer 2 is in September. September? Why September? It'll be in the summer. Okay. F. Huron says, I feel like Forza game coming in the spring for PS5 and all the rumored Xbox exclusive games going to PS5, we may get a peek of those games. I don't think you would use a PlayStation State of Play to talk about old games coming to PlayStation from Xbox. That's not the reason to have an event like this. If you look at the blog that says, like, from PlayStation, it's a PlayStation blog that says, here are all the great games coming in 2025. It's 20 games. There's way too many big new games coming to waste a minute of airtime on Xbox games that are getting ported over. There's no marketing needle move there. This 5-year-old car game's coming. Like, yay. Excited for the people that like those types of games, but you don't take a 40-plus minute State of Play and talk about old games getting ported over. You've got a blog with 20 games coming this year, all new. If there's an Xbox game there, it's going to be Doom. Doom the Dark Ages is on that PlayStation blog. Why waste time on an old game getting ported? You want to talk about a new game. Do you expect marketing push specifically for the Xbox games coming over at some point? Okay, well, Tom Warren from The Verge said on Blue Sky that April will be a very big month for PS5 gamers, and people are thinking that that means a bunch of Xbox games are coming that month. I think it's going to be more of an announcement, like a blog or a podcast or a video or something, celebrating their games going to other places, something like that. And I think one of the games to kick it off is going to be Indiana Jones, because we know Indiana Jones is coming in the spring. I don't think they're going to be like, here's everything. Like, we're hearing that Hellblade 2 is very close at hand to coming. We know Forza is coming. We know Indiana Jones is coming. There's rumored Halo Master Chief or Halo Infinite. There's rumored Gears of War collection. There's all these rumors. I don't know. Tavio Cruz of 16 months of membership says, is Horizon Hunters officially canceled? Do you think Santa Monica possible announcement could be the sci-fi also like Intergalactic? I don't know if it's going to be like Intergalactic. Let me add you to the member count total, because that's a member plus renewal, and that takes us to 308 members on the week. But to your question, I do not think Horizon anything has been canceled. That was a misfire. The Horizon MMO is not canceled, and then there's a Horizon multiplayer co-op game being built by Guerrilla. None of that's been canceled. If it's canceled right now, we haven't been told, so I could be speaking incorrectly, but I'm only speaking incorrectly in the absence of information. So, yeah. And then a $2 super chat tip from Glassdoor Gamer. The PlayStation Portal outsold Xbox consoles last year. It seemingly did, yes. That's what the report seemed to indicate. Yeah. But according to IGN, both Xbox and PS5 console sales are plummeting because IGN lies in their headlines to get clicks, because nobody else is clicking on them anymore. What a joke of an outlet. They might wait for Resident Evil 9 until after Monhunt is released this month, but with PS5 patch and Resi 5 and Resi 6... I'm hearing Resident Evil 9's making an appearance, but I mean, there's so many rumors. People could be misfiring. Starfield. I think that Starfield is coming to PlayStation, right? 12 months ago, I was mercilessly attacked for saying this. Now, everybody's saying it. It's funny how that happens. You know, where are my flowers and apologies? I won't get any. But I don't think Starfield's ready. I think Starfield needs to go through a pretty significant overhaul. There was one person that claimed there was a code-altering update being rolled out for Starfield. You need something. If you're bringing that game to PlayStation, you can't bring it over in its current state. You can't. Nice T. Thank you. Kingslayer says, one other game that could be on there, even though it got a ton of marketing already, is Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza. It's on the PlayStation blog. Yeah, Like a Dragon could totally be there. 100%. Corey says, Microsoft has to pay Sony for advertising on the PlayStation console. Sony does not do pro bono Microsoft Game Studio promotion. Microsoft will have to sponsor advertising on PlayStation to get mentioned in any PlayStation advertising. At 9:30 a.m. this morning, No Man's Sky Expedition 17 has begun. Thank you, Sorcerer. Darnell says, a Fortnite trailer for the new season will be shown? Here, I'm going to put the light roast up. If you guys have never tried coffee, our light roast is a great introductory, very drinkable coffee. It has balanced acidity. It's extremely smooth. I've had non-coffee drinkers say that they really like this, especially if you use Italian sweet cream. Check out reforgeroast.com if you're a coffee drinker. Great way to support what I do here. That's not a sponsor. That is mine. We have a light roast, a dark roast, and then we have a medium roast, all available on the website right now. And my wife and kiddos bag that up and ship it to you. I printed some labels just this morning, one for Eugene, and then there was a couple others. Ashton says, ironic. Wasn't it speculated Starfield was going to be an exclusive to PlayStation or a timed exclusive before the buyout? So, yes, and this was admitted by Phil Spencer. The reason they engaged and initiated the purchase of ZeniMax was because of the beginnings of an exclusivity deal with Starfield, which is hilarious that's kind of what kicked off this entire evolution of their brand, that they wanted to prevent Starfield from being an exclusive, and then they made it an exclusive, And then that put them down a path of buying ABK, and now they're demonizing exclusives. What an absolutely insane character arc that is, you know? You go from stopping an exclusivity deal, having your own exclusivity deal, telling people you bought ZeniMax to put exclusives in more places where Game Pass is, and then you buy ABK, and now you're like, yeah, exclusives are bad. Exclusives don't serve the customer. Oh, okay. Well, that was fast. What a character arc. And don't worry, everybody. They have plenty of podcasters, pundits, and talking heads to, you know, just say that this is all fine, totally normal, and what the industry's doing, you know? Because if Phil Spencer says it, then everybody else has to say it so that they can maintain their access to Xbox and still get invited to events and stuff. So don't worry. We still have, you know, the AstroTurfing well in place. Yeah, and the gloves are off because I'm tired of it. True SSJ Havoc with a $5 super chat tip says, Starfield is super boring. I wouldn't want to buy it on PlayStation. I got it on Xbox and Steam, and I keep uninstalling. I just can't get into it. And thank you for getting us to 3 super chats on our way to Confetto. I gift a member every time you guys make the confetti drop. The irony is dripping. It's fantastic. Aged like milk. It's just incredible. We have a better chance of seeing Wolverine in GTA 6 today than Kingdom Hearts 4. Well, I don't think Wolverine's going to be there, Darnell. Yeah, I don't think so. I think Wolverine's next year. I think that they're going to keep it. If Wolverine shows up this year, it will be at like a September event or Game Awards, and they'll have a trailer, and it'll say 2026, and then that'll be all you get. And then they'll do the same thing next year. That Ghost of Yotei is going to get that treatment this year, right? It's their big game, and then Wolvie will be their big game next year. That's what I think. Metal Gear Solid release date. We already have the Metal Gear Solid. Oh, you're talking about Wait, which one are you talking about, Nav? I don't want to get confused here. The Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater remake is got a release date. They just announced it the other day. Bloodborne, give me Bloodborne. Probably not. We need 19 more likes. Let's get 300 likes really quickly. We haven't even been streaming for an hour yet. You guys are crushing it. If you're hopeful to see GTA 6 today, I got bad news for you. I do. I got bad news for you, son. Yeah, we've got 99 trailers, and GTA 6 isn't one. There's going to be a lot of stuff coming out over the next couple of months, and I don't think GTA 6 breaks the surface until the summer. New Resident Evil game. Yeah, there's a lot of speculation that there'll be Resident Evil 9 will be at the event. Am I the only one excited for the Midnight Walk? I think it looks cool. Lona just killing the man's dreams. I mean, listen, man. I'm just telling you how. It is. I don't think so. Silk Song and Bloodborne. This is our time. Oh, Nathan, why would you do that to yourself? No. First and foremost, I believe that Silk Song is in a marketing deal with Xbox. So if Silk Song finally shows up, it'll be at an Xbox event, maybe this summer at the Xbox Showcase. So I don't think Silk Song will be at a PlayStation event. Second, Bloodborne. I mean, I'll give you a maybe on Bloodborne because they did just do a bunch of weird Bloodborne DMCA takedowns that seems like they're getting ready to gear up for something. Doing all that literally the week before you have a state of play, little sus, you know. I'll say it's a little sus. There seems like there might be something brewing. It seems like there might be something going on. So we'll see. Trying to quote Jay-Z. That's right. I'm going to start incorporating rap lyrics into my content. I think that would really help elevate my likability. I think when you look at me, I think I just emanate hip-hop. And so I think I really need to bring that to the content, to the brand. So expect to hear more. I'm kidding. Eugene said, please no. I don't know. I've been listening to Not Like Us on loop, and I think I'm just going to start. I think that's just the next stage of my evolution, okay? Say Drake. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do it. I'll just, anytime I zoom in to roast somebody, I'll just be like, say Drake. I'll just smile at the camera real quick, you know? Oh, my gosh. I'm kidding. I'm not going to do it. Remake of the first Devil May Cry, not likely at this showcase. You You start picking random ones, and it's really tough to make a prediction. You start grabbing random games. It's like, yeah, I mean, maybe. That's why I'm here, Lono. I appreciate it, Biggie. Better Lono moments. Lono the rapper or Lono the preacher? Why not both? You know what I'm saying? Lono's entering his villain era. That's right. Grifters beware. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you just got to put the fear of God in people. They don't want none of that. They don't want the smoke. I'm just kidding. We got some questions coming in. Let's show you guys something cool you can do if you're a member. Hilly says, odds we see a surprise Destiny 3 teaser? 0? I don't think so. Yeah, what time is the state of play? 5 p.m. Eastern. I forgot when Assassin's Creed Shadow releases, but I hope it's not a huge focus today. I think AC Shadows will be there. Yeah, I think AC Shadows will be there. AC Shadows release date is March the 20th. The embargo, I believe, according to the rumor mill, the embargo is 2 days before that. So, yeah. Lono's going to drop a diss track on his haters. I think it's time. I think it's time, FCat. say Doc. Yeah. I'm not going to say Drake. I'm going to say when. I'll have a different line. I'll be quoting Doc Holliday. Jeff Grubb said it's going to be a disappointing state of play. Jeff Grubb said it's going to be a disappointing state of play. Those are the words he said. Are you misquoting him? That sounds very un-Grubb-like. Where did he say this? Did he say it on Twitter? Did he say it on his, where did he say it? I'm not seeing Grubb. Grubb hasn't tweeted since the 6th. Did he say it on Blue Sky? Jeff Grubb's been wrong a lot. Over 40 minutes and disappointing? Can you tell me where he said it? Very Grubb-like. I don't think I've ever heard him say that this event's going to be disappointing. He said mostly disappointing. Did he explain what he meant? Like, elaborate for me here. Why did he say it was going to be mostly disappointing? A member plus renewal from Josh for 6 months. Morning, Lono and chat. Hope your time off went well. Really looking forward to Resident Evil 9 myself. Keep crushing it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. 309. You the man. Welcome back in. Saying Sony will have a disappointing state of play is like saying this year will be Xbox's year. Stop it. Told you it's a state of play, not a showcase. Who are you correcting? Who said it was a showcase? I said it's like in spirit it feels like it's a showcase because it's 40 plus minutes. Saw it on Reddit. There's a YouTube link probably from his podcast. Listen, I would want to see the entire quote in context. Because a guy like Grubb will say, if people are hoping for there to be an entire barrage of first-party studios, ... it will be mostly disappointing to them. And people will be like, Jeff Grubb said it's going to be mostly disappointing. And it's like, you see what I'm saying? I want to know the context of what he was saying. I would say the same thing. If you go into this state of play today and you think it's going to just be this onslaught of first-party studios, you're going to be disappointed. Like I told the guy yesterday, he's like, he wants a roadmap. I'm like, they don't do roadmaps. Herman Hulse is not going to walk out and be like, we've never done this before, but it's time that we do a roadmap. Here's everything that we're doing and everything that we're working on and everything that's coming. Like when he did the interview with Famitsu, he was like, I can't tell you everything that we're working on, but we got Ghost of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 coming. That's how they operate. Their marketing, this is something that I think that happens. I think that people see what Xbox is doing and they think, well, if PlayStation doesn't do that, there's a problem. Do we need to revisit 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Do we need to revisit every year we've done this? Xbox's showcase was better. Xbox's roadmap's amazing. Game Pass is eating good. And then it's delay. Game comes out not ready. User scores are terrible. Like, they have a couple bright stars in there with respect to user score. They have some bright stars in there with like Hi-Fi Rush and Indiana Jones. But like, we do this every year. We act like Xbox is crushing it and killing it because, well, we'll look at the showcases, look at the roadmaps. PlayStation's failing. PlayStation sucks. And PlayStation's just absolutely dog-walking Xbox with respect to hardware sales, like, to the point that, like, we don't even know if we can take Phil Spencer's comments about hardware to the bank. We do this. We've done this every year. It's always that the PlayStation showcases and the PlayStation State of Play suck and they're terrible, and then they set revenue records and their games chart. And their PlayStation 5 is charting above the PS4 in America, and the PlayStation Portal sold more, units than the dadgum Xbox console. But yes, PlayStation's just been doing terrible for 5 years. This is a YouTube chat. This isn't the YouTube algo. Like, you can't manipulate this chat the way you can the algo. These guys with their thumbnails and their tweets. This generation's been so disappointing. If you ignore the double digits worth of games and exclusives that we got, many of them have received award nominations and awards. But if you ignore all of that, it's been a really disappointing generation. Okay. Okay. Like, what? Insomniac with a VIP renewal, and it's 41 months. Evan, just make a Bungie Not Like Us track and say Chris. Oh, man. Say Chris. Let's not talk about Xbox. Let's talk about PlayStation. How PlayStation went down. Gave 5 days of plus due to it. And even on PC, you couldn't access your games due to PSN being down. So, an outage. A 20-hour outage. You want me to cover that? I already covered it earlier this week. I said it was their longest outage historically. It made my portal a paperweight. I couldn't do anything. Chose the wrong guy. I don't know if I would say, hey, Chris. I'd say, hey, Bungie. You chose the right time, but the wrong guy. Do you think they'll announce Halo on PlayStation today? No, I just don't think that they're going to use a state of play for that. The longest is like 21 days. I'm sorry, not their longest. It's their second longest outage. I haven't seen your vids popping up. Didn't know you covered it. I covered it the first day I was back. I mean, what do you want me to say? That's not a brand decision. That's not a game coming to market too early. That's not a game getting delayed. That's not a game coming out and getting a bad user score. It's a network outage. Like, what? Are these things equal? That would be like me saying, yo, HBO's got some bangers, man. Their shows have been crushing it. They've been killing it. And you're like, well, yeah, but they had an outage the one day. Like, oh, okay, well, that's not applicable to the conversation. Outage sucked. I covered it. Said that it sucked. It ruined my ability. It quite literally ruined my ability to test my portal in various locations that I wanted to test. I couldn't do anything with it. It turned my portal into a paperweight. But outside of me saying that, what else would you like me to say? Yo, PlayStation's down bad, yo. PlayStation's down real bad, yo, man. 5 months in, man, they had a 20-hour outage, and I think it's just time for me to sell my PlayStation 5 Pros and just switch to PC. I think it's just time for me to switch back to Xbox, man. I think it's time for me to go back to Game Pass because they had an outage for 20 hours. Like, what the frick what do you want people to say? It's like, oh, yeah, outage. Sucked. It was lame. It stunk. I even said that when you set up a PS5 brand new and it's your only PS5, it should designate that as your home PS5 so that you can play single-player games offline. That should just be an automatic feature. It should not be opt-in. I said that on Monday. I sent you a tweet with a direct link to Jeff Grubb's comments. It sounds like he's making general guesstimate of quality of stuff being shown. All right, hang on. People always misrepresent. He did say he expected to be disappointing state of play. He didn't suggest it would be based off anything that he heard. He just generally thinks PlayStation had to go out and show something, so they're doing it now. I think he's wrong. Yeah, I don't have any ill will towards Grubb. He's 100% wrong. These things are not thrown together. That it's for somebody that's covered the industry as long as he has. He knows this to be true. These events are not slapped together. That is such a. He's not a fanboy, but that's such a fanboy narrative to be like, yeah, man, PlayStation. They had to say something, had to show something. So they slapped together a 40+ minute event. No, that's not the way these companies operate. Herman Hulse wasn't like, oh, wow, we're in trouble. That Xbox Developer Direct, did you all see that? We better whip something together. That's not how these companies operate. Do you know the level of organization and coordination that it takes to put together an event like this? They didn't slap this together as a reaction or a response. That is quite literally a bankrupt take. There's nothing factual behind that. That's not the way the industry works. Oh yeah, we gotta slap this together. We gotta have a response. Huh? A $5 super chat from Luke Vaders. Would you go back to playing Destiny? A Bungie contacted you and said that we need you back. We think you could help bring Destiny back. I would need a public apology from them. And then they would need to call Twitch and tell them to reverse the ban that they asked for. True SSJ Havoc with a $2 super chat tip. They even gave 5 days of PS Plus to make up for it. Thank you very much. We're one super chat away. We're one super chat away from confetti. That's not how the industry works. Like, if you think the industry operates this way, then explain this to me. Explain this to me. They do a showcase in 2023. It's criticized by the gaming media. It's criticized by guys like me. I'm like, that was weak. I literally have a live stream on this channel. The PlayStation showcase in 2023 was weak, right? $5 super chat from True SSJ Havoc. He makes it rain confetti, and I'm going to reset the super chat goal. Every 5 super chats, I will gift a member. And don't do a super chat for a few minutes or it won't count. Anything Sony noticed is framed as a negative. He says even the outage was called Sony being hacked again. Sony sucks. Yeah, which is a lie and a false narrative. And the same bad actors probably said that, and they won't do retractions because they have no integrity. Listen, look at what PlayStation did in the wake of having what was labeled a disappointing showcase. What'd they do the next year? Come on. You can say it. I'll say it. They did something smaller. They did a state of play. So in 2023, they're criticized for not having a good showcase. Xbox's showcase was so different. And this was their reaction. Their reaction was, I've got it. Let's just next year do a state of play, and we'll end it with Astrobot. And you think that they walked into 2025 and they said, oh my gosh, we've got to say something. Slap together a state of play. Are you paying attention? Are you watching this company at all? Have you paid a single ounce of attention to how they handle their events and their marketing? They don't give a frick about us, about the narratives, about the showcases, about the roadmap. They don't care. Their response to getting outdone in 2023. Xbox's showcase was 10 times better. We all said it. Everybody thought it. And then the next year in 2024, they're like, here's our response to that criticism. Here's a 20-minute state of play, and we're going to end it with Astrobot. And you think that that's what they decided to do. Lono, if you do a diss track, will you include FCAT as part of the diss? I mean, I think I would have to. You know what I mean? Some kind of a bar or a rap, like a rhyme about went from being a hater to a comment maker, something like that, you know? Really just roll with it. Which is now Game of the Year. I think that we look at these companies as if they live in Twitterland, and they don't. $5 super chat from Siriu. How will Sony possibly respond to EA and Ubisoft showcase? Get with King Thrash for the songs. I prefer to hear my rants show up in the rap songs. That was one of my favorite moments. One of my favorite moments. I don't know who made the song, but all of a sudden I'm in the song talking about, like, you know, and we're bloviating about the price, and I was like, okay, that was kind of hot. That was one of my favorite. I was like, I made it. You know, skinny little white guy from Northern Ohio getting sound sampled in a rap song about video games. I have arrived. That's the pinnacle right there. I mean, listen, I'm just gonna let you guys in on a little secret. As a white guy, that meant a lot. It meant a lot. It was like getting a compliment. It was like getting a compliment from, like, a gay guy. You're like, okay. It put some pep in my step for like a week. I'm gonna sample I Knew It. It's Coming on a Beat. Oh yeah, you can do a whole song on that one. His name is Sick. His channel is called No Cap Podcast. Yeah. They can do that anytime they want. You crazy Lono. It's true. Come on. It's true. They won't tell you. But I'll tell you. I'm letting you in on the secret. We had a meeting just a couple of weeks ago. You know, the white guy convention was popping off. And I mean, they were a little jealous that I got featured in that song. I'm just going to read these super chats before I say anything more dumb. Geo Innocent with a $5 super chat says, with the state of play, are you expecting disappointment with Gamescom, Summer Game Fest, and One Night Live? Opening Night Live, sorry. Might be small like last year's at the White House. Where else? Lion, come on. Where else would we meet? Anyway, good Lord. Listen, I don't think the events coming this year will be disappointing because the cadence and the rhythm is picking up. We're in the second half of the gen. We're in the second half of the gen. This is when it starts to heat up. I mean, buckle up, boys. The calendars are just going to keep getting more and more and more full. Now, the only thing that could be disappointing is a lack of release dates because of frickin' GTA 6. GTA 6 is just like hanging over the calendar like, well, yeah, you don't want to pick a release date, do you? Because we might come in and completely ruin your day, so you better not say anything. GTA 6. So to me, that's the only thing I think that could be disappointing this year is that that nobody's going to want to commit to release dates beyond like September is like the latest we're going to get release dates probably because nobody wants to get stepped on by the big lumbering giant of GTA 6. But I think the events will be fine. I think that they'll be fun. I think there's so much coming. There's so much to announce. There's so many games in the pipeline, right? People that have been saying that the industry is headed for a crash and that gaming sucks and that AAA gaming is awful and that gaming is cooked and blah, 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 blah. They're going to look real dumb come December. I mean, they already look dumb, in my opinion. I think they look dumb. I don't think it's intellectual. I think it's just, it's just rage baiting. Like, you know, people are angry and they know that people are angry, and so they're just trying to profit off the anger. That's going to run out of gas. That's not content. That's, you know, that's a hot air balloon running off a vapor. Eventually, you're going to run out and you're going to come crashing back down. The industry is definitely going through changes, but it's not headed for a crash. It's not cooked. It's not. They're going to look dumb come December. Shots fired at Asmongold? I'm not shooting shots at Zach. I mean, I saw his thumbnail, but his thumbnail is 1 in a million. Every time I open up gaming YouTube, that's all everybody's saying. That's all they're saying is that everything's bad and terrible, cooked and awful and headed for a crash. And I'm like, what are you basing this off of revenue reports? Are you basing this off of sales charts? Are you basing this off of player engagement numbers? Are you basing this off of the calendar year and all the games that are coming? No? Oh, okay. So it's based off of nothing. Like, we're going to walk into December for Game of the Year nominations and all the different category nominations. We're going to be like, holy crap, what a year. Just like we did last year. What do I use for making thumbnails? Photoshop. Say Asmongold diss track. No. I don't have any issue with Zach. He's doing what he does. He's playing the game. You know what I'm saying? He's playing the game. And the thing about him is he doesn't need to worry. He can pivot to anything. He could start reacting to gardening content and he'd probably be okay. Like, him making a video like that is not at all like him pivoting his brand to like Doomsday Gamer. It's just another video in a line of videos that is making it seem like sky is falling, gaming sucks, gaming is going to crash. And it's like, did you pay attention to any of the games that came out last year? Did you watch the Game Awards? Like, did you play any of the games that came out? I don't think that you did. This year is even more stuffed to the gills with games than last year. It's stuffed. Let's just say that some of the big targets that people are taking for, like, it's gonna be dumb and go woke, go broke. Brr. Okay, let's just say those games crash and burn. Let's just say Avowed and what's the other one? And AC Shadows. Like these games have been targeted by the anti-wokies, you know, the ever angry anti-intellectuals of the world. Let's just say those games crash and burn. What about the rest of the calendar? What about all the other games? Mafia the Old Country, GTA 6, Borderlands 3, Monster Hunter Wilds, Ghost of Yotei. There are so many games coming out. I'm forgetting games. Pirate Yakuza. Like, there are so many games. Like, what if just the big targets they're picking crash and burn, they'll use that to claim, like, yep, industry sucks, everything's bad, everything's awful. Yeah, Elden Ring, Night Rain. It's unbelievable how many games are coming out. Metal Gear. You aren't going to be able to play them all. You're not. I've got more games than I have time to play. That's what I'm saying. You aren't even going to be able to play all the games coming out. But they're going to do this like, well, 1992 was the best year and gaming has never been good since then. Okay, well, that was 20-something years ago. Why are you still a gamer if everything's been bad ever since? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, Resident Evil 9 is coming, I guess. Like, I mean, Where Winds Meet. Yeah, First Berserker, Kazan First Berserker is coming. There's a lot of little games coming as well. I'm telling you. I think that narrative is just going to continue to wither on the vine. Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers, Doom the Dark Ages. Yeah, Doom. I didn't even say Doom. Asmongold was reacting to this video from Legendary Drops. The gaming industry has lost their collective mind. I didn't watch that video, so I don't know what the POV of the video is. You think we get a release window date for Ghost of Yotei? Yes. I think we get gameplay and a release date from Ghost of Yotei. It's the next game. It will get the front burner focus. That's what I think. That's how PlayStation markets. They're not going to do anything with Intergalactic. Death Stranding 2, probably not, because Kojima's got something coming up where he's doing something with South by Southwest. the way that PlayStation markets their first party, Yotei's up to bat. Yotei's up to bat. So I did like Asmon's video on the state of PC gaming. It was really interesting. He watched a video that looked at Monster Hunter Wilds optimization on PC. And the video that he watched did something really interesting. It compared that game to 2 PlayStation ports. It was remarkable. And Asmon said that it seemed like these companies more and more are optimizing for console first. And PC is a bit of an afterthought, or like if you have to have like a really strong rig, like there's a lack of optimization for PC. And I was like, you don't say. You don't say. That's weird, isn't it? It's almost like when you make a game for one platform and you make it as amazing as possible, and then you port it to PC later, you get a better quality product. And you got more multi-plat slop coming to the market that isn't optimized. What a stunning revelation. Wow. Can you believe it? It's just insane to me that to think that games built for the PlayStation first and then ported to PC later, they're running better. They look better. Their image quality's better. The optimization's on point. Oh my gosh. Oh, and then let's add one more log to this fire. Spider-Man 2 comes to PlayStation faster, comes to PC faster than any other PlayStation port, and look at the quality. Gee, it's almost like exclusives and building for one platform serves a purpose for the consumer. But exclusives are bad, and they're anti-consumer, and you automatically make more money when you make the game for more... Mouthpiece. What a stunning result. Yeah, Kingdom Come 2 has entered the chat. There are certainly multi-plat games that do an excellent job with optimization. Right? There are. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that like there are not games that do a good job. But to be like, oh wow, this is such a weird thing that's happening here. Like, look at these PlayStation games ported to PC. They run so much better and look so much better, and they're so much better optimized. Gee, I wonder why that is. And I wonder why, for whatever reason, they shortened the timeline on the Spider-Man 2 port, and look at the state. Look at the state of the game. PC's felt like an afterthought for a long while now for certain games. It's simple. It's super simple. All it is development bandwidth triage. That's all it is. It's development bandwidth triage. It's easier for them to optimize the game for the consoles. It's easier. It's a single system. It's a closed system. It's like, yeah, this is it. Everybody has the same PS5. Everybody has the same Xbox Series X. Everybody has the same Xbox Series S. It's easier. That it's just developmental bandwidth triage. They can get a better and more faster optimized product when you're building for one platform than trying to, optimize for a mix of amalgamations of hardware. Eugene says Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was held back as stated by developers, so of course it was easier to optimize. Well, yeah, the conversation about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is remarkable because there are two statements being made. Number one, they limited the scope of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because of the Series S. They had to trim things down and do extra work to optimize for the Series S, and that benefited the other platforms. That is not a feather in the cap of the Series S. That's not. Oh, we helped the industry. We made a weaker box that requires developers to do more work. And you're welcome, everybody else. What? That would be like saying the Nintendo Switch 1, yeah, it really helped the market because anybody who wanted to make their games for the Nintendo Switch 1 had to spend all this extra time optimizing and porting the game and shrinking things and ripping things out of the game, and then you got a more optimized product. I mean, that would just be absolutely, bass-ackwards to say. Kingdom Come Deliverance also took 6 years. There you go. Dev cycles are longer for games like that. Because, think about it. I mean, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a front-runner for Game of the Year, well-optimized game. You want games coming out every 3 to 4 years, maybe, every 4 to 5 years. You're going to end up with games like, Dragon's Dogma 2 at launch, Monhun Wilds at launch. They're not going to be optimized for PC. They're going to have performance trouble. You're going to get Jedi Survivor. You're going to get Star Wars Outlaws. You're going to get games that aren't ready because the timeline isn't big enough. It's not long enough. It's not long enough. The whole games are getting too expensive to make. The market's going to crash. The solution to that problem is not to make more games multi-plat. It's to shrink scope and focus on one platform. I'm telling you, I told you all this. The first time we learned about the PS5 Pro and we learned that it was going to accelerate ray tracing, I said, that'll be market disruptive. In PC's defense, they fumbled Jedi Survivor everywhere. Where is it still in terrible state, Omar? Where is it still in terrible state? Which has had to receive more patches? Would you say it's in a great state on PS5? It's in a good, playable state. Comparatively, Omar, come on. Come on, bro. The state of Jedi Survivor on PC versus console, there's no comparison. I can play it. It runs. No egregious screen tearing, frame problems, none of that. Look at the score on Steam. Good night. No, it launched trash everywhere, Omar, which is indicative to my original point. That's indicative to my original point. It's like, what? You pushed this out before it was ready. Multiplats take longer to cook. Did you check Jason Stewart's tweet in regards to tonight's State of Play? That's intriguing. Who's that? Should I know who that is? I'm not trying to throw shade. Who is that? And what did they say? Zubair says, I don't think PC needs defense, but I think we should acknowledge that there are many other genres that aren't second-class citizens on PC. Rogues flourish on PC. 4X flourish on PC. It's not all games. He's a studio director. He's a legend. He's an ex-dev dude. Oh, he's the ex-dev director I mentioned earlier. Oh, the one that's like, oh, I'm kind of nervous. This is kind of a big deal. Brother Lono, I thought I was beating Dragon's Dogma 2, and then little did I know it was not finished. It had a twist. This game's amazing. Got a true ending coming. So stoked. I'm excited to pull that out of the backlog when I've got some rainy day months of which I don't know if we're going to get any rainy day months this year, dadgummit. I mean, there's so many stinking games. Jason's a big name for Xbox. He's a big name for Xbox? Is that huh? Oh, for X, not Xbox. I was like, hang on. People just said Jedi Survivor ran perfect for me on the PS5 after they fixed it. Alters has been delayed again. Out of Q1, sometime later in 2025. It's so surprising that another third-party game included in Xbox's showcase and roadmaps got delayed. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I told you. All of the celebration and all the praise for Xbox showcases and Xbox events, they habitually speak out of turn. He's a habitual line crosser. Yeah, well, they are habitual speak out of turn marketer. 33 Immortals, Towerborn, The Altars, Silk Song, Replaced. Just third-party, AA indie game after game after game after game after game. They always include them in their showcases, their roadmaps, and their rundowns, and they're all delayed. They speak out of turn. Habitual line stepper. Sorry, I messed it up. I thought that was habitual line crosser. It's like I don't know. It's so weird. It's like these smaller companies, they probably are like, oh, it's going to be so exciting to be a part of this showcase. That's a really big stage for us. And then it's like, well, wait, we can't show up in 2024. They're all getting delayed. I listed 4 or 5. I know there's more. Because there's 33 Immortals, there's Towerborn, there's Replaced. They included Silk Song in the year. They said everything shown in the showcase is coming in the next 12 months. And now we got Altars. Much rather see a delay than cancellation. I think that's a false dichotomy. Choosing between a delay and a cancellation, if the game's going to fail and flop, save your money and stop making it, right? Like in the case of The Last of Us Factions. No, I don't want them to delay it. I want them to cancel it. If it was going to turn their entire studio into a live service studio, that's a bad idea. That's a bad move. You would probably be looking at Naughty Dog getting shuttered and everybody getting laid off if they would have went forward with that. So no, I don't think you pit those two things against each other. Like, and Jake, you're not even engaging in the conversation. No one's talking about how dare they delay something. I'm totally fine with delays. I don't have an issue with delays. Yeah, do it, delay it, make it good. That was my whole point about games like Jedi Survivor. Like, don't push cadence over quality. Oh, we need a new Star Wars game every 6 months. Well, that sounds stupid. That sounds ripe for problems. No, I'm in support of delays. What I'm saying is, I'm not talking about who's even choosing to do the delay. I'm talking about Xbox speaking out of turn. They constantly pepper their showcases and their roadmaps with games, and they've got no business doing it. You've got to ask the question why it keeps happening. Why does it keep happening? Because their brand and the way they keep people on Game Pass is very much structured around how all these guys go out here and evangelize for them. All these AstroTurfers for Xbox, they're always big on the roadmap. Do you want to know why? They're told to. They're told to talk about best value in gaming. Look at this Game Pass. Oh my gosh, look at this roadmap. Game Pass eating good. They're told to say that. They're given those talking points. You don't even have, I don't need to see any more secret discords to know that that's going on. So, why do you think for years now their showcases have been littered with games that don't show up on time? Third-party games that don't show up on time. Why? Why? Because Xbox doesn't care about showing up on time. They care about painting a picture of, look at all these games coming to Game Pass. Blow the dog whistle, get all your podcasters and your pundits to run with that narrative, and then nobody's going to talk about the fact that there's just this laundry list now of third-party games included in roadmaps and showcases that have been delayed. It's an incredibly weird pattern to continue to see. It's almost like people who keep asking for roadmaps are being sold on a future that doesn't happen, or at least doesn't show up when they said that it would. That's exactly right. All right. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Roadmaps are a terrible idea. Listen, they're a terrible idea because of the nature of development. You can't throw 20 games on a roadmap like, they're all coming. It's like, are you sure? All right. I mean, that's a lot of stuff. I mean, even last year, PlayStation got bit by this. They put out their blog saying, here's all the games coming in 2024, and look what happened. Metal Gear Solid's on there, and it didn't show up on time. I think AC Shadows might have been on there. $5 super chat tip from Siriu. Never forget the releasing in 12 months stick that they tried. That's exactly right. Let me see if I can find that PlayStation blog. PlayStation blog, games coming in 2024. Yeah, let's see if all these made it. Let's see. Because they got bit. Look, same pattern. Their first party studios first, just like with Yotei. This stuff all made it on time, right? I think. Yeah, right here. Metal Gear. Got kicked out of the year. That bit them. This showed up. This showed up. Wait. This is this. No, wait. What's this year? The sequel? PlayStation blog games coming in 2025. What's the one coming this year? That might be another one that bit them. I'm telling you, roadmaps are a big, big risk. Yeah, Forever Skies. Okay. There you go. PlayStation making the same mistakes. You got to be careful. You put these things out. This one got delayed, did it not? Or it's in early access and it's in a rough state. I think this one actually came out last year, but it was rough at launch. Yeah, there it is. AC Shadows. You see? So there's 3 games on this list. PlayStation got bit by the same thing. They got bit by the same thing. 3 games didn't make it. That's why I'm always like, I don't... Roadmap? Really? I wouldn't consider those roadmaps. I mean, right, that's a blog that just says, yeah, here's a bunch of games that are coming, and then a handful of them got delayed. I don't think that's the same as walking out in a showcase and saying, here are all the great games coming up in the year for Game Pass, and you're convincing people to stay on a subscription service. There certainly is a different motivation behind it, but it just goes to show you why wanting a roadmap and pushing these companies to do roadmaps, it's like, are you sure you want to do that? It's generally going to be flimsy. 3 or 4 games that make it. You think we'll see Days Gone remastered? There was some rumors that was coming. I would love that. That's in my backlog. I would love to play that on my... I would love to play a PS5 Pro Enhanced version of that. Guys, do me a really quick favor. We've only been streaming for an hour and a half. All right? You guys are crushing it. Let's get 400 likes on the video. If you haven't hit like. Make sure it's saving it, because sometimes it just doesn't save your thumbs up. Let's hit 400. We're crushing over here as well. I currently owe you 5 members. No, I don't. I'm all paid up. Yeah, I did 2 10 bombs. So we're 15 away from me owing you some more members. We're 2 super chats away from me owing you a member. So stoke those fires. Let's get it going again. And I'm going to pull up a question here. This is something you can do as a member. If you decide to support the channel directly, just make sure, I hate that I always have to say this, just make sure you pick Member Plus. It's the $6 one. The $5 tier will not get you into all the content. That's gifted. Gifteds get into most, but not all. Any Wingstops near you? We have one not far from me. MikeyBot says, do you think Santa Monica Studios will do another remaster, or do you think they will wow us with a full remaster and new gameplay like 2018 Ragnarok, or am I just hopeful? This is my take on it. I'm not making a prediction. I'm just telling you what I would want. When you go back to an old game, I want a remake. I don't think a remaster of those God of Wars is worth doing. That's just my opinion. Everybody calm down. That's just my opinion. I don't think it's worth doing. If you're going to reach that far back in time, remake it. A $5 super chat from Luke Vaders, putting us 1 super chat away from confetti. I'm worried we might get a roadmap. Terrible idea if they do a roadmap. Support Reforge. I'm telling you, I do not like roadmaps. I don't. El Dunerino says they have to be remakes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when did the first God of War... That's your opinion, terrible one, but it's yours? But, Jake, when did the first one come out? Why is that a terrible opinion? God of War 1 release date. That's a 20-year-old game. 2005. That's a PlayStation 2 game. That's too long. Who wants to play a remaster of a 20-year-old game? It's going to look and feel like a 20-year-old game with a paint job. Like, ooh, the textures are a little bit better and the resolution is a little bit higher. Who gives a frick? Who cares? You would play? What's the market gonna respond to? That's the question you should be asking. Yeah, with the Soul Reaver stuff, those Soul Reaver remasters, they looked terrible. Sear makes it rain confetti. $5 super chat. The original Xbox roadmap was fan-made by Klob. I don't think Microsoft ever actually did that. They just encouraged it. Do I need to pull up the pictures here? What do you mean? Xbox 100% did it. I owe you guys a member from the super chats. That puts the member count to 311. If you guys want to affect the member goal or the confetti, it has to be a $5 super chat or higher. You can't do the $2 super chats. Those don't count towards it. And the reason I have to do it that way is because I end up gifting a member. So, yeah, Microsoft has made their own roadmaps and their own graphics. That's not on Klob. That's not on Klob. Like, oh, he started it. He did it. Microsoft's been doing it. It plays right into their Game Pass marketing mantra. Kay says the roadmap stuff is so exhausting. If you're on PlayStation, you already know what games are coming for the console. Not to mention, there may be a few surprises along the way. Ghost Death Stranding 2, Issa, ETC. I'm not sure what that last one is supposed to be. Klob started doing it because Microsoft was doing it. Yeah, I don't think he's the initiator there. But back to the question about God of War, remaster versus remake. Oh, Lost Soul aside. Oh, that's an LSA. I thought it was an ISA. Yeah. Ghost, Death Stranding, and Lost Soul aside, that's a solid lineup. I think we're getting a Venom. I think we're getting a surprise $40 Venom game. I don't think they'll announce it until the summer, though. I think Yotei is the first half of the year. I think Yotei's first half of the year. Oh, golly, what's going on in the back end of YouTube? Holy frick. Oh, there we go. It fixed itself. Like, I couldn't see any comments. Let me take a look at the poll. I'm actually going to take a look, too, at the back end here and see what's pulling people into the stream today. State of Play, PlayStation State of Play, that's the search volume. That's what I wanted to see. That's what we want. We do not want to get people for the individual games. If you guys found this video today because you were looking for the PlayStation State of Play, I will be co-streaming it. So keep it right here. Let's take a look at my poll here. And so, pause. This is not that kind of stream. This is a poll on YouTube. Right here. Which Xbox game is the most likely to be at the PlayStation State of Play tomorrow? Halo, Gears of War, Starfield, Hellblade 2. Starfield leading the pack. And funny enough, I think this is the least likely to be there. I think that's the least likely to be there. I don't think there's any Xbox games there, except for Doom. I think Doom will be there. But I don't think the rest will. No. Show poll. That's a different website. Yeah. I hate to disappoint you, but I don't have an OnlyFans. How was your vacation? It was great. It actually was. I think it was probably one of the best trips we've ever taken to Florida. It was like perfect. Perfect. It was a perfect amount of time. My sister-in-law and brother-in-law have a pool. It was heated. Oh, it was great. The kids had a blast. It was a perfect trip. I'm not talking to you, to producers who see this trailer from their iPhone out there. Huh? What you talking about? So producers, is your game ready to be in a state of play? What? You're talking crazy. Halo Master Chief Collection announced along with Halo skins for Helldivers 2. Listen. I don't think, and listen, I could end up being wrong here. Microsoft could have come to the table and wrote a real fat check to be included. I don't know. But here's what I'm going to tell you that I think. This is what I think. From PlayStation's side of the aisle, from PlayStation's view of marketing, I do not think they're going to say, you know what? We haven't said much in a while. We're going to have one of the longest state of plays we've ever done. It's close to a showcase length event. Let's include old Xbox games that are getting ported over. They have a blog with 20 new games coming this year. There's no reason to include those, to include older games. Now, unless it's something tectonic, like a Gears of War collection or a Halo, it's like, oh my gosh, like I could see them wanting to flex that, but I don't think you're going to see like a Forza or something like that, because like, I don't think that plays as strong as like, we want to say that 2025 is going to be a really strong year. Here are all the new games coming. The last way that you show a sign of strength for 2025 is focusing on old games getting ported over. Think about John Q. Public for just a minute. John Q. Public wants to be like, yo, PlayStation's got a killer lineup this year, so what are you going to do? Just a barrage of new games. You throw in something old and be like, what, you guys don't have enough games for me that you got to include Halo, Forza, Gear? You see what I'm saying? It could backfire. You would see it as a flex in the Twitter world and in the Twitter fighting, but to John Q. Public, it might look completely different to be like, Halo on PlayStation is a big deal. Not if it's old. Not if it's old. How do I feel about the Tomb Raider games? When they rebooted Tomb Raider, I love the first two. The third one was made by a different studio, and I did not like it. I didn't even finish it. I loved the first two. I thought they were fantastic, and I did not like the third one. You want to see more from Intergalactic? You're probably going to have to wait until the summer or later this year. The focus will be on Yotei. That's just how they market. Halo's a tectonic shift. Even John Q. Public would realize that. I will grant that point. I will grant the point that Halo is iconic enough that that announcement could serve the purposes of PlayStation by saying that really cements us as the best place to be this year. That I will concede that point, that the brand and the icon of Halo is worth a lot of weight in the mind of the marketing and the top of mind of like, oh my gosh, dude, PlayStation's the best place to be. You looking forward to Marathon? I hope it's great for y'all. I think Marathon's going to flop. I think Fair Games is going to flop as well. I don't think they have a chance. I think those games have incredibly short shelf lives, which PlayStation may be fine with, but worth a lot of weight for old people? No, I think in the market, Halo is viewed as Xbox's mascot and icon, and it coming to the other side, even to someone who doesn't like Halo, that's a big sign of like, oh, PlayStation's probably the best place to be. It's probably the best place to hang out. You don't even have to want to play it, right? Imagine, when PlayStation was landing big deals with like Call of Duty and stuff in the past. You didn't even have to be a fan of Call of Duty to know that was significant. One would think that Microsoft would want to announce that optics and all that. It won't be at a state of play. Doesn't serve PlayStation at all. I'm only willing to concede, Lobo, that Halo would help their optics of we're the king right now. This is where you want to game. Halo would help with that. The rest of the games, Starfield, Gears, Forza, Hellblade 2, no, I don't think so. I don't think those would land in a state of play like this. That doesn't seem to fit. So, Phil Spencer already said he's letting the studios announce the ports, but again, it's Phil. I mean, he said that last year. Tom Warren said on Blue Sky that April's going to be a really good month for PlayStation 5 gamers, and there are people that are theorizing in multiple directions about what that means. Does that mean that they're going to just push a bunch of games to PlayStation in that month? Are they going to announce a bunch of games coming to PlayStation in that month? So. Warhorse announces official modding support for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Is that only going to be on... Oh, man. Could we get mods on PlayStation? I don't like mods traditionally, but good golly, I would download that save mod instantly. Oh, if they did modding support for PlayStation, I'd be so excited. A $5 super chat from J Hart. Phil Spencer steps out with Halo-themed, like a WWE entrance. Thank you for the $5 super chat, J Hart. Phil also said they're happy to support the Switch too. Look at this peasant mod begging. I will own that. I am mod begging. I'm a mod beggar. I want that save mod for Kingdom Come Deliverance on PlayStation 5 so, oh my gosh. It's just sitting there installed on my PlayStation just mocking me. It's like, you want to come and play, don't you? You want to come and try and find Belladonna, don't you? Yeah, you're going to come in here and then you're going to waste your time. I'm going to kill you really, really slow like in the forest. And you're going to lose an hour of your evening. And you're going to question why you came back in. I hear all of that whenever I turn my PlayStation on. You have 22 Belladonna. You're lying. You're lying. Nobody has that much Belladonna. In this economy, accidental ASMR. That's right. You don't need Belladonna with that mod, though. That's truth. That's the truth. Just give me the save mod. Give it to me. I want it. Frick. One of the Game of the Year front runners, and I just can't do it, man. Can't do it. What's Belladonna? It's a flower in the game that if you find it, you can make your own save potions, which is it's really helpful. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's take another question here from Ula Tech. It's a great reason to be a member. And he says, do you think there will be Silent Hill F or other Silent Hill news? I can't really make a prediction in either direction for that. So, 30 hours in, have not brewed a single save potion, just bought a lot. Okay. Oh, that's fine. You high roller. I see you. You think we're going to get a GTA 6 trailer too? I do not think that GTA 6 will be at this event. I do not think that the GTA 6 trailer 2 will be at this event, and here's why. They will not, and this is just my own prediction based on what they've done up to now, they will not initiate marketing phase 2 until they're ready to cement the release date. And I believe that starts in the summer. Now, the summer could also be when they have to say, we got to delay the game. So I think you get one of two things in the summer. Marketing kicks off, GTA 6 release date finally shows up with trailer 2, and then we're in the marketing funnel, 5 to 6 months of marketing leading up to the game dropping in, October, September, whenever. I think it might land in the winter. I think it is going to get a teeny bump. But they aren't going to say a word until they can do that. They aren't. Do you want to know why? Because they would have. They would have rolled out a trailer that stressed fall of 2025 right before or right around that earnings call to really, cement and get the stock value and the share value cooking. But they didn't do that. That to me communicates that they are waiting. I think they're waiting. They're just waiting. They're like, we're not going to start the marketing, because starting the marketing right now and then having to delay, they don't want to do that. Screenshots or something, that's marketing. That's marketing funnel. Why is YouTube randomly throwing this on my front page? They're trying to put more members content, more members only content in front of you guys to stress what you can get as a member or what you do get as a member. I actually really appreciate that they're doing that, but it could be misfiring. Yeah. The show is at 5 p.m. Eastern, which is exactly 5 hours from now. 4.5 hours from now, we will go to a new broadcast so that you have this waiting room talk show and then just my co-stream of the event is like separate videos. So you guys will be a huge help. We love to co-stream events. The Xbox Developer Direct was a huge day for us last time, and we're having a huge day today. So thank you everybody who tunes in and supports the channel with your listenership, your patronage, your super chats, your memberships, all of that. We are just doing great today. And last time I had a big day like this, my computer crashed, and we are now on the new computer and streaming in AV1, streaming at a higher bit rate, streaming at a higher resolution. Higher quality broadcasts for you will help a showcase like today. The trailers and stuff will look better. They'll look cleaner and crisper than my shows in the past. Matt says, with friends and a wife who have only played on Xbox, it honestly worries me that the next years they will lose all their game saves and denounce consoles. She would have a hard time starting again. I think it's the YouTube chat memory leak thing is getting annoying on a busy day. It's crashing repeatedly. Periodically, Zubair, if you just toggle in and out of live chat, it should fix it. It's just the chat gets, I think that's what it is. Nicholas with a $2 super chat. GTA 6 trailer 2 is possible today. I do not think so, no. I do not think so. I just had that question. I do not think that, wait, what's this screenshot? What is this? What are you showing me here? 22 Belladonna? Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine, Dave. You want to come around here and you want to flex and brag, you go right ahead. Xbox isn't going anywhere. They will offer solutions for people that are invested. They still want their hardware money. Wolverine or Venom today? I believe Wolverine's next year, so no Wolvie. I believe Venom could be a surprise late this year that would likely show up in the summer as an announcement. I believe PlayStation's marketing strategy and pattern is Yotei's next up to bat. It will be the focus. It will get a lot of gameplay and a release date. That's what I think. I don't think they're going to start throwing out other first-party studios and games. Now, we've heard from a little birdie that there will be a new AAA game from a Sony studio and a new AAA game from a third-party studio. I think the new AAA game announcement could be Cory Barlog's sci-fi game, but that will then just be an announcement, kind of like Intergalactic, just like, hey, this is exciting. And then I think Intergalactic and Cory's game are their two big games for next year, along with Wolvie. They could have a triple. They could have a hat trick next year. They could. This year, the hat trick seems to be Yotei, Death Stranding 2, Lost Soul aside. That seems to be their three big ones for this year. And maybe they throw in that fourth surprise. Maybe we get, like I said, like a Venom game for like $40 or $50. If you guys haven't hit the like button, do it. If you haven't hit the $sign at the bottom of the chat, do it. You might have a renewal to celebrate. Yeah, Jason Stewart is saying, massive night tonight. Can't wait. Lots riding on it. I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. They must have some big things then. They've got to have some big announcements then. Yeah. Let's check the question queue here. Willie Kale says, did someone mention a Horizon co-op game yesterday, or is that supposed to be the MMO that got canceled? The MMO did not get canceled. That was falsely reported. The Horizon co-op game is a separate game. So the MMO is being built by NCSoft, and it is a mobile and PC game. I don't know if it's coming to PS5. That'd be weird if it doesn't, but so that is that. The MMO is different. It's still being made. The co-op game, the Horizon multiplayer game, is being built by Guerrilla. That is also still going forward. We don't have any timeline on either of those. Avoid NCSoft games like The Plague. I've heard that. So, yeah. I actually think, I didn't put this in the show open, but it just kind of struck me. That Helldivers is celebrating their 1-year anniversary. I mean, they might be there with something. It might be time. It might be time for like the, hey, we got some big things coming. We got some big changes coming, some big updates, right? They don't need a 2.0 moment, but I've been saying like a 2.0 moment for Helldivers I think would be significant. Like restructuring and reordering the war bonds. Yeah. Their 1 year anniversary could mean that they're there for new content purposes for the new, the next year 2. They could be there to talk about year 2, maybe they get a little 5-minute segment. Yeah, I forgot about them. Yeah, I just booted up last night and collected my medals. I got like 160. I was like, whew, nothing like wasting medals in that game because you haven't played in a while. So yeah. I'm just here to say Bale from Elden Ring is an a-hole, that's all. Carry on. Can't believe Sony had an outage, the first outage in the history of services on the internet ever. It's not like outages are just part of life and complicated space magic. Nope, Sony is trash. Yes. I'm going to get rid of all of my PlayStations now because of the outage that they had. Yeah. Perfect Image asks a question. Not to be funny, Lono, but if Xbox didn't exist, wouldn't it be just Sony and Steam? Why does everybody forget about Nintendo? Why does everybody forget about Nintendo? It's like, I feel like people watch it's like you're watching a wrestling match, And one of the people in the wrestling match leaves the match. And they're like, well, there's only one person left. And Godzilla is out in the streets going, excuse me? Am I a joke to you? Like, Nintendo is gigantic. Wait, Mike Straw of Insider Gaming? What's he saying? Mike Straw says, was in the final round of interviews for a pretty cool job. Unfortunately, it was passed over. Feel like these continue to be signs I need to just continue to focus on Insider Gaming and my own work and just put more even into it. Do it. Do it, Mike. I like his work over there at Insider Gaming. He does good work. I think the gaming community needs to throw their full weight of support behind Insider Gaming. I do. I think they're a bastion of good reporting, good standards, and I think Tom Henderson has a spine, and I think he's got integrity. I do. I think the gaming community should completely throw their full weight of support behind Insider Gaming and stop reading. Don't click on, don't follow, don't open a single article from IGN. They're a dishonest tabloid at this point. I would throw your full weight of support behind them. Retweet their stuff, read their articles, watch their videos, watch their podcasts. I think the gaming community would be better for it if they did that. So you can quote me on that. Xstasis joined them. Tom Hendy's always been nice to me, and a lot of people in the industry have a lot of reasons to just cold shoulder me, because of all the crap that people say about me. But he's always been kind to me. So, and he even told me once, I got a little irritated because I broke a story, and then a couple weeks later, everybody started running with it, and I was irritated. And he DM'd me. He was like, "Hey, if you want credited for stuff like this, there's ways to go about it." Like, it was actually, I think, a kind gesture from him. So I think their standard of reporting is quite good. Captain America Brave New World debuts at 54% on Rotten Tomatoes. Who could have seen this coming? That's not even like a brigaded user score. That's the review outlets. That's a oof. That's 41 reviews. That's a pretty good chunk of reviews already. Superhero movies are done? Oh, I don't think so. You just gotta do it right. I think there's good stuff coming. First reactions were super mixed. I'd say a 54% is, yeah. Mm-hmm. Reforge Roast? Top-notch coffee. Yeah, if you're a coffee drinker, you can check out ReforgeRoast.com. The channel's Reforge Gaming, and this is not a sponsor. I pay for this and fund this, have it shipped to my house, and then we send it to you guys. Looks like Netflix has picked up the Halo TV show and will start streaming next month. Just let that show die. Now, if Netflix wanted to reboot it, I'd be interested. Why would they pick up the streaming rights to Halo? Who's even watching that anymore? You think there's going to be something about Monhunt Wilds? I think Monhunt Wilds is going to be included in the show, but don't they have an event coming up? It might be very limited. What's your level of excitement for the Captain America Black Panther game? It looks really good. The thing that they put, the one trailer they put out, it being an Unreal is always a concern for me. You know, Unreal 5 is, it's getting better, but I'm like apprehensively excited. Like, yeah, that looked pretty good. It's not, there's no such thing as superhero fatigue, just bad movie fatigue. Yeah, I agree with that. The PlayStation State of Play will start in about 4.5 hours. Now, we will go to a new stream in about 4 hours, and we'll just kind of wait. This is just a waiting room to hang out. So, if you've never been here before, let me do a little introduction. The name of the channel is Reforge Gaming, and I do uploads, and I do live streams like this where it's just discussion format. It's variety gaming coverage. I am safe for work, so a lot of people throw me on in the background of their day, Monday through Friday, and they listen to this like a radio show or a podcast. You don't got to worry about me like cursing and swearing. If you want to support the channel directly, there's an entire second half of the channel that you can't see unless you're a paying member. $6 a month is the member tier you want to pick. It's called Member Plus, and it gets you into the second half of the channel. We open up every day with morning coffee, just for members. We end every day with the green room. That's just for paying members. There's a Friday afternoon stream where I play games with you guys. There's a Friday evening stream where my wife joins me. You get a lot of extra content if you decide to support the channel directly with a Member Plus. And you can see right there, Joe Pesci just hit 18 months. That's how long people have been paying. I mean, there's a lot of people that have been members for a long time. That bumps the line to 312. If you can't afford a membership, hang out, chat, hit like, and you may get a gifted membership. I've already gifted some members today, and people go a little crazy here. What am I doing, the Jimmy Neutron cosplay? Right now. Right now. It doesn't even fit in the Zoom. Sick shirt, thank you. Oh yeah, we also do a town hall every Friday in the Discord. There's a members only town hall where you can kind of express what you like and don't like about what we do here and give feedback on better things we could do or things we could change. So, needs more gray. It's getting there. I got a nice streak going on this side. I like it. And a VIP renewal from Mick Pratt says, welcome back. Thank you so much, Mick. Getting us to 313. Just inching along. Inching along. You do have a bit of gray rogue in your hair, or is it natty? No, this is just my hair changing color. My beard's getting gray as well. Right in here. I'm getting gray on here. I love it. Keithius with 22 months and 31 months from Mark sets up a real tantalizing bait. 315. We're a 10 gifted member bomb away from 325. Keithius does 22 months. Mark does 31 months. And he says, love it here. Wish I was off today to hang out all day. Thanks for the great coverage. Thank you. And a single gifted comes in from Joe Pesci Batman. If you guys get a gifted membership, man, be sure to say thank you to the people that did it. You can always upgrade that membership for $1. Upgrade for $1 and get into more content. Salt and pepper, I love it, dude. I'm never coloring it out. I think it looks bad when people color it out. My beer is almost pure white at this point. It's salt and a little bit of pepper. There you go. Darnell says, what Marvel games are you looking forward to? And what Marvel games do you think have a chance of getting shown today? Blade, Captain Panther, Iron Man. No Blade, too early. Yeah, too early for Blade. Too early for Wolverine. Captain Panther, I don't know, maybe. I feel like those are going to be at bigger showcases, like in the summer. Iron Man, probably still too far out. PlayStation's going to be touchy with Marvel content that isn't theirs. Venom is a maybe. I think there's a Venom game. I think it's going to be like $40 or $50. It'll be a surprise late this year, but that's probably going to show up in the summer or later. Right now, I think the focus will be Yotei. That's just how their marketing typically goes. Yotei is next up at bat, and it'll get the focus. I think we're going to get gameplay and a release date today. That's just kind of the pattern. $100 in Google ad credit for you. Refer a business? I can't refer a business to Google ads. What are you talking about? How would I even do that? You're a handsome guy, 3 to 4 months bulking and cutting, and you'd be a beast. I've always been able to, in the past, like hit the weights and quickly get. I don't bulk up. I'm not built that way, but like some nice definition. I wish I had time. I've got weights in the house. I can do it in the morning, but that schedule is tight. I want them to say something about Death Stranding 2. Kojima announced he will be at South by Southwest for a panel. So Death Stranding 2 could be there, but maybe a little bit more limited. They already showed a ton of Death Stranding 2, if we're honest. They've shown a lot. That one trailer is super long. I'm telling you, it's Yotei's time. It's Yotei's turn to take center stage. You're new to the chat. Well, welcome. Glad that you're here. Thanks for joining us today. Starting getting gray hair at age 22. I'm 45, and I embrace the gray. I didn't start getting gray until my 40s. I'm 43. They just dropped an Assassin's Creed new gen feature. What's good, cuz? Where'd they drop it? Is it like a YouTube video or is it like a Twitter thing? Ouch. Oh, PlayStation did 23 minutes ago. Captured on PC. Okay. Interesting that PlayStation would upload this trailer, but let's take a look at what we got. Hang on. Holy crap. There we go. Much better. What are we looking at? Day, night? Oh my gosh. This is a pretty game. It's a pretty game. I'm really hoping this game surprises everybody. The previews were mixed. There were some people that were like, this is great. This is, oh, you can rebind everything. Multi-language support. And there were others that were a little tepid to it. It's a new generation of the Anvil engine. Okay. Dynamic seasons. Unique gameplay possibilities. Oh, so in the winter you can do different things like knock down the... Oh, and that's right. You can walk across water in some sections in the winter. I remember them saying that. Man, this game is pretty. Jiminy. I really hope it plays well. GJX said it wasn't at the level of a Tsushima or a Sekiro, but said it was the best Assassin's Creed he had played. Like it was the best feeling Assassin's Creed. Available March 20. So they just trotted that trailer out. I still think that means they could be at the event. What if you can lead people away with snow tracks? Oh, that would be so cool. Like if they're looking for you, they're like, oh, there's tracks right here. That would be dope. Haddigan says, did you see the grift? People are mad that you can attack Japanese NPCs, but you cannot attack Europeans with Yasuke. People are desperate. I think my favorite was the clip of the guy who voluntarily took his character into like a religious site and just started tearing the place apart. And they were like, this is so disrespectful. And I was like, we need to just start asking people if they're retarded. Like I'm like, what? The guy voluntarily went in and did it. Like the player just chose to do it. It was like, you can do that in so many games. What's the problem here? Like, they're just every single grifter out there. It's like they're so hungry to hate. They're feeding off of hate. It's just, ugh. I just don't get it at all. I don't get it at all. This is what's happening. It's becoming difficult to respond to things like that. If you have even like a moderate amount of intelligence, it's so hard to respond to it because it's so stupid. It's like it shuts you down. It's like it shuts my brain down. I'm like, huh? Like it's so incredibly dumb that you don't even know how to respond to it. It's at such a low level of intelligence. It's quite literally so dumb that I struggle to respond. I'm like, what? You can do that in Tsushima? Yeah, you can do that in any open world game where they let you just kind of do whatever you want. It's a shock to your brain to try to understand it. Right. It's like when you listen to somebody who, is struggling to speak in their non-native language, and you have like a hard time understanding what they're saying. It's like, can you say it again? It's like they're communicating on such a strange wavelength. I'm like, I don't even know how to respond. You're so dumb that I don't know how to respond to your dumbness. Every game's woke. Kingdom Come Deliverance is failing and flopping because, all 1 million people aren't playing at once. Like, gee, many Christmas. Full on brain rot. Lunch with, yo, what's good, Dylan? Getting ready for State of Play? That's right. What Game Pass come to PSN? Xbox is dead? I mean, I don't think Xbox is dead. I think the brand and the company and the identity is just completely and utterly shifted. I'm glad Rockstar has the ability and the money to back these kinds of projects, because without Rockstar's help, I don't think we'd be getting a Max Payne 1 and 2 remake. Oh, wasn't that announced like just today or something? I thought I saw something like that on Twitter. When I was good at PvP games back in the day, the most dangerous players to me were the absolute noobs, because I couldn't make sense of what they were doing because it didn't make sense. You couldn't predict it. Yeah, I remember having those experiences, Zubair. Like, you'd be playing a game and you're like, this guy's moving so stupidly. It's like it breaks your expectations. You're like, what do I do? Oh, and he gets you, and you're like, oh, what? It's like easier to play at people that are at your level. It's easier because there's more. You can more predict what they're going to do. Nah, Xbox is dead. It's the next Sega third-party helper. So you made your account a month ago, and that's your contribution to today's chat. Did I not give you enough clips today? It's 12:30. I've been streaming for 2 hours. Kind of feel like I've given you enough content for Twitter. Is the ad revenue that bad all of a sudden? Is it? Is it taking a bit of a dip? I know January's tough. I know January's tough. The ad revenue dips a bit. It does. So I've been working overtime, trying to give you guys clips so you can make rent. It's true. He was gonna slow. He was gonna slow spell a hard R, brother. It's gonna take you that's a lot of letters, man. That's a lot of letters, my man. You're not gonna be fast enough. You know what I'm saying? Trying to drop a hard R, and he's like, one letter at a time. Oh, golly. You ever go night-night? Like, maybe that's what he was trying to type. Maybe he's trying to type night-night. We will never know. I must admit, I do like the console war banter, but it's defo tongue-in-cheek with me. I don't care what anyone else plays. Yeah, I mean, I do think that it's gotten to the point where it's fun to get the little jabs in and to have the banter, but I have a hard time with falsehood. It's why I got so irritated with that guy this morning calling Carrie Patel a diversity hire. Like, I don't have any respect for you. You're just a lying grifter. You posture as an intellectual, and you are the antithesis of intellectual. You're the antithesis of someone with integrity. Calling somebody who's been in the company for 11 years and has been in their current director position for 5 years, calling them a diversity hire? Good golly. Like, bankrupt. You are bankrupt saying stuff like that. Nothing in the bank. Account zero. Hopefully the ad revenue is worth lying. You know? I hope the ad revenue is worth selling your soul. You know? Hopefully it's good enough to just flat out lie about people. Hopefully it pays good money and it can make you feel good about being a total scumbag. Sometimes I hear you speak, Lono, and I'm like, this guy would be such a good lawyer. You got that juice. I don't think I'd be a good lawyer. I don't know. A lot of lawyers hang out here, but I don't know if I'd be a good lawyer. I think I'd be too emotional. Last question in the question queue from Mick D09 says, have you heard anything else about the Kojima and Jordan Peele game? No. We haven't. Lono skill sets being properly used. That's Zubair's lawyer speak for, yeah, let him stay over there. Well, you better stay put. You better stay put, little man. I did actually, in middle school, we did a mock trial. And I did have my teacher tell my parents, like, he could do this. Even at that age, I was a little spitfire debater, arguer, you know. Yo, it's good. Dazaster. 4 hours. In 4 hours, the PlayStation State of Play 2025. In 4 hours, we will be going to a new stream to wait for it. It starts in 4.5 hours. So. Ooh. Have you seen the new First Ascendant update coming tomorrow? The hot springs that you can sit in bikinis? Somebody retweeted and said something like, culture or gaming is healing. And I'm like, okay. Disagree. Your logic's too good. You understand argumentation and catch flaws really well. Just me complimenting you. No, Churchery, I took it as a compliment. I appreciate that. I do. I enjoy a good debate. I enjoy finding logical fallacies and contradictions and faulty premises. I love it. It's fun. I enjoy it. It's not all that challenging in this environment because a lot of people just argue from pure emotion or pure opinion, which is fine. But yeah. Lone, I have a small request. Try to minimize DMCA music so I can watch the VOD when I get home tonight. I don't have any control over that, Broken. You know? I do appreciate that you're not a dumb. It's refreshing. Zubair's like, if we put like, those commercials where they put up like all the compliments about the video game or the movie, it would be like refreshingly not stupid, Zubair. He's refreshingly not an idiot. Oh, it's great. That's high praise. At least Lono acknowledges the subject. He's a dumb. I am the first to say I don't know anything about that. Yeah, I'm a dum-dum when it comes to that. You know, I'm dum-dum. You know, Waldo Emerson has been credited saying that every man is a genius in an area that I am not, and in that I learn from him. And I think that's just the best posture you can take. It's like, the tradesmen especially, I have such a high degree of respect for. You come into my home and you're a genius in that environment. Electrical work, plumbing work. I'm like, dude, the lights turn on. You know, that's my, that's where it ends for me, boys. You know? If you see people that way, I think you elevate their station. You know, you can appreciate and respect them more, you know. I have a high level of respect for plumbers and car mechanics. It's like, you are a genius. I don't know any of this stuff. In 2 weeks, I'll be singing my own version of U2, with or without you, in front of a bunch of people. I love music so much. Hey, man, get it. Attack it. My dad's horrible at spelling, but he can fix a car and build a full house inside and out. There you go. He's a genius in that realm. I would be like, this is a hammer. What do I do with it? Like, that's where my knowledge ends. You know, humility's not putting yourself down. It's recognizing everyone else's strengths. Yeah, this isn't like a false sense of humility. Like, in some realms, I'm as sharp as it gets. In other realms, nope. Nuh-uh. No, it's not my area. Still bummed about the new Captain America movie. You start getting into reshoots and just, it's never good. It's never good. What game is coming out at the end of the year? I'm not sure what you're asking, Arkham Knight. Are you asking about games in general, or are you just saying, are you speaking to the fact that, like, we don't know any release dates beyond, like, September because of GTA 6? Is the movie bad or just not good? The reviews are sounding like bad. Yeah. Not great results at all. Rotten Tomatoes is in, like, the 50%. That's bad for a mainline Marvel. Good night, that's bad. Mafia game? No, Mafia the Old Country is currently slated for the summer. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Oh, golly. Hang on, I gotta read something really quick here. Okay. More whispers in the wind. We may be seeing fair games today. More whispers in the wind. Could be seeing it. Sounds like they're entering a phase where marketing would be potentially starting. If not now, based on what I was just told, maybe summer we'll start seeing it. Yeah. Red Dead 3, I'll be wearing diapers at that point and blind. Grubby got jokes. Missy Elliott predicted, Missy Elliott predicted this in her song Work, is where she said it is worth it. Let me work it. I put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. The new Switch 2 patent appears to suggest the controllers can be inserted upside down, allowing players to rotate the console and change the position of the headphone and the USB ports. Oh, because they're magnetic. So you could just go, you could take them off and rotate the screen and slap them back in if you want the ports positioned differently, depending on like if you're plugging it in to charge it. That's nice. Happy Cloud Gamer says, I travel much and I enjoy the Switch, but I am tempted to buy a Steam Deck. But now the Switch 2 is coming out, so I'm not sure. I might buy the Switch 2. Lono did not put his heart in that read at all. That was awful. You must listen to the song for the correct cadence and delivery. Okay. You guys can see me, right? You can see me. The camera is working, isn't it? Okay. I don't know. I don't know if I could do much better than I did. I don't know. I don't know, bro. You know, I can practice. Yeah, I can put a little practice in, but it might not change the quality all that much. Okay, so. I'm not like Chris Pratt, who can suddenly just go into, like, you know, full-on rapping every lyric of an Eminem song. Like, you know what I'm saying? Stretch goal. Lono dressed in a garbage bag singing Missy Elliott. No. So. I don't see color, Lono, mostly because your white under the studio lights is blinding to me. Brogan Lobo says, please don't. Please don't. Like I said, you got to know what you're good at and what you're not good at. You know what I mean? Like, there's just some things that, you know, I can go on a full-on rant and you can put me in the rap song, but don't ask me to rap, you know. You got to know your skill sets, boys. I just bust out laughing in my cubicle. You guys can see me, right? That's what I'm saying, dude. Y'all can see me, right? All right, what's this from Starfield? What's Starfield saying? Watch the Lone Star Freedom mission launch live at Cape Canaveral later this February. This historic mission will send first data center to the moon. There's only 1 day left to enter our sweepstakes. Cool. I thought it was going to be something about the game. Yeah. All right. Oh no, don't let the short man rap. And no, nobody can see you. You don't show in the camera. Where are you? This guy said, repent to God. I do every day. Thanks for contributing to chat. Lono, with Kendrick Lamar reference early, now Missy Elliott rap album confirmed? Yes. Yes. I will, as the kids say, I will be delivering bars. You know? Everybody's asking me for a Snickers because I deliver the bars. I think that'll probably be in my first song. You know? You know they're out here asking me for Snickers because I delivered the bars. Lonu's Tiny Turtlehead gifted a member and bumping the line to 317. Thank you so much. We are 8 away. We are 8 away from me owing you guys some more members. Thank you so much. You remember how you were talking about how people can say crap so dumb that it makes your brain hurt? I'm experiencing that right now. Lono out here sounding whiter and whiter. Oh, holy mackerel. Yo, what's good, MM2K? As the kids say, deliver the bars. That's right. No, man. man. It's drop bar. You got to drop bars. No. I deliver them. That would make for fantastic content, you know? Somebody trying to launch my rap career. You can't say it that way, dude. I'm going to. Is there a way to refund members, says Sorcerer? You know that works better when you don't practice it with, as the kids say. Yo, Ruthless Blackskin drops a 9-month re-up and gets us to 318. Thank you so much, Ruthless Blackskin. I did not wake up expecting rap from Lono today. I am not disappointed. Lono's a timed exclusive. That's right. That's right. We got a question here from another member. SDO says, what about the exclusive Batman game rumor? Is it coming up at the showcase? Oh, no. No. I don't know about the rumor. I do know that Rocksteady's like, apparently that's what their next project. There won't be any marketing for that anytime soon. Yeah. What? It thought James was trying to post a link? Where? Oh, it's my rap name. When everyone started saying Shadow Drop, I was gutted. It's my rap name. You could say he's the great deliverer. I think I need to go watch Kendrick Lamar now after watching this whiteness. He says go fetch some Gatorade or something. That's like my favorite part. Go fetch some Gatorade or something. I'm like, that's juicy. Okay. Is Phantom Blade Zero going to be there? I do not think so. I think Phantom Blade Zero will likely show up in the summer and announce their release date. Phantom Blade Zero has indicated that they're announcing their release date this year. It's slated for next year, 2026. So I think they'll be there in the summer. Yeah, they'll probably have a release date trailer for whatever PlayStation does in the summer, or maybe after. Yeah. Maybe after. Lono's handle would have to be too short. I don't know. I kind of like Lonostradamus. That's pretty good, you know. I mean, that's my nickname from the streets out here talking about video games. Bummer you want the demo. There's an interesting thing about that. Mr. What is that? 1D? Yeah, 1D, Mr. 1D. There's an interesting thing about that. It looks like the game is like ready when you look at the footage, right? Apparently, there's a different development style at studios like that, and they build out like a vertical slice, like really extensively. So like the boss fights and stuff that you're seeing, it's just a vertical slice of the game, and then they go crazy in that slice. And I think what it allows them to do, I think it allows them to experiment a little bit more. His first album is Straight Out of Ohio. That's right. I grew up on the mean streets of Canton, riding a Huffy. So you know that first album is going to be, it's going to be fire. I lived on a dead-end street and had a Huffy, and it was blue. So y'all know the kind of life I lived. Y'all know where I come from. Oh man. No, I never hung out with Reliant K, but we went to their shows when they were a little bit more like punk rock. When they went more pop punk, we stopped liking them. Rich Rod with the $5 super chat. Lono drops heat, gaming's elite, Reforge crew can't be beat. Hot takes fly. Truth runs deep. Level up. No time for sleep. That's not bad. That's pretty good. Bill Burr getting wider by the second. That's right. Flash from the past for Lion K. Yeah. Can we get 25 more likes on the video? Guys, double check it's saving your likes. Sometimes I'm like, hey, hit the like button, and like it doesn't move. So double check you've done that ritual. Every time you come in, make sure you hit the like button. Super, super helpful. Also hit the $ and double check to see if you have any membership renewals. We're near another milestone. And if you do decide to pick up your own membership, make sure you pick Member Plus. It's $6. Dr. Senshu says, stay away from the actual PlayStation stream chat. It's a dumpster fire. You can watch it here in a much more controlled environment. Number one, thank you for the $5 super chat. And hang out here, Hang out here. And 26 months from Jenny, thank you so much. Gets us to 319. Big State of Play leak. I'm not listening to that. I don't even. Who are you, Pandai? But yeah. What were we talking about? Yeah, we were talking about Phantom Blade Zero. Yeah, they do like vertical slices. So I think that allows them to be more experimental. And you can go a little crazier because it's like, if we can get this to work in the vertical slice, well, then we can get it to work in the main game instead of trying to build like your systems out, more broadly. So I personally hope the show Marathon, Bungie's not revealing new information about the game. Yeah, Mr. Cheese, I don't know about Marathon being there. Man, this thing is jacking up today. There we go. I don't know about Marathon being there, but my thought before today was that live service, the water's gotten a little tepid, but PlayStation's going full steam ahead. Like they're not faltering from their live service plans, even though they canceled some games. So I think YouTube needs to fix something with the bottom on the live stream. I almost always forget to do it if the host doesn't say it. Yeah, that's just common. They like people to ask for likes, I think. Marathon will be shown today. I mean, maybe. The last time we saw Fair Games, Marathon, and Concord was the showcase in 2023, and they were all cinematic trailers. Will we see Wolverine today? No, I do not think so. I do not think so. I think that the way that PlayStation markets, Yotei's next up to bat, and it'll be the primary focus. Other first-party titles will not have that strong of a presence like that. A $5 super chat from Your Marvel Rivals. Love the thumbnail. Do you think we get a Starfield PS5 announcement? Dot gonna sing us to us in the bathroom again. Joking, of course. Thank you for the super chat. We're now one away from more confetti. Thank you for all the super chats. And Joker Quinn sets up a really easy dunker. He's trying to tempt somebody to do a 5-bomb to 325, and then I'll owe you 5, and then Grubby's going to come in and make it an Agent of Chaos, and he bumps the line to 321. Somebody 5 bombs, I'll 5-bomb with you. We can tag team this together. I was only saying that because Marathon's like the only live service game, because Helldivers I mess with, because I like the trailer. It seems cool to me. I think Marathon's gonna struggle. I've consistently said that I think Marathon and Fair Games will flop because I don't think there's market demand for a competitive heist game. I don't think you can do a PvP VE extraction game and charge $40 for it. You know what I mean? Rich Rod says, Lono so gangsta, Colts a wankst. Oh, stop. Lono will have you thinking about cremation. Yeah, I'm going to ask you to stop. I was doing it in a way that was clearly tongue-in-cheek. They're going to show off Fair Pony, Ghost of Pony, also Pony of Us 2, and Call My Pony. Huh? If Bungie had any brains, they would shelve Marathon and ramp support back up for Destiny and wait until people want extraction shooters again. I think that there, for whatever reason, there is this, like, gold rush for extraction games. There's so many of them coming out. So many. I don't understand it. I don't. I'm not quite sure what the motivation is. You know, maybe again they're just trying to avoid the saturation of the battle royale. I don't know. If they're trying to avoid the saturation of the battle royale, it makes sense. But man, oh man, they're all going to start stepping on each other's toes. I think we're seeing another gold rush for whatever reason. You know, publisher studios and developers have decided that, you know, the big untapped potential right now is extraction shooters, you know. Fire shirt, thank you. Game dev isn't on demand. You have to plan these things out meticulously. I liked what Hiroki Totoki said. To me, it speaks to the idea that they're going to be doing like these gates, like these checkpoints. Here's what I think they need to do. I think you need to develop a concept and get sort of like a playable version of a game, and you put it into the consumer's hands, and you start gathering feedback. Because I think that's going to protect you from like ground level mistakes that turn into tectonic level mistakes. Do you see? So imagine a lot of the mistakes they made in like Diablo 4. If Diablo 4 would have been in the hands of the players much earlier, just Act 1, what that would have done to the skill trees and everything in that game that ended up looking, you know, I don't know if it's the 4070 Ti, but your shirt looks like it's made out of the finest silk. It's not. It's just a really, really good print. It's just a really good print job. It's a cotton shirt, you know? But that's what I think. I've been a huge proponent of early access. I think early access protects you quite a bit. How do I buy my membership myself? I know you've explained it before, but I'm just lost trying to figure it out. There's an upgrade command that I'm going to type, and it'll put something in chat that should walk you through how to do it. So click that link that shows up in chat and see if it doesn't let you change your tier or upgrade to Member Plus. I've been told by my my partner manager at YouTube, they're trying to make that easier. So hopefully that flow gets better and better. We're having a really hard time getting people to upgrade, and I probably have 10 people a week that are like, I tried and I can't do it. And it's like, oh golly, we could have probably hit some of our goals by now. But there are people that just give up trying because it doesn't let them. We won't see anything on Kingdom Hearts 4. We're getting GTA 6 Trailer 2 before another look at Kingdom Hearts 4. Yeah, I don't think the GTA 6 Trailer 2 shows up until the summer, and that's only if it hasn't been delayed. I think summer is their make or break fork in the road. It's either getting a delay announcement or a release date. So, making a successful live service game is unbelievably difficult. The big ones you can count on one hand, really. The Wheel Time season 3 trailers here. Do we have a date, Mick D09? When's it coming back? There's a lot of good shows coming. We got the next season of Andor. We got next season of Stranger Things. Wheel of Time. I enjoyed Wheel of Time. I know a lot of people were really critical of it. I thought it was great. I enjoyed it. I've read the books and I didn't appreciate some of their choices, but I thought it still worked well. We'll see Crysis 4. Crysis 4 has been put on hiatus. Crytek just did layoffs. Your poll suggests a whole slate coming state of play, no PlayStation games. No, that's not what my poll suggests. No. I'll read the phrasing to you and help you out here. Let me help you out here. Which Xbox game is the most likely to be at the PlayStation State of Play tomorrow? Right? Which one? Which one of these is the most likely? I don't think any of these will be there, by the way. I don't think any of those will be there. I'm saying if they have one show up, which one do you think's the most likely? I don't think any of them are there, by the way. I don't think PlayStation's going to use a 40-plus minute state of play to talk about old games getting ported. I think there are 20 games on that blog. They've got a lot of games coming this year, right? They're like, hey, here's all the great games coming in 2025. There's 20 games. Why are they going to waste any breath on old games getting ported? I just don't think that fits within the marketing purview of the company. I could be wrong. We'll know very shortly. I think Nintendo Switch 2 getting a summer window with Mario Kart 9 in September, GTA 6 trailer, and the PR will boost from September to fall the release of GTA 6. I'm not connecting anything logical there. I think are you drawing connections between those two things, or are you just predicting when those things are going to land? I think the most likely Xbox published title to be there is going to be Doom: The Dark Ages. It's on their blog post. If I see another thing about Monster Hunter Wilds during this event, I think Monster Hunter Wilds might be there. They just started pushing out a bunch of, promotional videos on the PS5 Pro enhancements for Monster Hunter Wilds. So it's like, they're getting ready to show up at the thing. I don't know. What about Tlu Season 2 new preview? I think they've done trailers of these events for the show, haven't they? Yo, it's good, gamer boy. Life's treating me great, dude. I'm having a great day. We're having a ball. I love this. I love getting to do this with you guys. I've been in 2 months. I'll hit my 10-year anniversary of being a live streamer, and 5 years covering one game and 5 years doing variety has been, well, about 4 years of variety actually, but still, it's been a bit of a trip. Gotcha. Sorry, I missed you saying that about PS not having any ports, and I went to see Perks, but there's no area to upgrade. I'm on mobile. You got to do it on a PC. Yeah, doing it on mobile is a nightmare. It apparently is easier on Android now. If you want to do it on mobile, you got to leave the app and go incognito and request the desktop site. Been a long journey. We're not even done, dude. Like halfway there. PlayStation is inviting content creators to test live service games for feedback. They are not doing early access for the general audience. What evidence do you have of this? If you're speaking about Marathon, that's something that Bungie's done for a long time. I don't know if that's a PlayStation initiative, though. If anything, it won't be during the live stream, but something for it releasing on HBO Max channels the same day. JC says iPhone makes it very difficult. It does. People invited. And can you tell me invited to play what, though? Because, again, if it's Marathon, that's a Bungie initiative. Bungie's been doing that for a while. I don't think that's a PlayStation initiative. Do you know of people directly invited to play, like Fair Games? That's it for now. Oh, Horizon. Okay, well, that's good. Do I have any bold predictions for the show? I think my boldest prediction is Yotei gameplay with the release date. I'm pretty firm on that one. I don't have anything super bold outside of that. I don't think GTA 6 Trailer 2 is there. I don't think any of the Xbox ports will be there. I don't know if those are bold. I think my boldest prediction is Yotei gameplay with a release date. I just got on Destiny, people dressing up Star Wars. I mean, Destiny has lost its soul. I mean, it is just not even the same game. There was a time where I went through a bit of a journey with Destiny, right? Like, I missed playing it and covering it. And then I got to a point where I didn't really miss covering it all that much, but I did miss playing it. And then when my wife jumped in brand new, I was like, I don't think I miss playing this. And then I looked at a lot of the stuff recently, and I'm like, oh man, I don't feel anything for that game anymore. It's not even like apathy. It's just indifference. It's like, it's just another game now. You know? Just another game like out of the frame. I'd love to see Max Payne 1 and 2 remake teaser trailer, but I think it's most likely going to show up at the Summer Game Fest in June. A teaser of the new Uncharted, you would cry. That could be one of the new AAA games there. Most recent Destiny update has been getting a lot of positive feedback. I was surprised. Yeah, I mean, I still think they're going to make a Destiny 3. I think that's what PlayStation wants out of them. I was going to play the new Destiny episode, realized I had to sign up for months of grinding on the season pass for access to the story, and I noped out. I hadn't bought DLC for that game in a long time. I was going to buy the newest expansion, but I saw how short it was. It severely needs a reboot, says Hellstorm. Too much bloat, missing content. Last of Us Part 3 gameplay? No. I'm not trying to be rude or dismissive, but no, absolutely not. Naughty Dog's next game is Intergalactic, and I don't think it'll be main stage with gameplay or a release date anytime soon. Yotei's next in line. It'll get the most of the focus. And, oh, you weren't being serious. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, they didn't even, I don't even think they're doing any full development on TLU 3 just yet. They've not even moved into full development. Control, the new Control. Yo, S. John Wallace with a $5 super chat makes the confetti rain, and I owe you guys a member. I'm going to reset the super chat goal. We're going to slowly walk to 325 with me doing it. 322, there it is. I owe you guys a single member every time we hit that super chat goal, and this is the one time you can make me add to the total. So thank you so much, S. John Wallace. He said no like Phil Spencer said it. Yeah, just no. No. Games with a 10-year plan almost never work out. There actually was not a 10-year plan for Destiny. That was something a content creator started. That verbiage did not originate from Bungie. Bungie said, I believe at the time it was Mark Noseworthy, he said they could envision it being a game that you would play for 10 years. And they did have a 10-year contract, but there was no 10-year plan. Single Gifted comes in from your Marvel rivals and gets us 2 away, and then a renewal from Perfect Image. I love the Switch. I play one with my daughter. I'm getting a second. I'm just focusing on Xbox. If Xbox didn't exist, who would get the games more? Oh, I don't know. Probably PlayStation. Your Marvel rival says, if I can't get mine upgraded, at least I'm going to give it to someone. Hey, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thanks for that intel. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I covered that game extensively, and the 10-year plan thing was a very, very strange exercise in false headcanon. That became a really, it was so weird. The false headcanon around the Destiny 10-year plan. It literally didn't originate from Bungie. It was extrapolated from their comments, like Mark Noseworthy being like, we really built a game that we were imagining you could play this game for 10 years. And they had a 10-year contract with Activision. And people extrapolated from that, there's a 10-year plan. And it's like, there's no way. They made it, by the way. They made it 10 years. But there was no way they were going to be able to have a 10-year plan. It would have changed so much. It would have changed so much over the years. I love it already. Love what? Welcome in, by the way, Jennifer. Good to see you. I bought that bundle. Looks like I'm playing AC Shadows. You think we see a new Media Molecule game? I don't know. What I was told is there's 2 new AAA games at the event. One from a PlayStation studio, one from third party. What time should it start? It will start in about 4 hours. We're going to head over to a new stream in about 3.5 hours. Member Plus from 1030 Media Group. It's a 27-month Member Plus. What's up? Hope to see some good games. Thank you so much for renewing your member count. Your membership. That goes to the count. We're now one away from 325. Yeah, there's rumors that Project Gummy Bear is going to be there. Appreciate you, Lona. Been a viewer since your Destiny streams, says Eric. I remember you. I remember your avatar. Wish you continued success. Thanks for engaging with non-subscribers. Hey, man. I don't think I've ever felt the need to not read somebody's comments because they're not a member. Like, I think, hey, what's going on, Goddess Omega? Good to see you. I think I engage with gray names more than green names. Like, if you really break it down. It's just the problem is there's so many green names. Like, the math works against me. Destiny 2 going to kill off all the NPCs before Destiny 3? Maybe. What do you think we should expect in the announcement? I think you're going to see a lot of the games from that blog that they posted. There's like 20 games on that blog. I think you're going to see a lot of those. I think that's largely what it's going to be, with some, maybe some surprises. I think the main focus on first party is going to be Yotei, gameplay of Yotei and a release date. That's kind of how their marketing works. Whoever's next up to bat gets the focus, generally. So, Lono, that was you on yesterday's pick on Twitter with Madam. Yeah, that was actually shortly after we met. That picture is from about 20 years ago. Yeah, I've aged like a fine wine. Thank you. Yeah, that guy, that dude is got some serious issues. He got that from my Facebook somehow. I don't know how. I have all my stuff locked down, but I don't know. Somehow he got it. Super excited for Wilds. You mean Outer Wilds 2? Lono aging like fine wine. I'm aging like milk on a counter. Oh, that's not true. I don't believe that. A VIP renewal from Julio. Bloodborne remake announcement today for sure. That's 38 months. Thank you so much. And we are now at 325. I owe you guys 5 members. I've been enjoying doing 10 bombs. So at 350, I'll owe you a 10 bomb. And Super Googly's here. He's going to mention Nintendo. He always does. First super chat on the new goal. And he says, I look forward to the Nintendo Direct in 2 months' time announcing PS3 graphic quality games on the Switch 2. There it is. There it is. I believe Nintendo murdered his entire family. I think that's what happened. And his dog. Excuse me. There's another one. Hang on. You're drinking out of a Yeti and not a Stanley? Unsubscribing? What are you, a white woman? What do you mean? You out here watching these Instagram, influencer women? What do you mean a Stan? All of my family have Stanleys. My wife has 3 or 4. My kids have it. You're joking? I know you're joking. I'm joking back. Who let the Karen out, right? Personally, I think we're going to see Ghost, Death Stranding Marathon, maybe something from Insomniac, third-party games like from Konami and Capcom, a couple of randoms. Those aren't bad predictions, Mr. Cheese. Those aren't bad. Jen A says, how dare you? Telica says, wait, hang on, wait. I'm not entirely a white woman. Never mind, carry on. What was the thing the one day, Telica? White adjacent? Listen, if you're drinking out of a Stanley, I'm sorry. You're white woman adjacent. I think a surprise game New entry into Nightmare Creatures. I think the surprise game is probably. I think it's Cory Barlog's game. Maybe that's what I think. Is PlayStation really that great? When was the last time they released a good game? I don't know. The Game of the Year winner that topped the charts in November and December. That was just a couple months ago. Is that soon enough, or does it need to be just like yesterday or something? I don't know. That wasn't bad. They published and got a lot of great exclusives last year too. So yeah, last year was pretty great. Yeah. What were the really great games you played last year? What'd you play? What were some of your favorites? You think they're going to do a Master Chief Collection Shadow Drop, Shugazi? I don't know about that. He's trying to bait us. Oh, he really got me. He really baited me. We are shooketh. Thou hast shooketh us. PlayStation's not that great. AOZ says, PlayStation's awesome. You should really try it. 71 million people think so. You believe, Shugazi. I don't know, man. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the place for that kind of an announcement. It seems like the theme will be new games. Now, I will say this. Their PlayStation blog left room. They said games coming to PS5. They didn't restrict it to new games. So they definitely left room for one of those games to be included. It doesn't seem like it would fit within their marketing purview, but I could be wrong. Excuse me. $40 minutes is close to a showcase. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dude. Would you ever write a book? I have 4 book ideas. I have a fictional series that would be a trilogy. I've got ministry oriented books I would like to write. Yeah, there's a lot of books that I want to write. I've got a book that I would want to write that would turn into a podcast, but there's time for that later. This is what I do. This is what I do for now. For the next probably 10 years. Minimum. I don't see any Xbox published games being shown, says Street Shadow, at this show or any state of play, but I have to check to see if they've showed things like Sea of Thieves in the past. If there's an Xbox published game there, Street Shadow, it's going to be Doom the Dark Ages. Outside of that, I don't think anything. I just don't think anything would be there. I don't understand why people are upset over Xbox and some are upset over PlayStation and they fight over who's the best. I think Xbox and PlayStation have good, bad, and the ugly. Get those ideas written down. Oh, they already are. I already have character arcs for the fictional one. Happy Cloud, I mean, the reason that people say that, and I'll be honest with you, I think there's far more reason to prefer PlayStation or PC right now. Xbox has become very non-preferable to gamers. It's like, why? What's the draw to an Xbox console at this point in time? I think you're better off on PC or PlayStation. I honestly think if you're investing in a new ecosystem right now and you want longevity and you want good performance, I think you're choosing between a mid to high PC or a PlayStation 5 Pro. I think those are your two main choices. And I think the Switch 2 is additive to either consumer. I think the Switch 2 is just additive. It's like you tack that on. Your home base that you invest in right now is a mid to high level PC or a PlayStation 5 Pro. I think those are your choices. If you're like, I want to build and set up shop somewhere for the next 4 or 5 years and beyond, I think those are your primary choices. And then I think Switch 2 is an additive choice. The PC Master Race guys always come from my head, but I'm always telling people that I think that's a perfectly good investment right now. Xbox hardware is the single worst investment that you could invest in right now. It's the worst. There's no reason to do it. None. There's just none. Now, staying on Xbox hardware, I understand why you would do that. Investing in buying brand new, why? When the PSN goes down? Yeah, but I mean, that's not normative to the experience. Like, that's not happening all of the time. They had an outage, last year, and they've had one this year. That's just a thing that happens. That's not a reason to make your choice. That's not a reason to set up shop. Like, well, it goes down sometimes. Yeah, so does my internet service provider. You know what I mean? Now you could be like, well, I could play my games on Steam even if the internet goes down. You can play games on your PlayStation 5 even if the PSN goes down, as long as you set it up as your home-based PS5 that allows for offline gaming. A lot of people didn't do that. I think there's two sides to that street. I think that should be the default setting when you set up your PlayStation 5 for the first time. It should say, hey, you've never set up a PS5 before. We're going to default this as your home PS5 so you can play offline if the PSN goes down. You shouldn't have to opt into that. Now, when you set up second and third PlayStation 5s, sure. I think that should be something that you decide which one you want to be your base. But there's two sides of that street. Read the dadgum screen when you set your PlayStation 5 up, you dum-dum. It literally tells you, do you want this to be your home-based PS5 so that other accounts can play games or you can play offline? And all these dummies out here didn't do that. And we're like, I can't play my games because the PSN is down. Well, read the screen. But I also give PlayStation a little criticism there. I said, listen, if somebody's setting up a brand new PlayStation 5 and they've never set up a PlayStation 5 before, that setting should be checked and they should have to uncheck it so that when something like this happens, they can play their offline games. It would be no different than Steam at that point. It'd be no different than Steam at that point. You couldn't play any of your online games on Steam if the internet goes down. You can play all your offline games. PlayStation's the exact same. You just have to designate it when you set it up. If Lono is telling you to read, you know you done effed up. You effed up, AA Ron. The portal didn't work, but my Steam Deck worked. Yeah. Yeah, that was a bummer. I took my portal on my trip, and it was a freaking paperweight. I literally had my friend come into my home, and I walked him through how to set up my my PS5s for me, and then the network was down, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And I'm not kidding you. The day we traveled back, down. I'm at the airport. It's down. We get on the plane. I land in Kentucky. I'm walking through the airport, and it's back up, and I'm like, "You got to be kidding me." Huge bummer. I agree with you on the sale of Xbox, but I've been on Gen Xbox and PlayStation. I love the ecosystem Microsoft has built with PC, cloud, and console to just jump into action. And that does nothing for me. I don't care about any of that. I don't like cloud gaming. I mean, I'll use it. I use it on my portal, and I played a game like Inscription. As long as the internet speed is fast, plays great. But I do not prefer it. I don't like playing on cloud gaming if I can avoid it. It's just certain games are just off the table. It's like I'm gonna get a little bit of lag, and then all of a sudden I'm gonna die or miss a jump or something. No, Sweat, you didn't miss it. You did not miss it. We're gonna switch in about 3 hours. We're gonna switch to a new stream, and it'll go live like 30 minutes after that. Yo, what's good, Shannon? How are you? The offline mode is funny because my friend didn't have it designated but needed PS Plus to activate it. Yeah, if the network's down, you can't turn it on. It's too late. Yeah, it's too late. Lono, if they shadow dropped Halo Master Chief Collection, you'd hear me joyfully shouting, "Let's finish the fight in your state," and I'm on the West Coast. I know they won't shadow drop it. I just don't think they're going to be doing that. I don't think they're going to use their airtime for it. Jack Garland says, how many members next week to get you to play Pirate Yakuza with an eye patch? That's a stretch goal. And, like me playing the game, I'm totally fine with. But you want me to wear like a goofy outfit or something? We usually make that a stretch goal. I think one of my kiddos even has an eye patch, like a black one. Any Helldivers 2 updates? It's possible that Helldivers is there because we're at their 1 year anniversary. So I think Helldivers 2 could be there. And they could talk about maybe like a roadmap for this year. They could give them like a little 5-minute segment or something. So, and Mikey says, do you think we'll see a shadow drop today? Shadow drop just doesn't feel like it's PlayStation's vibe. I don't know. Maybe. It feels like more like an Xbox thing. They like to do shadow drops because it works better, I think, with Game Pass. Are you going to cover South of Midnight? Yes, it's one of my more anticipated games. The preview sounded pretty good. Not super thrilled that we're hearing that movement, platforming, and combat is clunky. I noticed that in one of the pieces of video footage. I'm like, yeah, that looks a little clunky. And then someone who is typically very pro Xbox said that it was a little clunky. Yeah. If you had to choose between Jurassic Park Survival or Turok Origins to see today, which would you choose? Turok. Maybe shadow drop a demo. I mean, yeah, they could say, hey, this game's coming in da-da-da-da-da months, and you can play the demo today. Destin didn't like it at all. I thought he liked some of it. He just said that there was elements that were clunky. I'm a little worried. There were sections of the platforming that looked a little clunky, and then hearing that the combat's a little clunky, I'm like, that's quite literally what will make the game not fun. Like, no one's going to enjoy playing that game if it's clunky. Like, the platforming and the combat's like a significant part of the game. Guys, if you're just tuning in, man, thank you so much. Such an amazing turnout today. Thank you so much for your support and your continued listening. If you've never been here before and you were searching for State of Play, I will be co-streaming it. So you can just keep it here, hit subscribe. Everybody check your bell button. Make sure it's at all. Sometimes your bell button gets switched to personalized and you won't get notifications. And that typically happens when I take a break. So double check that. Also, double check that it saved your like. Give me a like if you haven't yet. Make that a ritual. It helps this video find more people. Let's set our sights on 600 likes. That'll be amazing. That'll be a lot of likes. And if you want to join our community directly with a membership, make sure you pick Member Plus. It's $6. You get into a whole second side of this channel that you can't see right now. And that's how you get in. You think at least 10 minutes will be VR titles? I'm going to be honest with you. I hope not. If you're doing a showcase, close to a showcase length State of Play, I don't want 10 minutes dedicated to VR. I don't want a fourth of the show dedicated to VR. The consumer base for VR is too small. It's too small. And I'll say 5. I'll say 5 minutes. You can do a little trailer montage, run through 3 or 4, maybe 5 trailers really quickly, and then move on. I don't think I like VR. I like my PSVR 2. I like my MetaQuest 3. But the facts are the facts, man. That is just such a small user base. Such a small user base. I just don't. If this is going to be their big kickoff for 2025, and it's almost like a showcase, I keep VR out. They've not done with VR what I really wanted them to do, and I wanted a better first party push. I wanted better quality control. They let a lot of ports come over, and oh, I didn't even link to this stream on the poll that people are taking. I should do that. If you guys haven't taken the poll yet, live discussion. Boom. I basically am asking if there's an Xbox game at this event. Which you think it'll be? Luffy is saying GTA 6. I don't think GTA 6 is at this event. What about Midnight Walk? It's both PS5 and PSVR 2. Yeah, Midnight Walk could be there. Yeah, PlayStation likes to have those smaller titles there. Christopher Burnett says, I know they won't, Lono. I agree. Sony won't waste time on older games being remastered for PlayStation. That'll be like in a blog post at some point this year. I think something's happening in April. according to Tom Moore, and April's going to be a really good month for PS5 gamers. So, OMG Kojima? Huh? Astrobot VR 2? Yeah, I don't know. There were some people that were kind of upset that Astrobot didn't have VR support. So, people at XDev are hyping up the state of play. I saw that. I saw that. Do you feel like the Switch has more reason to show off Xbox than PlayStation? Oh, you mean does it have more reason to show off Xbox games than PlayStation? I think the Switch is in a different scenario because what they're going to try to do is, and again, this is just a prediction here, but to me it feels like they're going to try to convince you it's a really, really worthy gaming handheld. And they're going to do that with their stuff, and they're going to do that with third-party games. I don't think Nintendo sees like including Xbox titles as a problem to the same degree that PlayStation would. A new Infamous or Resistance? No, Resistance sequel was shot down. Insomniac just spoke to that recently. I don't see Insomniac doing anything with Infamous. They have a whole slate of Marvel games they have to make. Yeah, the one guy says he's a little nervous for tonight. Yes, yeah. Are they done with the 80s horror online movie games? Killer Clowns was the last one. Yeah, I don't think that game did anything. Guys, double check that like count. Make sure it saved your like. It did that thing again. So maybe double check. Make sure it's saving your thumbs up. Super helpful. Infamous is Sucker Punch. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Infamous is Sucker Punch. I'm getting my wires crossed. Yeah. No, I don't think Sucker Punch is going to do anything with Infamous. They'll probably immediately be working on Yotei DLC or a third Ghost game. I don't think they would do anything with Infamous. Ghost of Tsushima did so incredibly well. Yeah. That's a genius move, actually. So, like, you can play those cool Xbox games on this powerful new handheld. That's just my gut, Marvel. My gut is that they're wanting the Switch 2 to be taken more seriously, like as a handheld. Like, there's just a different vibe in that trailer. I have a video right now on this channel called Nintendo's Growing Up, and that's essentially what I argued, is the whole vibe felt different. So I don't think they're just going to be all like, yeah, Nintendo, like Mario, Zelda. I think it's going to be like a multi-pronged approach that'll include their stuff as well as a focus on third-party games. They seem to be laying groundwork from the rumors that we're hearing. They're laying groundwork to have good relationships with third-party companies. I think Switch 2 will get games that would not be possible to run the Switch 2 like the Switch 1 got. I'm not sure what you mean. I love how people who don't necessarily follow VR, even care about VR games, love to weigh in on the PSVR 2. Seems par for the course of having a talking point. I'm not sure what you mean, Corey. Yeah, the mouse features for the Joy-Cons was confirmed, yes. I believe. Which upcoming Star Wars game are you hoping gets revealed today? Eclipse, it won't be there. Knights of the Old Republic, it won't be there. Remake of Hunters, probably won't be there. Yeah. I think Happy Cloud means we'll be surprised at what games will actually manage to squeeze onto the Switch 2. Oh, like, excuse me, more so than we saw like on the Switch 1. Yeah, I could agree with that. I think they're focusing on having a more open, more third-party presence. I think they know that that'll be important to increase their reach. If they want to match or surpass Switch 1, which will be very difficult, they're going to have a more broad appeal than just, hey, you had a Switch 1, get a Switch 2. It's going to be, hey, Switch 2 is worth your time. Like Witcher 3 was on Switch, was not great, but it was still on the Switch. Mario and Luigi Brother says, do you think there's any chance Silk Song is there? No. I think Silk Song is in a marketing agreement with Xbox because they were a part of the Xbox showcase in 2022. And when it showed up on the Xbox store, I believe Sarah Bond drew attention to that. So I think Silk Song is in some type of a marketing agreement with Xbox. So no, I do not think Silk Song will be included in a PlayStation event. Unless, of course, due to the length of time, that contract has expired. Also, we're shown in a Nintendo Direct. This is true. So maybe it's a more open policy with Team Cherry. You know, maybe they're happy to show up at a lot of the showcases. That's very, very possible. Silk Song is not a thing. It totally is a thing, dude. How do you get to the top selling games on Steam? Steam top sellers. Oh yeah. Avowed is climbing. Avowed's in number 11. I think those reviews are hitting tomorrow. I think the review embargo for Avowed's tomorrow, and then we'll play early access. Tomorrow's all about Avowed, boys. We'll test out that 60 FPS. Genuinely excited for Avowed. I'm happy that they got a performance mode. And I hope it feels good in third person. If it feels good in third person, you know, it may get me. It may. I enjoy games like that in the right amount of dose. I'm not sure what the average playtime is supposed to be, but you'll see me checking it out on Thursday. Great reason to be subscribed to this channel. You get a big mix. Live event coverage, PlayStation coverage, Nintendo coverage, Xbox coverage. You get it all. If you believe the fan fiction about me, this is a PlayStation grifting channel, but what you actually get is variety gaming news coverage. And I certainly have my biases, and I state those, but you get a lot here. We have a lot of live show coverage here that's just been really fun over the years, whether it's like a podcast or a sit down or a show or a showcase or a state of play or a Nintendo Direct. Avowed will have a 60 FPS performance mode, yes, on the Series X. That's been confirmed. We don't know how stable it will be, but when Carrie Patel did the interview with Iron Lord's it wasn't Iron Lord's, it was Last Stand Media. It was Mr. Matty Plays and Lord Cognito. Lord Cognito asked her about it, so props to him for asking about that. And she said that type of tuning and optimization comes later, and they were able to do it. So, why can't YouTube just auto-translate? You know what I mean? That's not German. That's Spanish. Google has become terrible. Just detect that it's Spanish. It's not German. When shut up and turn on the live. Oh. Lo siento. Are you asking me to shut up and turn on the live? I can't do that. I'm not in charge. At least now you won't have to play 30 FPS in the Series X. You may still be bored to tears, but at least it'll run smooth. Lord Cognito, the nodding, smiling guy. Every clip of him I've ever seen, he's got his glasses on. He's looking to the side. He's like, "Oh yeah, that's what you're saying." Like, he has like the quick little interruptions. Oh yeah. That's my impersonation of Lord Cognito. Yeah. He makes for a good host, I think, because of that. You know what I mean? Like, you feel good. You know, somebody's talking and he's hyping them up. YouTube can sometimes auto-translate video titles. They're going to start doing auto-translation, like auto-dubbing. We're going to get access to that. Yeah. That'll be good. Cog's a trip. Yeah. He's animated when his co-host talks about stuff. It's funny. Yeah. There was a time where people were like begging me to be on their show or whatever, and I sent him a DM and I was like, "You don't have to do that because of the ties to Destiny." I was like, "You don't. I'm not going to put you through that." And we were mutuals. We were mutuals for a while, but then I had my little rant about, you know, instead of holding the line, how about drawing some, which I thought was a pretty good line. I mean, in my defense, I thought it was a pretty good line. You know what I mean? Instead of holding the line, how about drawing some? You know, that got me some negative attention and some personal attacks. Not from him, but from another one over there, from another one of the members of the podcast. Overwatch 2 is bringing back loot boxes. What? In my defense, I think I'm hilarious. That's right. Like, in my defense, I think I'm great. I mean, you know. So, what do you want? What do you want from me? All right. We're going to keep the show going. All right. In about 2.5 hours or so, we're going to have to switch gears. But I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to take a quick break and use the restroom. I'm going to hit some ads. Do me a favor, smash the like button while I'm gone. We always lose people when I do this. Help us maintain the view count. Help us maintain the audience. You can gift members, renew your members. I still owe you guys $5. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. What's this guy's deal? What are you doing? Why are you telling people to spam stuff? Huh? Why are you bringing a weird vibe to my chat? You're typing in a language I can't read, and you want people to spam the word ugly. I'll tell you what. That's what you are. You can leave. Fortnite's new crime season will let you play as a giant pickle. Nice. I may be in the minority, but I'm looking forward to AC Shadows. I am. I'm looking forward to AC Shadows. The main reason I'm looking forward to AC Shadows is I've been waiting for it for a long time. Right? I've been waiting for it for a long time, but also I am looking forward to the co-op that we've heard about. Being able to play that game with my wife. Oh my gosh, there's some good content to probably be made there. He was calling you ugly. Yeah, I don't. When somebody shows up like that, he's not here to partake in the chat. He's just here to be a troll. It's like you're just here to try to get attention. Like, you got my attention. Bye. You know? The trailer looks dope today. Yeah, their latest trailer looks really, really nice. Brooklyn Breed tweets, I'm sorry, but why does every Xbox content creator look like a serial killer or some weirdo? I mean, come on, man. Come on, Brooklyn. You can't be doing them like that, bro. Come on, man. Some of these guys, this is a big deal, dude. It's a big deal for them to be included in stuff, you know? Come on, man. They button their polos all the way to the top, you know? Jiminy Christmas. Latest Spider-Man episodes went crazy. I've been watching them. Lono just wants the power fantasy of playing as a tall guy. You know me, dude. I mean, there's a lot to be said. There's a lot to be said for wanting to play as a giant black man. I mean, that's just one of my dreams, you know. Everybody likes to be the opposite of what they are. So, I want to be a ninja. I'm going to have a hard time choosing, honestly, between the two. I think they both look like they've got a lot of, there's a lot of appeal, I think, for both. Yeah. My sources tell me Abandoned will be shown today. I'm sure they do. I'm sure they tell you that. Yeah, we get a whole lot of that. Abandoned. That's harsh. My dream is to come back in my next life as a 6'4" black man. I mean, hey, you know. Leave Lono alone for being short. That's punching down. Yeah, quite literally. People like being the opposite of who they are. Exactly, Lono. That's why I put points into my character's intelligence. That's exactly right. This sucks, but it makes sense. Switch 2 might not have many exclusive games to Switch 2. They will just run on Switch and Switch 2 this year release. I think they're going to take a dual approach, Happy Cloud. My prediction has been that Metroid will be their big cross-gen release, and that the new Mario Kart will be a Switch 2 exclusive. Yeah. That's what I think they're going to do. I think they're going to be bold, because the Mario Kart that they've been selling now, I mean, it's been out for how long, and it's been across so many gens. I think they're going to put the new one on... I think we're going to put the new one on to Switch 2 only. You know? I put tons of points into charisma and dexterity. Oops, fell off my chair. Either way, you're going to get called woke, because you're either playing as a black guy or a woman. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're going to get all that real thoughtful analysis from these very highbrow intellectuals about how it's unrealistic that, this girl is able to take on entire groups of people. And then when they're done saying that, incredibly thoughtful and well-structured argumentation, they'll move on to their next point, and that is that they don't like black people. It's going to be highbrow content, There's going to be a lot of great and legitimate criticisms out there about AC Shadows. I can't wait. They really elevate the conversation, and the consciousness of the gamers that are out there. They really do. They contribute a lot to society. They do. How's anyone current gen games going to run on the Switch 2, especially when the PS6 comes out? Switch 3 won't be out for years, and third parties don't want to make low tier games just for Switch 2. I think you are very incorrect. I think third parties are going to do what they can to get games to run on the Switch 2, because they missed the Switch 1 boat. 150 million Switch 2s in circulation. They're estimating first year Switch 2. 150 million Switch 1s in circulation. They're estimating Switch 2 is going to surpass the first year of the Switch 1. I mean, okay, think about the Xbox Series S. If the Xbox Series S sold like gangbusters and had right now there's 70 million PS5s out there. If there were 80 million Xbox Series S's in circulation, do you know what people would be doing? They'd be figuring out how to get their games to run on the S first, because they'd be like, yo, look at that thing. There's a lot of people that have it. Like, Switch will, when you get that level of volume and market dominance and market saturation, people will want to be on your system. They will. It's going to be a big priority for a lot of studios. It could tangentially benefit Series S owners, because you'll have companies that are just accustomed to kind of stripping their games down for a handheld like the Switch 2. What you're going to see is third parties do anything they possibly can to get a Switch 2 release. Yeah. I believe that. The woke crap's getting so played out. God forbid you play as a female or any character darker than a glass of milk. Yeah, dude. It's like that meme where the guy's going like this, and it's like a butterfly, and it's like, is this a... It's quite literally that. If the main character isn't a white guy, everyone's like, is this DEI? Like, that's just... There's no thought beyond that. Non-white male, and they're immediately running with that narrative. They're the antithesis of the thing they claim. Like, they're the antithesis of the monster they claim that they're fighting, right? When Disney was has allegedly said internally, like, if it's male and it's pale, it's stale, right? And they wanted to push for all this representation or whatever. It's like we're running in the opposite direction with a lot of that content. It's like, if it's not male and pale, then it's bad. It's like, how could you possibly know? Like, when they got some of these guys have tried to claim that, South of Midnight, they did a race swap. These people are so stupid, I'd like to timeline swap. It's like, so let me get this straight. You think a game set in that context and about that culture, you think they race swapped? Okay. I think you brain swapped with a trash can. Like, Jiminy Christmas, these people are stupid. And the people and the people that drink up the content are even dumber. I don't agree. Switch doesn't run current gen games well. I'm sure that won't change for Switch 2. Do you really think a game like Stellar Blade or Rebirth would run on a PS4 Pro level system? If a PS4 Pro had upscaling, yes. Nintendo Switch 2 is rumored to have some type of upscaling, which completely changes the equation. So, who's saying this? They're not worth naming. FCAT. They're not worth naming. Down to my hood and claim race swap. That's right. You know, it's not say Drake heard you like him young. It's like say grifters heard you like him dumb. It's like they like to have a dumb audience so they can just make false claims up one side and down the other and just rake in the ad revenue, being a professional liar. Do people playing on the Switch care about games playing well? They bought the F out of Tears of the Kingdom. This is true. Yeah. Like, if you think about it, lowering internal res is going to be a huge element. It's a hit. That's a hit. That's a good one. Yeah. But upscaling just changes the equation. Like, if you look at what they achieved with Monhun Wilds on the PS5 Pro, they are upscaling from 1080 to 4K, and they turn off ray tracing, and they're getting 60. Okay, now we've seen that game. We've seen the issues with that game, right? So I want you to imagine dropping internal res to 720, upscaling to 1080, and turning off stuff like ray tracing. What kind of performance would you get out of a Switch 2 in a game that does that? Do you see? Like a PS4 Pro that could suddenly be running a game like Stellar Blade, 720, upscale to 1080. Yeah, you could probably get great performance out of that game if you do that. All that headroom you're going to get. Low internal res will make games blurry. No, it won't. I don't want to play a game with an internal res of 540 upscaled to 1080. Have you looked at how great upscaling tech has gotten? What are you talking about? What do you mean? There's a floor, Murphy. You're right. There's a floor. You can't go all the way down. You got to feed the upscaler a decent res. But I think upscaling internal 720 to 1080 on a handheld screen, upscaling to 1080 is hard to do. There's so little info coming in from the super low resolutions. I don't know. On a handheld screen, final image quality is all that matters. How they get there doesn't matter. Right, you got to think about the type of games that we're talking about. We're talking about, you know, I guess your question about Stellar Blade does change the equation. I'm thinking about like Breath of the Wild, internal 720 up to 1080 will look fantastic because of the art style. It is fair to say, well, Stellar Blade, is that going to look? Is that going to work? I don't know. We've got to see how the tech works. Xenoblade Chronicles 2 had low internal res and it looked so bad. On the Switch 1, we've got to wait. You could be right. I have a good amount of confidence that the Switch 2 is going to be able to look very passable for people that buy it. I don't think you're going to buy it and say, "Oh yeah, let's just take Stellar Blade as an example. Oh yeah, I don't need my PS5 Pro anymore. Yeah, Stellar Blade looks great over here." I don't think that's the goal. I think the goal is, let's again continue to use Stellar Blade as an example. The goal would be to give Stellar Blade to somebody who's never played it, and they're like, "This is a perfectly fine experience for me." You see, like, you're thinking about it like you're the target. I don't think you're the target. You know what you're the target for? Mario Kart, Metroid, Zelda, Mario. You're never going to play those. You're never going to become a Nintendo Switch 2 home-based gamer. You're not. You're never going to say the sentence, "I'll wait for the Monhun port to Switch 2." You're not going to say that. But there's a large group of people that will be like, "Yo, Stellar Blade on the Switch 2, it actually looks and runs pretty good. I'm playing it." And why? They're not on a Pro. They've not played the game before. There's a lot of people in that bank, in that bucket of players. I love Pokemon, big fan, but OMG, they suck at making their games look great and run great. That's the truth. Upscaled to 1080 would look absolutely fine on a small screen. It's when you're playing on the bigger screen. I think Switch 2 outputs 1440. Yeah, once it's docked, I think it'll bump things to 1440, correct. The question would be is, could I drop it to 1080 if I want to just maintain frames? Who here is sick and tired of the remakes of The Last of Us? I enjoyed the remake of Part 1 and the remaster of Part 2. I didn't buy all the ones in between. I played Part 1 on a PS3, and then I never played Part 2. So I got to enjoy, like, the best versions of them. And I think there's a lot of people in that group with me. I think there's a lot of people that never played those games and got to enjoy next-gen versions of them. If you bought them all along the way, I understand getting that fatigued and being like, really, again? I get that. I empathize with somebody who's like, are you serious again? But for the rest of us that were like, yeah, I skipped number 2. Or I loved it. I absolutely loved playing Part 1 at next-gen fidelity and Part 2 at next-gen fidelity. It was awesome. It's a great experience. The PS5 versions of both those games are my first. Right, and I think you had, like, the pinnacle experience of that story and that gameplay. I mean, it's just so good. They didn't make those remakes, the remake and the remaster, for the guy who bought every version of the game up to now. They didn't make it for you. You know, they made it for the person that was new to the PS5 ecosystem. I bought the PS3 and then never touched it again. Then you don't make any sense to me. You don't make any sense to me at all. Did you just not like it? If you played the first one and liked it on the PS3 and you didn't play the remake of Part 1 and then the Part 2 remaster, you would have had to have played Part 1 on the PS4. So I don't understand that at all. Those are those are like high-level, excellent versions of those games that are well worth playing. They're well worth playing. If the last time you touched the game was 12 years ago. Like, it's a completely different experience. The Last of Us Part 1 remake is a completely different experience. Like, the graphical fidelity in that game and all the scenes and the character models and everything, I mean, it's a truly special experience. I feel bad for the people that buy into the fan fiction and the lies, and they're like, yeah, those are just boring movie games. Time and time again, I've seen people that finally get into the PlayStation ecosystem, and they're like, I feel like I've been lied to. These games are amazing. They're not boring, movie games. The people that try to claim, like, they're just boring movie games, quick time events, and they ignore the incredible depth of the combat system in God of War. They ignore the depth of the combat system in Horizon. They ignore the dynamic emergent combat systems within Last of Us 2. Why do they ignore them? Well, they either do it willfully because they're just a liar, or they do it because they feel like they have to. It's like they cannot admit that these teams over here crank out excellence. It's disruptive to their worldview. It's like a religion to them. I just got an email from Newegg saying that B580 was back in stock, and in the time it took me to click the link and hit buy, it was sold out. Gee, man. The first time I played Tilu and Tilu 2, they were life-changing, literally. When did you play them? There must have been a little bit of a blip there. We skyrocketed all the way up to like 630 and dropped back down. So if there was a bit of a blip and you had to refresh, I am sorry about that. It wasn't on my end. It's the funny thing is that The Last of Us and God of War have modes completely based on gameplay, right? With Valhalla and what's the rogue mode called in Last of Us? I can't remember. Oh, both at release. The first playthroughs are epic. And then it's throw a brick, got your checkpoint, repeat. No. No. If you try to write a more reductionist summary of the games, I don't think you could do it. Throw a brick, get a checkpoint. Like, come on. Ghost of Tsushima is amazing. The way the game's presented in the storytelling. Ghost of Yarikawa mission is amazing storytelling. Oh, it's all so good, yeah. Most of the people who hate on Sony exclusives have either never played them or they prefer COD and other third-party games. Yeah, or they thought the grappling hook in Halo Infinite was like a huge step up in innovation. Once you play both, there's no need to play again, in my opinion. I think everyone's a little bit different. Like, I think replay value in games is sometimes subjective, but I think that you're objectively wrong to say that, well, if you played the original Last of Us in 2013, there's no reason to play the remake. I think that opinion is actually an incorrect opinion. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. It's been 12 years. There's no logic or reason to what you're saying. It's like, it's been 12 years, and it's a completely different experience. They completely changed the flow of combat, and the graphical fidelity is it's remarkable. And you're like, yeah, there's just no reason to play it. That sounds bad faith. That sounds bad faith to me. A fan of the game would never, I can't imagine a fan of the game saying that. There's no logic or reason behind that. That's fanboy driven. That doesn't sound like a genuine fan. Now, part 2, could totally understand somebody playing part 2, in 2020 and being like, I don't really need to play the remaster. I mean, I could totally, that makes more sense to me. It does. That makes a little bit more sense to me. But you do not sound like a good faith fan of the franchise if you're like, yeah, I played the first one 12 years ago. There's just no reason to play the remake. Oh, okay, sure. All right. I never replay games. I am the first person in line to say I struggle to go back to games and replay them. I'm notorious for not really replaying games. I replayed Arkham Knight and 200%ed it. I replayed Jedi Fallen Order. I typically do not replay games. I can count on one hand how many games I've replayed. And I'm here to tell you, if you're a fan of the Last of Us franchise and you're like, I played it 12 years ago, there's just no reason to play the remake. I just don't believe you. I feel like, nah, you didn't like it. You're not a fan. You thought you probably didn't enjoy it. Or you're just being bad faith. You're just wanting to take a swing. It doesn't seem genuine. Tilo on PS3 had to have that machine fighting for its life. Yeah. I replayed Horizon Forbidden West 2 times. Yeah, I can't replay certain games. I can't. I want to replay Tsushima and I want to replay Sekiro. But generally speaking, I don't get the itch to replay anything. But a game like that, where it's like, it's it's going to be this much time. It's linear, storytelling, good scenes, good drama, good fights, good sneaks, all sorts of great stuff in there. And you're like, yeah, I haven't played in 12 years and it's been completely remade. It's like, I don't know how you skip over that. Can't play it Tilo again. I don't want to get mad again. I get that. Mod beggar. I am a mod beggar. Yeah, I've replayed the first Ori 3 times, and I've replayed Ori and the Will of the Wisps twice. Yeah, I love Ori. Those are ones I've replayed as well. I forgot about that. I replayed Hellblade. I don't know. The first Hellblade I think I played through 4 times. And I don't have all the achievements on Steam because I always miss that one. There's a stupid rune down in the one area. It's like a dark area, and if you go too far, you can't go back. And I've missed it every time. I replayed Tlu 2 for the combat on Grounded. It's an incredible experience. I'll replay part 2 when they come out with a good ending DLC. You're going to be waiting a long time, bro. DualSense support for Hellblade 2 is going to be interesting. No. There's not much there. There's not much there. They built a 6-hour movie where you press buttons sometimes. The movie game criticism could not be drenched in more irony and hypocrisy as so many of those guys praised Hellblade 2. I was like, oh my gosh. I've played lots of games in my day. Hellblade 2 is the most movie game of movie games that I have ever played. Combat just absolutely regressed into a glorified QuickTime event. And the only people that don't understand what I'm saying, they don't understand what's happening in the combat. It's like out of their reach. It's like you don't understand what's happening in this combat. It's glorified QuickTime event, bro. Indie's literally a movie game. I mean, but come on. There's a lot of freedom and a lot of choice and a lot of things you can do in that game. It's not like it's about a movie franchise for sure. But I don't think Indiana Jones falls into the pejorative of movie game, how they typically use it. But yeah. It's hard to put into words how regressed and disappointing Hellblade 2 is. Like, it's difficult to put into words. I think they literally became infatuated with the tech. They did. They became so infatuated with the tech that the game got lost. It's just like a tech demo. I'll take your word for it. I watched you play and criticize Hellblade 2 last year. Yeah. That game got crushed beneath tech infatuation. You know? Like, every single thing you do in combat has been motion captured. That's a terrible way to build your combat system. It removes fluidity and player volition and a feeling of freedom. It feels like I'm pressing a button and triggering an animation. That's why it feels like a QuickTime event. The game was definitely cooked versus the first one. If you just compare the combat, it just becomes... Vadi saying he played Elden Ring Night Rain for 6 hours. Says this is intense. Lono railed against Hellblade 2 being 30 FPS on the Xbox console, but he sure as heck didn't blame the game's quality on Xbox and Microsoft. No, that was on the devs. Yeah. That was on the devs. They just got, I think they got infatuated with the tech. They showed up at that one event and they were like showing Melina Juergens, which I love her. I think she's the best. But they were showing like mocap of her face and stuff. And I was just like, okay, that's cool, but you know, there's other things you got to care about. And then they got really caught up in the mocap of, you know, every single move in combat's been motion captured. Like, oh, I'm not talking about the 30 FPS thing, Eugene. QBZ. We've been hanging out at 325 for a minute, and he bumps the line, Agent of Chaos style, to 326. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm not talking about the 60 FPS thing. I'm talking about the quality of the game. I don't blame Microsoft for that. I blame Ninja Theory. I think Ninja Theory got a really big head about the tech. And they thought they were going to wow everybody with the lighting and the realistic facial expressions, and every single thing has been motion captured, and it's like, none of that translates into good gameplay. They got tons of praise for that element in the first game, and I think they just said, well, let's just take that volume knob to 11. And it what it did was it drowned out all the other instruments in the mix. You know, for you know, the sound engineers or the audiophiles, right? If you have all these things that go into a game, and you're like, well, let's turn this all the way up to 11. The tech, the visuals. It's like, well, what about is that servicing the gameplay? It was pretty, no doubt about it, but it fell short as a video game for sure. Right, Jake? It was like, man, you guys did all this, but you didn't ask the question, does this service the gameplay? Like, have somebody play the combat in Hellblade 1, and then have them play your fully motion captured combat, and ask them which one feels better. They're going to pick Hellblade 1 every time. Because if you have that experience back to back, it would really magnify how, you know, rigid and stiff and quick-timey the Hellblade 2 combat feels. It's like, you didn't ask the right questions. I believe that developers can fall prey to their own infatuation with just tech in general. Well, this would be really cool if we did this with the tech, and this with the lighting, and this with the motion capture. It's like, I'm sure that's all very exciting for the developer. I'm sure it's you get jazzed when you get like a really good result. But you're not considering the end product or the user experience. You're focused on one side of the game. You know? Is that, I don't think that's official art. Yeah, that looks really cool. I don't understand why they have just the word vowed in orange. The motion capture isn't the problem. They didn't flesh out the combat. The motion capture was there for them to animate it with much more detail. I mean, that's probably true, El Duderino. I think they thought people were going to be so wowed by everything being motion captured that they didn't think about the fact that, like, I want to be able to press buttons and do stuff. I want it to be fluid, and I want to have player volition. Like, that's incredibly important in combat. Melee combat, fluidity and response time is super important. It's why the devs from Lies of P, I really appreciated what they said I really appreciate what they said about needing 60 FPS in games like that. Corey Barlog and Neil Druckmann just walked on stage at DICE and are having a sit-down discussion. I hope it gets uploaded to YouTube. Such fascinating insight. The combat just needed to be like it was in the first game. Motion capture is not the issue. It's how they implemented it. Right. I think you guys are fair to qualify that. I think, again, the issue was they thought the motion capture was going to elevate the experience to such a degree that they didn't need to focus on the basics of, like, the moment-to-moment needs to feel really good and really fluid. And it didn't. It honestly, their reliance on the motion capture ended up hurting all of those elements. I'm going to still pick it up for $30 on PS5 because I want the experience. I mean, I'm sure on a full screen on the Pro, if they do PS5 Pro enhancements, it's probably worth snagging on sale and just going through it one time. But my gosh, Gambit Zero with the 5 bomb moves the member count a little bit, and now we're really set up nice. We'll see if anybody takes the bait for 20 bomb all the way to 351. I'll owe you guys a 10. I've been trying to tag team with people today. Nobody's taken me up on it. We'll see. Somebody drops the 20. I'll drop the 10 right away. Yeah, Gummy Bears is apparently going to be there, Doom. It doesn't sound like a game that I would play, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know. We need 14 more likes as well. Get us to 600 likes, boys, if you haven't hit the like button yet. The combat was not why I played the first. The audio and the visual experience is why I played it. Yeah, I think the audio in the second one falls flat. It's too repetitive. I think the story is flat tire. I think the story is very flat tire. I feel like multiple things happen in the exact same way multiple times. And it's just like, you can only go into an area so many times and have the voices being like, you don't know what you're doing. You're not going to make it. They're going to blame you. And then you fight back and like, no, I'm going to do it anyway. It's like, they did that like 3 or 4 times in a row. And I was like, enough is enough. Like, there should have been a turn of the page for her with the voices. The voices should have been either more subdued, more supportive. She should have been more in control of them or something. It just felt so flat tire. Yeah, it didn't feel girl bossy. How reliable is Vandal the Leaker? I don't know. Knowing that the first Hellblade is one of your favorite games of all time, I can only imagine how massive of a disappointment the game was. It just got, yeah. I think that's one of the things that like really frustrated me too at the time is you have all these dimwits out here that thought all of my criticism was because it was an Xbox title. And like, that honestly made it worse. It's like I couldn't even review it and be honest about how bad it was and be critical without it being like, well, you're only saying that because Xbox owns it. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. When people ask me what some of my favorite games are, I list games that are Xbox exclusives like Ori 1 and 2. Yeah, you're right. I totally let that shade my praise or love of games. It's like, it was so frustrating. It was like, this is my most anticipated game. I kept telling people I couldn't wait for it. Like, same with South of Midnight. Like, that's one of my more anticipated games. And I'm worried about what I'm hearing about, like, the clunkiness with the platforming and the combat. How do you feel about Sea of Thieves? I think Sea of Thieves is one of the most pleasant games you can play. I love sailing in that game. I really do. I've played a lot of Sea of Thieves over the years. I just really wish they gave you, just let me play in a PvE environment. You know? I would have played the crap out of that game with my wife, co-op, if I could play it and not have to worry about getting attacked. And I know they have safer seas, and I know they've increased the gold earn rate, but it's still not the full experience. It's just such a half measure. It's like they're too prideful to admit that people want that and you should just give it to them. It's like they just won't do it. Oh, well, we'll give you safer seas. Okay, well, we'll increase the gold earn rate. I think Days Gone just got remastered. What makes you say that, Brooklyn Breed? I was literally holding off on Days Gone is in my backlog, and I was literally holding off on it because we'd heard a rumor that it was getting a remaster. A remaster with PS5 Pro enhancements? Oh my gosh. I'd be all over that. I love the main character in that. I love the characters. I love the emotion capture in that game. It's so close to being at the level of like a Naughty Dog game. Could be fake. There were rumors that was happening. So, what you got here? That doesn't look fake to me. Is that Deacon St. John? Yeah, Deacon St. John. I wonder if that's real. I wonder how he got that screenshot. Yeah. Back on December, they said there was likely an announcement coming soon about a Days Gone remaster. You guys want to see the screenshot? That looks real to me. I tell you what, the lack of the PS5 Pro enhancement, though, that makes my spidey sense tingle that it might be fake. If you were going to remaster that, it would 100% be PS5 Pro enhanced. Fake, look at the price. Not in the store near as I can tell. So you don't think it would be, you don't think they would make it $50? Oh, 50 and included in PlayStation Plus. That does seem a little strange. Included in PlayStation Plus looks fake. Yeah, I think that's the days. I bet you that's the days gone, and they've added remastered. Hang on, let's just see something. Yeah, they probably added the remastered to it. I don't know. It is interesting that they would change the price, though. It's $40. It is interesting that they would change the price to $50. So whoever did that maybe had the wherewithal. I don't know. It could be bait, but we did hear that that announcement was coming. So wouldn't use the same image either. Oh, right, the background image. Yeah. The art's exactly the same. Usually gets changed for a remaster. That's typically the case, yeah. Night Rain details. 4 classes: Wilder, Recluse, Guardian, and the Duchess. Weapons can apply status effects even if they're not equipped. The game forces quick decision-making on the fly with where to go and what gear to keep. Jumping, climbing, and manslaying all make for faster and easier traversal, no fall damage. Heal fallen allies by attacking them. First time down has 1 bar to restore. Second has 2. Third has 3, making a revive very difficult in combat. Boss design seems to have been crafted with 3 players in mind. Oh, he replied to Brooklyn and said, it's supposed to be a leak. It's not up. Okay. Yeah, if that's announced today, that wouldn't surprise me at all, you know. And that could be, you know, maybe that's one of the reasons that Grubb said it'll be a disappointing state of play, because there's a remaster in the mix and people don't like those. You know. Wife started vacuuming. Did you notice the image was the same? The remasters have had different cover art. It could be a leak of a placeholder, though, Eugene, and so all that stuff's just not correct, you know? It could be a ghost in the machine where somebody somehow got there to that landing page and nothing had been properly updated. Like, I don't think you would release number one, you wouldn't release a remaster and immediately put it on PS Plus. Number two, as you're saying, you wouldn't use the same image. So if it's a leak and it was just like a placeholder, you know, somebody would have just maybe potentially like duplicated all of the stuff as just like, yeah, just put that stuff, you know, and have them just be placeholders. I don't think you would do that and put it on PS Plus either. I think that's a dead giveaway that something's not right in that picture. Guys, in about 2 hours, we're going to be going to a new stream of the co-stream of the PlayStation State of Play 2025. So keep it here. Keep hitting the like button as well. We're nearing 600 likes. And at 350 members, I owe you guys a 10 bomb. We're at 331. So always check to see if you've got a membership renewal. Or you can gift and bless some others. Or you can upgrade. If you upgrade your membership, that counts as 2. If you sign up brand new and you pick PS Plus or VIP, that counts as 2 as well. You can help us hit that goal. So consider jumping in and supporting the channel directly. PS Plus is the biggest giveaway. That's probably fake. Dawn is the standard to go by. I would pay $10 for the improvements. Maybe that's why it's $50, Corey. Oh, the deluxe editions are $49. Oh, and maybe that's how they got the text placement for if they faked it out and photoshopped it. Maybe they took a picture of the deluxe editions, and then that would be. Maybe that's what they did. But I could see it being $50, and then they make you pay the $10 difference. I could see that being the case. Overwatch adds ability-altering perks, brings back loot boxes. You know, when Marvel Rivals is kicking the crap out of you, just light the rest of the ship on fire, you know? There's been no legitimate leaks about the showcase. Nobody really knows anything. I will say that the ex-dev people being excited and a little nervous, and the fact that everyone's being super tight-lipped, like nobody has any leaked info, that's kind of a big deal. Like, that to me says we might be in store for a pretty strong show. Oh, Wolf Saints, I forgot to put this question up. Wolf Saints says, Monster Hunter with Hilly on the 28th. There's a day where he can't. I think it's next week on the 21st. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that's a great game for him and I to play. It might be funny. It could be actually pretty hilarious. The ex-dev guy wasn't talking about the state of play. Yes, he was. What are you talking about? What do you think he was talking about? If he wasn't talking about the state of play, then what was he talking about? He was tweeting about a soccer game. He was talking about sports. Are you actually kidding me? How much self-awareness do you not have? Are you kidding around? Why would you do that? That's like 10 levels of dumb. You have a PlayStation State of Play happening. It's the day of the Liverpool Everton game. Let me go to the tweet. This feels like he's a professional troll job, which I think is annoying and stupid. Where's the tweet? You guys had it in the Discord, and now I can't find it. I can't find it. I swear you guys just posted that a little while ago. Here it is. Massive night tonight. I can't wait. Lots riding on it. I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Just to be clear, this will be the 120th Derby of Goodison, the most played derby in English football. Both teams sit at 41 wins. You know what you're doing, this guy says. I'd wish you good luck, mate, but you know I don't mean it. Hope it's 4-0. In his defense, in the grand scheme of things, soccer's more important than an SOP. Does he live under a rock? He's the director of Sony XDev. Come on, bro. You're the director. He's not an intern. He's not some community manager. He's the director. And the day of a 40-plus minute state of play, he's like, There's a lot riding on tonight. I'm actually kind of nervous. Oh, I was talking about a soccer game. Frick you, bro. Frick you. Imagine if an Xbox guy did that. Imagine. Oh, I'm kind of nervous about tonight, man. There's a lot riding on it. Oh, I'm talking about a Super Bowl. Frick you. You can frick all the way off, bro. I hope his team loses. I do. I hope your team loses, Jason Stewart. You freaking troll. Act like he doesn't know what he's doing. That's rude. That's freaking rude, bro. You mean like if they brought out a darts guy? He placed big bets? Yeah, I guess so. He's so worried about the soccer game, he forgot that they're doing a state of play. He's such a big soccer fan. He's like, wait, there's a state of play? Oh, good night. He's also using hashtag state of play. No, he didn't use hashtag state of play. No, he didn't. No, the tweet simply reads, massive night tonight. I can't wait. Lots riding on it. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Oh, he used it later. Yeah, he's a troll. Oh, wow, 1,000 followers. For those of you following me for State of Play updates, worry not. I'll keep you updated on the scores. Almost time. State of Play. See what I'm saying? I hope your team loses, Jason Stewart. I'm about to kick off State of Play. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? I hope your team loses. There we go. I hope your team loses. Hashtag state of play. Frick you, bro. Oh, man. XDiv hype in the mud. I can't even be mad. It's a great sense of humor. Eugene, yeah, right to jail. Yeah, straight to jail right away. Lock him up. Out here trolling. That was a good laugh, though. I have opinions on that I actually don't think representatives of the company should do that. We've been here before, right? Where the lead up to an event, you have all these community managers and studios making it seem like they're going to be there, and then they're not there, with no respect in my heart. Frick you. Like, don't do that. It's not funny. I mean it. It isn't funny. There's nothing funny about being like, you know, putting eyeballs and, oh yeah, it's the showcase, yeah, state of play, and then they're not, and then they don't do it. They're not there. Seriously, frick you. That's not funny. I don't think it's funny to mess with the public like that. All you do is irritate people and set them up for disappointment. Why would you do that? What purpose does that serve? Like, I tricked them. What do you mean? It's not hard to trick people. It isn't hard. It's like, I mean, I'm the community manager or the director or a developer, you know, at this studio. I'm going to retweet a showcase in a state of play and put eyeballs, or, oh, it's going to be a big show. It's really excited. And then they're not even there. I don't think that's funny. There are harmless pranks. There are harmless pranks. Getting people excited and giving them a false notion to be excited about, I don't think there's anything humorous about that. I think that's honestly that relationship with the consumer, you're kind of abusing that relationship. You're like, oh, gonna get you excited and you're not even going to be there. Isn't that funny? No. Why would that be funny? Like, do you think the consumer's going to, like, slap their knee at the end of the showcase and, like, by golly, they tricked me. It's a good joke. You made it seem like your studio was going to be there with an announcement, and you weren't. What a riot, this guy. Like, no one's going to react that way. No one's going to react that way. They did this the last time with the I forget what it was. It was a state of play or a showcase or something. And you had all of the studios posturing like they were going to be there. And it's like, why do that? It doesn't, what's the point? You can say, hey, we're not going to be there. We're excited to watch along with you. Cool. You promoted the event. You let the fans know what to expect. That's perfectly fine. Just a minute got you. I'm just saying that this isn't the first time that, PlayStation employees have done this, and I actually find it to be disrespectful. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's funny to goad the audience into excitement and you're just tricking them. I don't think that's funny. I don't think that's not how you treat the consumer, and that's not how you treat an event like this. Everybody pisses and moans anyway after the event's over that it wasn't any good. Why give them more ammunition to claim that it was disappointing? He came clean right away. Oh, did he? If he came clean right away, it might have been an innocent mistake. Let me see. 9:48 and 11:56. It took him 2 hours to come clean. I wouldn't classify that as right away. I wouldn't classify that as right away. He let it ride for 2 hours. He had to know immediately that people were thinking he was talking about the same play. Like within 60 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Assassin's Creed Shadows will look stunning even on the lowest settings, and if you say you can tell the difference in this PC comparison shot, you're a liar. Games Radar showing that this is the same picture. Open image in a new tab. Low, high, and ultra. I mean, the differences are so freaking minimal. The differences seem to be in the detail of his hair. Like, if you look at his hairline here, you get more detail here, a teeny bit, and then you get more detail here. I mean, it's minimal. One thing we tried was to be scalable. We want the game to cater to high end of the spectrum without putting the bar too high. As such, we believe that our minimum required specs reflect that commitment. A GTX 1070, the minimum required GPU, is quite old at this time, yet we made efforts to support it. They're still competent today, but they lack hardware-level ray tracing capabilities. You can certainly tell from the background. Barely. We recently invited some creators to play Split Fiction early. Previews are going to come tomorrow at 12 Eastern. Nice. $2 super chat from Rich Rod. It's a hint. PlayStation Studios probably got a FIFA license. I'm not reading anything into what he said. He freaking trolled everybody. Yeah, it seems like, that'll be really, really interesting if AC Shadows comes out and is hailed as one of the better optimized games of the year. Like, that'll be a real change of narrative, you know? Targeting a 1070? They're not targeting a 1070, Corey. Saying that they went for, minimum, that's the minimum. That's not targeting. That's the floor. Like, look at any game right now in the market, and you go to their minimum specs and claim that that's what they're targeting? That's not the phrase that's not the phrase that I would use. I applaud letting people with 1070s give it a go. Do I think Avowed is going to score well? It's hard to know. Like, if I read, did you see Klobb's tweet about it? I feel like I want to read it again. I want to read it again because I feel like it read a little. Let's just read this together. Klobb says, I have been waiting for Avowed for over 4 years. Now my Avowed review is done. Feels surreal. I'm just a fan. I'll always be grateful to experience years of hard work early. I'm really excited to learn what others think about Avowed tomorrow and early access players beginning. Okay. This reads like, I'm just doing a little reading between the lines here. This reads like, I'm a fan and I liked it. I'm interested in what everybody else thinks. Almost as if it's gonna get a lot of mixed results and probably land in like mid to low 80s. I don't think he's like doing damage control. I think he's like, oh, I'm so excited. I'm a fan. I'm really interested in what non-fans think. Almost as if like, if you're not a fan, you're probably going to be a little bit more tepid. So I'm thinking like mid 80s is the max that you're going to see. Like an 85 or an 86 will be like the tip of their iceberg score. And then it may come down from that as time goes on. That doesn't come across as a singing endorsement. Yeah, it's almost like he knows this isn't going to land super strong with non-fans. So it's going to land in like mid to low 80s. You know? I don't think it's going to be a bad game by any stretch. But I think they probably made a lot of decisions, and I think a lot of the way that they, the combat and some of the stuff has been implemented, I just think the game's going to have a feel and a vibe to it that's just not going to land with a lot of people. Mid to low 80s is a great score. I would say that's a perfectly fine and good score. I wouldn't describe that as a great score. Upper 80s, low 90s, to me, that's a great score. That's like potential game of the year. Once you land in the mid to low 80s, that's just such a huge group of games every year. You're probably not going to get really any nominations. It's perfectly fine. Also, games in the mid to low 80s, I'm usually expecting the user score to be not that great either, So I don't see anything in the marketing and the trailers and the gameplay of Avowed that's going to like give it like this burning the scoreboard down score. I just don't see it. I look at it, I'm like, I'm excited that people are excited about this, but here's the other thing that's going on with Avowed. There seems to be a lot of preemptive cheering and defense force going on. And that always makes me feel like, yeah, even the fans can tell. Right? Even the fans can tell this one's not going to be hit out of the park. So they're already setting it up to be like, well, you're just hating it because you hate Xbox. You're just like they're setting it up to be, they're going to claim Xbox tax. They're going to claim, well, people are just hating because of Xbox. It's like, Indiana Jones is standing there saying, no, you can get a perfectly fine score and good user reception, even if you're an Xbox game. Like there's no Xbox tax. Indiana Jones got a perfectly fine score pretty much everywhere. So I think your strongest scores this year on Metacritic from Xbox games, your strongest score is going to be Doom: The Dark Ages. I think it's a potential Game of the Year contender. I think South of Midnight will probably also land in mid to low 80s from everything we've heard from the previews. I don't think it's going to land as strong with everybody. So, thoughts on Stellar Blade going to PC? I think that's awesome. I think the developers are anticipating it selling better on PC. And there's obviously a handful of reasons for that. But yeah, I think Stellar Blade's going to do very well on PC. It'll obviously get a little creepy with the mods, but, you know, gooners are going to goon. Stellar Blade mods? Yeah. I think it will, it'll potentially sell better on PC than PlayStation. Apparently it sold 2 mil. Yeah, I could see them surpassing that on PC. Yeah, I could see them surpassing 2 mil on PC. I could see them getting close to 4 or 5. So, yeah. PC boys are going to have a blast modding Eve. What I think will be really cool to see if they do is if somebody can successfully mod it to where you can play as Taki. I thought she should have been the lead, personally. I thought she was just leagues prettier. I was surprised. Oh, I remember playing through the opener and I was like, why isn't she the lead? That one shocked me. You could swap them, and I think it would have been, I don't know. I think it would have been just as marketable. But I think, yeah, you could have swapped those characters, and like Eve could have been the one that died in the beginning. You know, I was very surprised when I played the demo. I was like, why isn't Taki the lead? Arthur Morgan Eve mod for the ladies. Super Chat Goal is a feature that encourages your community to interact through Super Chats and create fun shared experiences. Have you tried this? Yes. We use it every day. We just need it to be set up for gifted members instead. Full-grown woman. I think one of the reasons I did find Taki more attractive is she did look more like an adult woman, and Eve looked a little more young, and that always, I don't know, that whole vibe from that anime waifu art stuff, like that always makes me feel a little weird. It's like, why do they look like they're so stinking young? Arkham Knight with a $5 super chat says, I love this chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. Moving things along. In about an hour and a half, we're going to be going over to a new stream. We will be co-streaming the PlayStation State of Play, so keep it here. Don't go anywhere. Keep hanging out. Keep chatting. As a member, you can submit questions to change the subject or give us something new to talk about with that question command. So chat loads you back. Nice thing about Shift Up is they'll be transparent with the PC sales and won't sugarcoat numbers or any weird stuff. I personally don't see it doing more than 1 million on PC personally. Silent Hill 2 vibes. Oh no. No. I think Stellar Blade could easily get close to 4 to 5 mil on PC. They hit 2 mil on PS5. Ant, with a gifted member, pushes the member line as it's kind of sat still for a bit and takes it to 332. Thank you so much, Ant. $2 super chat from Why Though says, your thoughts on a PlayStation launcher on PC? I think it's a bad idea, but I also could see them doing it. You know, they've implemented the overlay, and they could easily say that, yo, we're going to launch our games on PC, and they'll be available in their launcher for 3 months, and then it'll hit Steam later. Because you'll get, you know, let's say you get somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million people to be like, oh, I really want to play that game. Yeah, Spider-Man 3 or something big. And it's like, there'll be people that are like, well, I don't want to wait. I'll use the launcher. I don't care. And then they make 100%. They don't have to do a revenue share or a revenue split with Steam. I still don't think it's a good idea because, like, everybody else has tried to do launchers. It just doesn't work. I think it's a little bit different because it is a little bit different because it's not a launcher and storefront that's trying to compete with Steam, it would literally be just like a PlayStation launcher for PlayStation games. So I still don't think it's a good idea, though. I feel like they're leaning toward doing it, but I think it's a stupid idea. Steam just is so dominant. I don't know. Epic is trying and seemingly failing, and then all of the other launchers just end up bringing their content to Steam. How did Nier Automata do on Steam? I don't know. Nier Automata Steam charts. 23,000 all-time peak. I mean, I don't know if that is necessarily representative of like how well it's sold. 101,000 reviews. 100,000 reviews. But it also launched in 2017. So I think the climate's a little bit different now, if I'm honest. I think the epidemic of lonely men has risen and risen and risen over the years. And I think that certain types of content, certain types of games has risen in demand. And so I would think the climate change is the cultural climate change around that kind of game will likely lead to a higher amount of sales for Stellar Blade than what we saw with like Nier. As of November 2022, Nier Automata has shipped over 7 million copies worldwide. Yeah, I'd be curious, out of that 7 million, how many do you think they sold on PC? Warhorse confirmed official mod support for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is coming to Steam on the horizon. Man, I would kill for official mod support on PlayStation. Man, that'd be good. All right, you guys have switched some you've submitted some questions here. A Ghost Gaming says, "What are your thoughts on pre-orders?" I'm not like against pre-orders. It's frustrating too because like you can wander into weird territory with pre-orders with review embargoes. So if the review embargo drops and you're able to get a really, really good measure of a game's quality, and then, a day later early access opens up and you're like, oh, I can pre-order and get into the early access. Great. Let's look at it another way. If the review embargo drops on the exact same day as early access, I still feel like the consumer is in the position of power. Let's take Avowed as an example. Let's say you're on the fence about Avowed. You're not really sure. Okay. Well, the review embargo opens tomorrow. You'll get a very clear picture into like, is this game worth my time? And then the early access opens up, later. Okay, well, there you go. You're in the position of power as the consumer. Even if you wait, even if it takes you all day tomorrow to like get home from work and watch I'm going to be doing an Avowed review roundup in the morning, and then I'm going to play it. And let's say you get home from work and you sit down to eat your dinner and you put my content on to make a decision. That's fine. You can pre-order the game after, install it, and then you can enjoy early access over the weekend. You're in the position of power. So I don't think pre-orders are a problem if the consumer engages with pre-orders in an intelligent way. Right? You're engaging with it in an intelligent way. Like pre-ordering right away, you don't need to do that. Unless you absolutely know. Like I pre-ordered Doom the Dark Ages Collector's Edition. Why? id Software, I trust them. You know what I mean? I've been playing Doom since Doom was Doom, and I'm in. I'm going to pre-order a collector's edition of Ghost of Yotei probably. Why? They have my trust. But if something's out on the fence, and you're like, I don't know. You're in the position of power as the consumer. Just wait. Who pre-orders digital? Yeah, like there's perfectly good reasons to pre-order collector's edition because they're going to run out and, you want the physical item. Pre-ordering digital, it's like there's no reason to do that. You can literally wait until like the day before the game comes out. Here is the one time where you're not in the position of power. The review embargo drops the day the game releases, and there are pre-order bonuses, items and stuff that you might want. Boom. That's an instance where you're not in the position of power. Because you're like, well, I got to wait for the review embargo. The review embargo drops. Well, the game's out. Now I can't pre-order. Now I can't get the pre-order bonuses. I don't think that's as common. So I don't think you need to be anti-pre-order. I think you need to be anti-doing dumb pre-orders, right? There's nothing wrong with the pre-order. The problem is, don't be a dumb consumer. Don't be a dumb pre-orderer. Like, if you pre-ordered Avowed when it was, pre-orderable, the digital version, and you pre-ordered it, like, right away, and then the reviews come out and they aren't good, or you feel like you're not going to enjoy it, well, that's on you. That was a mistake that you made. You just wait. I pre-order games I want to play. I don't need reviews. Right, but even games you want to play, there can be issues that make you say, I think I've changed my mind. A dumb pre-orderer. That's right. There are plenty of games that, like, once I've read the reviews, like even some of the previews of South of Midnight, I was really looking forward to it. But now I'm hearing these previews and I'm like, I don't know. I'm still excited about it, but I'm like, oh, it sounds like it might be a little rough. Sounds like it might be a little bit of clunky, I pre-ordered Elden Ring, still haven't downloaded it. $2 super chat from Y, though. Should I get the PS5 Pro over the Xbox Series X? Small game support? I mean, I don't know what you mean by small game support. I see no reason to buy an Xbox Series X now. I don't. It's the one piece of hardware that there's no point in buying. If you're deciding to establish yourself right now with a new piece of hardware that you want to kind of like last you into the future, I think you're deciding between a mid-level to a high-level PC and the PlayStation 5 Pro. That's bait. I mean, I said this earlier. I think if you're deciding to create a new home base for yourself for your gaming and like you haven't stepped into this gen for whatever reason, I think you're deciding between like a $2,000 rig and a PS5 Pro. The Series X isn't even in the equation. PS5 Pro only supports a few games. Xbox Series X has Game Pass. Didn't you just say a moment ago that you say, I wait for some PlayStation games to hit PC on my better rig? So you're just in here baiting clips because you sound like a liar to me. Why wouldn't you just get PC Game Pass on your better rig? You think this is my first rodeo? I already saw that you said that a little bit ago. I just didn't reply to it. You're like watching somebody with a broken wrist try to throw a football. Like your arm is so weak. Game Pass on PC doesn't have every game. Your account's 7 months old. This isn't my first rodeo. Thanks for the $2. But like, what are you doing? You're not getting a clip. I've said multiple times today that if you're wanting to invest in a future piece of hardware, a mid to high level rig or a PS5 Pro makes the most sense. So you're going to buy a $5 Xbox Series X for the handful of games that hit console Game Pass and not PC Game Pass? What games are you talking about? And Steam, you want small game support? Again, Steam has an armada of small games, indie games. What do you mean? If you're a fan of smaller game support, you already have a PC. What, you think you're going to get $500 worth of value out of a Series X? Dear Lord. Your guys' attempts to get clips are getting pathetic. Good golly. Why are you toxic? I'm not toxic. You're on a 7-month-old account trying to get a clip. You think I'm stupid? Small game support. Steam has the largest ocean of small games. PC Game Pass is quite literally the best and most valuable version of Game Pass in the market. It's $11.99, and you get day and date. You don't have to pay for Ultimate on PC to get day and date. You don't make any sense. You just said you wait for PlayStation games to come to PC to play on your better rig. So why would you even be considering the PS5 Pro if your rig's better and you're okay waiting for games? And you'd buy an Xbox Series X for the small amount of games that hit Game Pass on console but don't hit PC when you have, again, an ocean of great indie titles in Steam. You're not coming from good faith. You aren't. You're not coming from good faith. You're fake. You're phony. You're Mickey Mouse. The PC versions are usually all right. You have a better rig that you wait for PlayStation games to come to, and you're debating between a Series X and a PS5 Pro. Sure, man. That's why I want a launcher on PC for PlayStation. What? Why do you want a PlayStation launcher on PC? I don't understand what you're saying. You have a better rig that you're okay to wait for PlayStation games to come to, and you want for the trophies. What? This dude goofy? This dude went full. You can do a PSN account connection with Steam, and you can get the overlay and get the trophies. You're not making any sense. Maybe you are being genuine. I don't think that you are. But if you're being genuine, you may not know this. You can get PlayStation trophies on PC, homie. What? I don't understand. You can connect your account and use the overlay and get trophies in the PlayStation games. Thanks for all attacking. I'm just asking. I'm new. You're not making any sense. You're saying things that don't logically follow the previous things that you have said. You said that you had a better rig and you were happy to wait for PlayStation games. That's a perfectly fine strategy. It's perfectly fine. You have a better rig than the base PS5, but you don't know that you can do the Steam log, you can do the PSN login and get the overlay? What rig are you running? And then you have the better rig that you're willing to wait for the PlayStation games to come to, and you're questioning whether or not you should get a Series X or a PlayStation 5 Pro. Why? You have your better rig. If you don't want to wait for the PlayStation games, you would get the Pro. If there's no reason to get the Series X. You have a good PC, according to what you previously said. You're goofy. He's making sense. Your account's 2 months old. You're in here, what, tag teaming with him? What are my minimum expectations for the state of play to not be disappointing? Why am I being attacked? I'm just asking y'all, please chill. So now you're doing that thing where you won't interact with me. So you said things that don't logically follow into the next thing. You're not making any sense. You said that you have a better rig and that you're happy to wait for PlayStation games to come to it, okay? Nobody took the bait. That felt like bait. Nobody took the bait. So then you super chat me and you're like, should I get a Series X or a PS5 Pro? And I'm like, you just said you're happy to wait for PlayStation games to come to your better rig. Why would you be considering either of those devices? And I said, there's really no reason to get the Series X. I just said today that if you're investing in a new platform to be your base home station, it's either a mid to high level rig or a PS5 Pro. There's no reason to buy the Series X. And you're like, well, Game Pass. You have a PC that you just said was better. Why would you not do PC Game Pass? It's $11.99 and you still get day and date. There's a perfectly good reason to be in the Xbox ecosystem on PC. And you're like, but they don't get all of the games. So you're considering buying an Xbox Series X for a handful of Game Pass games that come to the console and not the PC. You're considering that. That's what you're questioning. We're not attacking you. You're confusing. You don't make any sense. And then you said you wanted a PlayStation launcher on PC. It's like, you can log in with PSN through Steam and use the overlay and get trophies with your PlayStation account. Xbox Series X is simpler for Game Pass than PC boot and play. No, Philip, he was saying he wants a PlayStation launcher on PC. He wasn't saying there is one. He was saying you can do that on Steam? Yes. PSN overlay? Yes, they announced that earlier. It was sometime last year. Wait, I just explained this to you a little bit ago. You super chatted me another question. You super chatted me and said, no, wait. No, it wasn't you. I'm sorry. It wasn't you. It was a question, I think, on the question command. No, wait. It was you. Didn't you ask me about them doing their own launcher? And I said, yeah, you super chatted me. Oh boy, are you having a hard time. You super chatted me. Your first super chat was $2. And you said, what are your thoughts on a PlayStation launcher on PC? In my answer to you, I said they already did the PSN overlay with Steam, so that feels like they're getting ready to do their own launcher. And now you're claiming you didn't know there was an overlay? I literally told you there was an overlay in my first answer to you. You don't make any sense. And your account being 7 months old is massively suspicious. You for real attack people, just respect people's opinions instead of getting mad at people like a 12-year-old? No one's getting mad. He doesn't make any sense. He's asking questions with a fairly fresh account that feels like you're being a troll. I haven't said anything to be attacked by you in the chat. Yeah, see, and now you're doing this pussy thing of acting like you're a victim. We're asking for clarification, and you don't like that because it blows holes in this circus show that you're trying to do. Nobody's attacking you. No one's called you a name. No one's been rude to you. We're asking you questions, and you're so dadgum fragile that you won't answer the questions. Why? Because you're not being good faith. You're just in here trying to get a clip or something. What should I do? Answer our questions. You literally came in and said, what do you think about a PlayStation launcher on PC? I said, I think it's a dumb idea. I think it's dumb, but it seems like they might be getting ready to do it because they launched the PSN overlay with Steam. 20 minutes later, you're claiming that you don't know there's a PSN overlay on Steam, which I just told you about. And you apparently are considering buying the Xbox Series X because Game Pass is simpler there than on PC. But just moments ago, you also said that you have a PC that's better than the PlayStation 5, so you're happy to wait for the PlayStation games. Then why are you concerned about getting a PS5 Pro or a Series X if you have a rig that's better? You don't make any sense. Why would you be considering either piece of hardware? Just use your PC. What's the purpose? What's the purpose of buying the hardware at that point? I have no idea what you're talking about with clips. I just seen your stream and I searched for the PS5 show. Okay, I need you to explain to me why you're considering a Series X or a PS5 Pro if you have a better rig. Just use your PC. I want a Series X for quick and easy Game Pass. I want a Pro for whatever games are supported. But you just said a little bit ago that you're happy to wait for the PC. Okay, so then answer me this. Why did you say this? You said, I have a powerful PC and I just don't want to have to use two systems. A PlayStation launcher would be better than Steam. I like my trophies. Okay? So you said that. You have a powerful PC and you don't want two systems, but then you're considering two systems. That doesn't make any sense. You said, that's why I wait for some PlayStation games to hit PC on my better rig. You're not making any sense. I don't understand. You went from saying you don't want two systems to now you're like considering two systems. I don't get what you're saying. You're not making any sense to me. I don't want to log into Windows and boot up the Xbox app and find the version that I want. Okay. I can't give you advice because I don't know what you're trying to do. I can't make heads or tails of what you want. You went from saying that you don't want two systems to now you're saying that you want a second system because it's better. What would you use your PC for then? What's the purpose of your PC? You have a better rig, but you don't like turning it on and logging into Windows to play games. What's the purpose of your PC then? That you said was better. Some Final Fantasy games are different on the Xbox Series X than the PC. I might sell the dang thing. Well, now we're having a different discussion. If you're considering selling your PC and you like plug and play and you like the simplicity of a console and you like Game Pass, why are you asking me for advice? It sounds like you already know what you want to do. You're wearing the most childish t-shirt? LOL. You're watching my stream and giving me ad revenue. I'll buy another one. Thanks. JD Kent with a member plus. That counts as 2. That gets us to 334. A $5 super chat from Trill. Y'all mother are soft like bread. It must not have been in any other streamer's chat. If you think this is attacking, grow a pair respectfully. He says in a stream about video games. Yeah. You're wearing a comic book shirt. That's for children. Do you know the age demographic of people who buy comics and watch comic book TV shows, cartoons, and television shows and movies? What are you, like a boomer in here on your grumpy day off where they run out of tapioca in the cafeteria? I want to sell the PC, but what games are supported on the PS5 Pro? What games are supported on the PS5 Pro? I don't understand what you're asking. What do you mean by what games are supported? I don't understand. What games are Pro enhanced? There's currently like 70 something games that are PS5 Pro enhanced. He attacks instead of answering respectfully. I've been in the stream since December. It will work. Rewind the stream. I answered his questions respectfully, and then I felt like he was contradicting himself, and he just admitted that he was contradicting himself, because now he's claiming he wants to sell the PC. So, you track with me. He just went from saying, I'm happy to wait for PlayStation games on my better rig, and now he's saying he's considering selling the rig. Nobody attacked him. He was confusing. I was trying to answer his questions respectfully, and I was like, you don't make any sense. You're contradicting yourself. He just said that he's thinking about selling his PC that moments ago he said he preferred playing games on. And I'm attacking him? You're soft like white Wonder Bread if you think this is attacking anybody. Jack Garland with a $5 super chat. Lono, give me advice now for my specific circumstances that I have to spend for the next 20 minutes explaining. I'm indecisive. I'm sorry. I mean, you can go to the, what is it? PlayStation Store, PS5 Pro enhanced games. You can go and get a list of the PS5 Pro enhanced games on the store, right? You also have to keep in mind that Xbox just did a developer direct this year, and like Doom the Dark Ages is PS5 Pro enhanced. The Ninja Gaiden Shadow Drop was PS5 Pro enhanced. Black Ops 6 is PS5 Pro enhanced. They developed proprietary technology for the PlayStation 5 Pro. If you're worried about PS5 Pro enhancements, that list is just going to grow. That list is just going to continue to grow. I can't tell you how long the list will get, but I'm here to tell you all signs point to developers are enjoying tapping into the PS5 Pro enhancements. Whether it's Doom the Dark Ages, the Black Ops 6 developers worked with Sony to make anti-lag VRR, and they figured out how to denoise the PSSR, and they're getting better at working it and using it. So if you're like, oh, what games are supported on the Pro, I think that list is just going to continue to grow. But again, you're contradicting yourself a little bit. It's like, do you care about which console runs them best, or do you want the simplicity of Game Pass? Because you're not going to get the simplicity of Game Pass on PlayStation. You aren't. You're not going to get Doom the Dark Ages on Game Pass, or you'll have to wait for South of Midnight. You're going to have to wait for Avowed. We know these games are likely coming, but Indiana Jones is probably going to be PS5 Pro enhanced if I had to guess. So I'm happy to answer your questions. Like, I just cannot figure out what you're trying to do. And when you have a very, very new account, it always feels like I'm getting baited into you want a clip for Twitter because you don't like me. It's like your account's 7 months old and you're asking questions that keep contradicting your previous statements. So what is Reforge Roast? Is that your coffee brand? Yes, it's also what I did to you a little bit ago. PSSR is probably going to need its own version of ray reconstruction. Doom isn't going to be on Game Pass? No, I said it is going to be on Game Pass. You can't get Doom on Game Pass on PlayStation, is what I'm telling him. If you want the simplicity of Game Pass, you won't get Doom the Dark Ages on Game Pass. You won't. You've got to get Xbox to do that. That's my point to him. I don't understand what he wants. Do you want Doom to run on the Pro and be awesome? Just a little bit ago, you said you were happy to wait for games to come to PC because they run better on your rig. Doom the Dark Ages is probably going to look sick on PC, if we're honest. It's id Software. I don't know what his priorities are. I can't make sense of him. He went from saying he's happy to wait for games to come to PC to now, oh, but I want the simplicity of Game Pass on the Xbox, to now being like, oh, sweet, Doom the Dark Ages is going to look better on the PS5 Pro. What do you mean? It's going to look incredible on your PC that you said was so good. Like, you're still mad at me and say you don't get offended? I believe you're misunderstanding the emotions that I'm displaying. I'm displaying dominance over you, not anger. I just want to have a conversation. I'm new to gaming. I got the PC as a gift. Who got you a really nice PC as a gift? Like, what? Just randomly? They just gave you a really nice PC? Huh? What's the graphics card in this thing? I need to know. I gotta know. What do you got? What's under the hood of this thing? Who just gave you this? Your mom. Okay, please do not put your age in chat, okay? Please do not put your age in chat. I'm begging you, don't do that. That's a dangerous thing to do on the internet, okay? Do you know what the graphics card is in the PC? I don't have her anymore, so it's hard to let it go. Oh, come on. You're taking advantage of my goodwill. That's what this, come on. You just said a little bit ago, you're like, you just said a little bit ago, you're like, I'm thinking of selling this thing. And now it's nostalgic. Bro, quit. You had your fun. You had your fun. But I'm done. I'm done. You had your fun, but you just a second ago were like, I'm actually thinking of selling this thing. And now it was a gift from my mom and she's dead and I don't know if I want to get rid of it. Just stop. We're done, bro. We're moving on. We are moving on. Whew-wee. Getting off the ride. I for one enjoyed that, said Zubair. Ghost says he almost got you. He was reeling me back in. I felt bad. I was like, all right, maybe this guy is being genuine. Maybe he just is like, I don't really know anything about gaming and I'm thinking about, getting rid of this thing. He almost got me, Ghost. Like the dad in me, I'm like, well, maybe we are dealing with somebody to be, forget it. Forget it. I never said I want to sell my PC. You're putting words in my mouth. Oops-a-daisy. You're in here on 2 accounts. How pathetic. Caught him on Main Street, chat. You're in here on 2 accounts, bro. You're in here on a 7-year-old account called It Will Work. And you're also in here on a 7-month-old account. And surprise, surprise, you came quick to the defense of your buffoon super chatting account calling me a child. Who's the child? The one in here like a coward with 2 accounts to try to get clips? Or me, the man in the chair? Who's the child? You boy. You absolute boy. We were getting bored anyway. You just gave us some entertainment, right? We're all waiting to go to the new stream. We're all waiting to go to the new thing. He said, I have a genuine profile. Yeah, the profile you're on now is genuine. It's 7 years old, but you made an alt to come in here and act like a dum-dum and bait me into saying stuff. And you got caught real quick. That was the easiest catch of ever. Goodness gracious. I'd have a harder time catching a sloth than catching you. You slow, mate. Jiminy Christmas. He kept contradicting himself. I was like, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. And then he uses his mane to come in defending. Like, why are you attacking? He said he wasn't old enough to drive, but he has an alt account that's 7 years old. Chat logs for the win. They really do, Ghost. They try. They try. They think this is my first rodeo. You know, like, oh yeah, we're gonna get one past this guy. Jiminy Christmas. Oh man. Told you the guy was full of it. Your instincts were right the first time. Here's the thing, Philip. I always want to pump the brakes when I do that because, you know, I don't want to misfire. We got haters and we got hate watchers and we got, you know, deranged people that clip me every day, all day. And I don't want to misfire on somebody who's just genuinely confused or genuinely, you know, maybe a little... They're short of a full Happy Meal, right? They don't have everything. They're not dealing with a full deck. I mean, there's people out here that are, you know, it's hard. You know? And I want to make sure I'm not just like wailing on somebody who's just, you know, a little shorter on the deck of cards there. And but that one was, it clearly became like, okay, here. And then he made the mistake of typing on his main account. You couldn't have asked for a better finisher. You know what I mean? You couldn't have asked for a better finisher. Oh. Wow. You always have to get the benefit of the doubt. If they're up to something, we'll catch it. Yeah, eventually, they always do. They always do. Lono lettuce dog pile. And there it is. Making some confetti, P-Dub H-Town. Thank you so much, sir. Let me set a new goal. I will gift a member. You guys are just going to keep moving this line with those super chats. So generous. 335. I owe you guys a member. We are now 15 away from the next milestone. Yeah, he said we were attacking him. I was like, people are just asking you questions. No one's attacking you. And Joker Quinn's gonna join me. Oh, I just did 5 members. Oops. Oh, I owed you 5 anyway. I owed you guys 5. That's fine. I owed you 5 for the 300. And then Joker Quinn's gonna bump the line to 336. Thank you. Quit attacking me with clarifying questions. Yeah, quit attacking me by reading my chat logs back to me. Okay. I think if you think this is us attacking, Jiminy. Holy mackerel. I'm going to schedule the new stream in about 10 minutes. The attempt was so pathetic. That's why none of you should shy away from gifting members. We sniff them out super fast. It's super easy. They're running out of accounts. Because it's like they come in and I'm like, well, yeah, your account's 6 months old. Your account's 2 days old. I know what you're doing. And I just kick them out. Like, the odds of somebody making a brand new YouTube account like in the last 6 months or last 7 months or 2 weeks or whatever, and they just happen to show up here and they just happen to be asking questions like that. It's like, sure. Careful, you'll get sued for looking at the chat logs. Yeah, remember that guy saying he was going to sue me for reading his chat logs? He's like, that's considered private communication. You're not allowed to read that. I'm like, wow, you are really touched in the head. Sorcerer with the $5 super chat. Lono, my chat logs are private and you cannot read them. That guy, what a riot, what a hoot and a holler that was. Sent me an email threatening legal action because I absolutely demolished him by reading his chat logs. So much extra work for all that BS, second account and everything. Right, Vaughn? He had a 7-year-old account. He could have just hung out in here and expressed his own opinions about things and had a perfectly fine time. You know? Big Drake energy right there. Oh, yeah. He went full Drake. It's like, how dare you body me and embarrass me? I'm going to threaten to sue you. Oh, wow. You will rue the day. Yeah. I've never seen someone be his own wingman. Right? You got to think about the level of like patheticness to make 2 accounts and to be like going back and forth with both accounts. Oh my gosh. It's just so pathetic. Oh, it's bad. It's bad, Chad. It's hard out here. It is hard out here for some of these guys. They're having a hard time. You know, they're really not processing the grief very well. They're really not. Yes, Eugene. His main account, his 7-year-old account, was defending the 7-month-old account. The 7-month-old account that kept asking the dumb questions. The 7-year-old account, as in like it was it was an account that had been around for 7 years. The older account was like defending the new account and being like, "Why are you guys attacking him? Why are you attacking him?" So when I banned the 7-month account, he chimed in and answered with his older account, and it was like, "Oh, it's you're running both of these accounts." I've never had anybody accidentally admit that they were in here on 2 accounts like that. In 10 years of broadcasting, that's my first. That's my first ever time where somebody like accidentally typed on the wrong account and let us know that he was in here on 2 accounts. Like, that's a first for me. He just gave me a new thing to look back and remember fondly in my streaming career. You know, remember that time? Yeah, I banned the one that was clearly trolling with the super chats, and then he chimed in and defended himself from the older account. I honestly wish I wouldn't have banned the older account, so it was in the chat logs of the channel, but it's all going to be gone now. We got to enjoy the moment, chat. That's why you want to be here. Oh, golly. You were embarrassed for me. That was bad. It was bad, dude. Chiming in with his main, defending his alt, and then chiming in with his main and let us know it was his alt. Woo. He kicked the ball in his own net twice. He's got 2 personalities. Got to have one for each account. That's right. Wow. Like I said, we were getting bored anyway. He tried to one-man tag team you. Oh, the dual alting fail. Total W for the day. Yeah. Saddest, most pathetic part is he will post his crap in a YouTube video. Yeah, or on Twitter. I mean, who cares? Who cares? I mean, you want to go make a video of, you know, getting your pulling your own pants down in public? I mean, go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Sony could be heavily signaling some Yotei today, like I said. They tweeted, POV, you're about to experience peak. That's right. It's peak, baby. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, I was like, for half a second, I thought they put the new logo on that sword as like an Easter egg or something, but they didn't. Dual alting gone wrong. I had him in the first half. Yeah. And it's so funny too, like the dead giveaway, it should have been a dead giveaway to me that he got so frustrated when I kind of figured out what was going on. Like he just immediately got frustrated. Like, I'm just asking questions. Why are you attacking me? It's like, wait, what? Like, it's like he was immediately frustrated. Like, my plan's not working. This isn't cool, man. All right, I'm going to schedule. So we're good to go with our redirect later. No. Public, and we'll go over at 4:30. Viewers are expressing a variety of opinions about a recent incident involving a creator on the platform. They discuss whether or not he was using multiple accounts to debate himself, speculate on his motivations, and some express sympathy for him while others find the situation humorous. Okay. The dead giveaway is how quickly he claimed you were being toxic. Yeah. Where'd you get your shirt? I forget where I got this. I don't know if you can get this one on 80s Tees. I've got a Thor one that you could get on 80s Tees, but I don't know about this one. I forget where I got it. I think I got it on Amazon like a long time ago. I feel like they had this on 80s Tees, though. I used to work with them. You can still use my code over there. Let me see. Spider-Man. The problem is their Spider-Man collection over there is just freaking enormous. Product type. Yeah, there's no way to tell it that I want to see their all-over prints. It's an all-over print. I have a lot of great Marvel shirts from... Actually, no. I can look through his entire collection. He only has 105 Spider-Man shirts. I can quickly scroll here. You got an offer? I don't want your offer. Yeah, sadly, I'm not seeing it on 80s Tees. You might still be able to get it on Amazon. I got this years ago. I mean, years ago. I've got a Thor one and a Captain America one and an Iron Man that are all very similar. Spider-Man all-over print shirt. Wait, let me check my orders. I can check my Amazon orders. I should be able to search my orders for Spider-Man and find it. He has a third account. Call yourself a man, let's talk on a call. That is a man. Take the L, bro. You know what I mean? Just take the L train back to wherever you're coming from, wherever you hang out. Okay, let me search my orders for Spider-Man. Where did I get this shirt? Let me search for shirt. I swore I got this on Amazon. Who sent this to me? Wait. No, I don't know where I got this. Rockstar Discord just opened the GTA 6 channel. What? Just now? The shirt you're wearing? I can't remember where I got it. Even I remember where it came from? Where? When I went to the Twitch hosting workshop, I wore this shirt to that. Madam got it from the kids department at Target. I fucking hate you. I freaking hate you. I thought there's no way that you remember. I mean, we don't usually swear on this stream, but you're a bitch for that, bro. That is harsh, bro. Baited me all the way into that, man. All right, filtering soy purchase. Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way. Baited me all the way into that. Was it a wish list item? Was it an Amazon wish list item? Holy crap, you guys have sent so much stuff over the years off the Amazon wish list. Sometimes I forget it's even here. I can't, okay, there was an X-Men comic shirt that I got. A Deadpool shirt that I got. Here's some more Deadpool. Okay, here we go. An all-over Iron Man one. Yeah, these are all off the wish list. You guys sent these. Oh, wait, I think I might have found it. Oh, I found the Thor one. Do you guys remember these? You remember this? These shirts are so dope. These all-over prints of Captain America one. This one never showed up, by the way. I'm actually kind of bummed about that. I never got that one. Yeah, you can't order it anymore. That was like this style. I had this. I had this one. I had a. There it is. Unavailable. Currently unavailable. So you could Google search it and see if anybody else has it. No. Looks like maybe eBay, but eBay's is different. He's like lower on the shirt. Yeah. Sorry, broskies. This is a Reforge Gaming original now at this point. I am still scrolling on this wish list. I cannot believe the amount of things that you guys purchased. The Shure SM7B is on here. All these Deadpool shirts. All these Star Wars shirts. Unreal. We bought the DX Racer. Remember you guys bought me the DX Racer chair back in 2015. Bought me the DX Racer chair, and then I got a partnership with them because you guys kept going and promoting them. My lighting kit that I'm still using was from 2015. Part of the desk is still being used over there that KDEX sent me. And there's an Acer monitor on here. Borderlands Funko Pops. There's a Boba Fett onesie that I lost. I don't know where that ended up. The shirt definitely looks better on little kids and Lono. I mean, you just want to out yourself as a creeper. I mean, that's a weird way to do it, but you do you, Kevin. I mean, you know. Murph probably isn't here to remind you about the monitor. That's right. Yeah. You trying to strike a chord, Kevin George? Probably A minor. Ay. Checking the feeds, boys. There's nothing wrong with wearing your kid's shirt. I got you, Lono. The state of play today is going to be over 40 minutes. That's what they said on their blog post about it. Just checking the news feeds to see if there's anything going on. Control 2 has entered full production, confirms Remedy. That's exciting. Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes have also made steady progress, and they're heading towards key development objectives together with Rockstar Games. Let's go. Control 2, I'm especially excited about. What's Ecstasis saying? PS Plus games have not been announced, when at this time they are already revealed. It seems there could be a surprise at the state of play, and that's why they're delayed. Maybe that Days Gone remaster picture was real. Right? Too early for Control 2? I don't know. But Ecstasis just made the observation that by now, usually the PS Plus games have been announced. So yeah, maybe they are saving something. And maybe that screenshot's real. I don't know. Brazilian Xbox gamers are playing PS5 games via Boosteroid. Oh, like through the Xbox? Show? I think so. I don't know. That would be really weird to be like, we've got a remaster and it's hitting PS Plus today. Wouldn't you want them to? You'd want people to buy it, I would think. I don't know. That would just be. I feel like that would be odd. Oh, you told us that a long time ago, FCAT? Sorry, I forgot. $10 upgrade for PS Plus members. The screenshot said it was included in PS Plus, though. I don't know. Days Gone deserves another chance. It's that good. It's in my backlog. I played it for, how long did I play it on PC? Like 13 hours or something? That was back when I was able to stream gameplay because we were covering Destiny. And I would come over here to this channel that we're on now. And I would stream games. They buy the game on Steam, open the web browser on Xbox, and then wait in line to play PS5 exclusives in 720 with huge input lag. And now they're saying, this is the same as Microsoft porting their games to PS5. Dear Lord. Days Gone, I played it for 15 hours on Steam. Yeah. I've always wanted to go back and start fresh and play it again. I was really enjoying it. I loved the characters. I thought the motion capture was very, very good. Liza P website has crashed just hours before the state of play begins. Remember that they still have to reveal DLC. Could this mean Sony will reveal the DLC? Getting leaky out here. Our man Ecstasis just brought that to attention. Liza P website is under password protection. Are they announcing the DLC today? There we go. That could be one of the surprises at the event. What was Deacon's buddy's name? I forget. I don't remember. I remember really enjoying the gunplay. I thought it felt good. I thought it felt unique. Yeah. Not a surprise now, though, is it? Well, it'll still be a surprise. It's not a leak. This isn't somebody claiming leak. This is somebody. This is a theory. This isn't a leak. This is a notice. Somebody being aware and noticing, like, hey, Liza P's website's acting weird today. That's a theory. Hey, maybe they're doing something about the DLC today. If it happens, I would still say that's a surprise. I could theorize right now and be like, I don't know. Guy on Twitter posted a wink emoji. I think we're going to get this game announced today. I've not ruined the surprise. I just theorized based on observation. There have been no leaks about this event. None. There have been some people claiming things, but there's not been any like hardcore leaks. Like right before the Game Awards, a bunch of the insiders were like essentially claiming that they knew things that were going to be at the event. Wait, why is the stage closed? Who shut the stage down in Discord? Is there a limit on how long a stage can go? I don't understand what happened. Oh, his friend's name is Boozer. Liza P. DLC would most likely be at the next Xbox Direct, wouldn't it? Why would it be at Xbox? I mean, they did a Game Pass deal, but that doesn't mean that they're like beholden to Xbox or a marketing deal with Xbox. It also got a much better score and I think performed better on PlayStation with respect to like sales, user reception. We have one more question in the question queue. JC says, do you believe the God of War remake rumors we've been hearing about it? If so, do you think we'll see them today? This is the time that it could show up. I don't know though. I don't know. All right, we're 4 o'clock on the nose. In 30 minutes, we're going to go to the news stream. Thank you guys for a great turnout today. Tons of views on this video. Memberships moving along. We will do a Valentine's Day stream this Friday night. Madam and I typically don't do anything for Valentine's Day. So we'll hang out with y'all if you hit the goal. I'll be playing Avowed. Madam will be playing Avowed with me. Anytime we have games like that where there's decisions to make and dialogue, it's hilarious. You will want to be here for that. Should be good. If the trailer shows up when you said it wouldn't and doesn't show up when you said it would, you know you have to quit streaming, right? Yes. That's in my contract. Yeah. Yeah, we're at the hour countdown now. Yeah, Control 1 was great. It was really, really great. I think I played that on my Xbox, though. Or did I play that on Steam? I can't remember where I played that. Yeah, I played that on Xbox, I'm pretty sure. And I remember I went back and played some of the DLC, I think. I think that was on my Xbox. Is it true we're supposed to be getting a new Hitman game? I don't know. I've not seen much about it. I've not seen any rumors or whispers about it. Was it mentioned what the state of play is focusing on? Games across the, games and studios across the globe coming to PS5 is what they said. Control 1 needs a 60 FPS patch on PlayStation. What? It doesn't run at 60 FPS on PlayStation? sad to see the last. This is the last state of play for the PS5 gen, as it's already in its latter days. Yeah, latter stages, if you believe IGN's lies. Eugene says it runs at 60. That's what I was gonna say. I thought it did. If they drop a GTA 6 trailer at the state of play, not only will I be shocked, but that will be a statement of dominance. I really don't think they're gonna drop that trailer until they're ready to have a release date. If they drop a trailer at this event, all they're gonna be able to say is fall of 2025. I really don't think they want to drop that trailer and spin up the marketing until they're ready to cement the release date. Because if they drop that trailer and then they got to delay it, I just think that's a big misstep. Astrobot for Xbox? That's never going to happen, brother. It's a walking commercial for PlayStation, and it's built from the ground up for the DualSense. Literally not ever going to happen. Hope they show Crimson Desert. I still think Crimson Desert's too good to be true. None of that gameplay looks... They've spoken to their engine, and that's why they've been able to do the things that they're doing in that game, because that game does not look... It doesn't look real to me. It looks like we're getting a lot of fake stuff. Yeah. Looks like I'm re-downloading Control. Oh, Control was so good. Oh my gosh, it was good. Astrobot PC? No, that will never happen. Astrobot is the mascot for the console. You fly around on a DualSense. You decorate a DualSense. That game is never going to PC or Xbox. It would make no sense. It would make no sense. It would be so backwards. Like, I don't care that games get ported to PC. It doesn't bother me at all. I celebrated Returnal going to PC and Tsushima going to PC. I was excited for more people to be able to play those great games. It doesn't bother me one iota, but I'm here to tell you, ain't no way that Astrobot is going to land on other platforms. Not Nintendo, not PC, not Xbox. It's a dadgum console mascot. You play the game, and it's built from the ground up for the DualSense. Listen, there are some delusional takes out there, but that's bad. We gift Forza. Why Sony not bring Astrobot for Game Pass? Because you have just become a huge disappointment to your family, and they don't reward people like you. I mean, you're just in here to troll, so I might as well smack you around. You're not being serious. Will Lono Remaster with quality of life improvements and enhanced hair movement finally get a release today? Mascot, huh? What do you mean? Astrobot's their mascot now. Look at him. He emanates the PlayStation. We want Astrobot, God of War, Bloodborne for Game Pass. Yeah, and I want a boat that can fly and make me dinner. You know, we all can dream about things that'll never happen. You know? All right, 23 minutes. 23 minutes, and we're going to go to our little pre-show. We'll go to a new stream. We will go to a new stream and co-stream this PlayStation State of Play 2025. Thank you guys for sticking with me for so long today. Almost 6 hours of streaming already. 14,000 views on this stream, man. Holy mackerel, what a day. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you've hit the like button. If you haven't, we could probably hit 700 before the stream ends. That would be incredible. Consider becoming a member. If you want to become a member, it's real easy. You just click join. Make sure you pick Member Plus for $6 a month. For $6 a month, you get a bunch of extra content. There's a whole second side of this channel that you get. Assumed Parasite ordered some coffee. Thank you so much for doing that. He got 2 of the Dark Roast and 2 of the Frickmas. Thank you so much for ordering the Reforge Roast. You're the best. Elden Ring just hit my inbox about I can pre-order Elden Ring Night Rain. A $10 super chat from Mile High. Because you have just become a major disappointment to your family. Thanks, Lono. I'm paying for the right to use. Oh, okay. Why buy an Xbox for nothing? I don't know, man. Go trade it in. Redfall Remaster? Like, trolling is one thing. Like, using your time to troll is its own, level of pathetic. But not even being good at trolling, I don't know. I don't know what to say. There's a lot of people that are going to be gifting members today, and I just don't want you to get one, because you're not here to be a part of the community. You're just here to be disruptive and stupid. So you're just boring. This one's too boring. I love the way we're talking about them. Like, this one's too boring. Get this one out of here. If we're going to play with our food, we at least want to make it a, dinner and a show. It's 2025. Trolling is a mature industry now. You need to do, talking about sports on the day of a major showcase. That's right. We appreciate a good troll. We do. Listen, I know it's a little early to say this, but I kind of miss the guy that was on the 2 accounts. Like, he was better than this. He was better than what we're getting now. We're getting to the bottom of the barrel, right? They're so deep into their dugout, they got nothing left. They're like, send old Timmy out. The troll squad roster's getting real thin. It's getting thin, boys. We're getting to the bottom of the lineup here. Oh, man. Legend status says must be Chiefs fans. Come on. You don't need to be mean. Doc Dark's a great example of a good troll. I love that dude. Yeah. He's funny. All right. We got about 20 minutes. 283 hours in Horizon Forbidden West. Jiminy Christmas. That's a lot of hours, Eugene. So haven't finished your second playthrough? I don't know what I hit in that game. I forget what I ended up hitting. 40 maybe? 40 or 50? Somewhere in there. Some of that was me playing after I rolled credits, just running around with my son. There was a couple of Saturdays where we did that for a few hours. Not a lot. We were doing the co-pilot controller thing where he would shoot and I would control the character. Imagine saying your mom is dead to get a clip. I mean, or like the guy yesterday who literally posted a picture of my dead grandmother to try to get a rise out of me. Like, that's... Wow. That's low, bro. That's like 11th layer of hell low. You are down there, bro. You are down there on the food chain of low. Imagine paying someone to troll them. That's the one I'll never get, Joker. I will never get that. The last thing I would ever do is give money to somebody that I don't like. Here's $5. Here's another $5. It's like, are you okay? Are you all right? Woof. Here's $10. I hate you. It's just, wow, man. Man, that's the disconnect. They love you. They just aren't comfortable expressing it. Joker Quinn says, there's another Joker in here? Yeah, we can't have that. So, trans Joker, we're going to have to ban you. We can only have one Joker at a time. So, I'm just kidding. Joker Quinn's like, I was here first. Played Forbidden West 4 times. You played it 4 times. Wow. I liked it. I didn't, but I just didn't like it that much. Yeah. Just like we can only have one lone wolf. Yeah, we have a lone wolf. We have a sneaky wolf. Yeah, you guys have to fight to the death. John Lithgow is in final talks to star as Dumbledore in the Harry Potter TV series. All right. We're going big. There's only one Metallica. This is true. No lie, how do you extrapolate 500 hours out of Horizon Forbidden West? It's a big game. It's a big game. There's a lot to do in it. I mean, a lot. That world is enormous, bro. Especially if you include the DLC. I mean, it's a dense game. The fact they're bringing back loot boxes into Overwatch nobody asked for. I'm not sorry that Rivals is beating them bad. Oh, yeah, they clueless. I've seen these Bobby Kotick clips on Game Pass. Satya asked Bobby when they met during negotiations, what can you tell me about gaming? And Bobby says, dude, you shouldn't be in gaming. Wait, why did Bobby say that? Was he saying it's with respect to Game Pass? Like, y'all shouldn't be in gaming. You don't get it. He was very anti... Oh, he was also anti-Game Pass. 416 hours and still didn't get the platinum. You sent me the link earlier today. New gameplay of Elden Ring Night Rain. Oh, you sent me that as well. I didn't. Are you sure? Oh, you did. Former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick says the Microsoft Activision deal was negotiated in 3 days, but there was a disagreement over Xbox Game Pass subscription model. Kotick still insists that the Game Pass model is not going to work long term, but says Microsoft can take these big bets. What do you mean, how? Because I played exhaustively? Yeah, a game... I don't think you understand, like... Here. Horizon Forbidden West time to beat. Alright? If you go for 100% completion, it can take 90 hours if you do all the side quests and exploration, according to how long to beat. So 90 hours if you just try to do everything. And if you play through it multiple times, multiple playthroughs, and you take your time... You know? Microsoft Activision Blizzard takeover was sparked by both companies failing to buy TikTok. Bobby Kotick was worried about Game Pass. Free to play, no free to start. All right, hang on. I want to listen to this clip.
I was really worried that not just that the business model was going to get attacked, which that's obvious. And like that was the only disagreement. We got the deal done in 3 days. And the only disagreement we had over like the future of the operation of the business was Game Pass. And I said to them, like,
Game Pass is up one price for all subscription of otherwise $60 games.
You're saying an unlimited subscription from
Microsoft
for any game.
Yeah, and my view is like, we have a game called World of Warcraft that we have $15 a month. If you
for one game.
Yeah, why would I put that into a Game Pass?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I said to these guys, like, why trade out flexible business models where you can do what's actually in the best interest of the customer? You look at like Candy Crush, Candy Crush, we only monetize 2% of the audience.
Model.
And it's, when we added ads, we added another $400 million of operating income. This is a funny thing with Iwata before he died. He used to say, what do you think about free-to-play game? And I was like, Iwata-san, free to start.
That's a good one. I haven't heard that. I think free-to-play mobile games now average about 25 cents an hour. So,
yeah.
In World of Warcraft, last I heard, it was about 19 cents an hour. So,
like 26. But, I didn't believe in that. Satya's first day, I happened to be up there. And we had like a half an hour together. And he said, what can you tell me about gaming? And I was like, dude, you shouldn't be in gaming. Dude, you shouldn't.
I would want to hear the rest of that clip. You shouldn't be in gaming. Yeah, I didn't realize his voice was so like low, slow, methodic. I'd never heard Bobby Kotick speak. I'd only seen the pictures of him. Yeah, I want to hear the rest of that clip though. Like, why did he say you shouldn't be in gaming? Sounded drunk or stoned. He sounded sleepy. What's that from? I want to do more research. He was on a podcast, called the Griff's podcast. Grit, I'm sorry. The Grit podcast he was on an episode of that, and that's what that clip is from. Yeah. It's from a 2-hour-long podcast. Yeah, it is. I think it's a business podcast because the guy in the middle had to explain to the other guy what Game Pass was. Like, it's not a gaming podcast. Like, he literally had to do a brief, quick interjection there to explain what Game Pass is to the other guy. So, Horizon's not meant to be rushed. It's not meant to be rushed. And I remember I rushed it and I paid the price. I went into the DLC and was completely ill-prepared because I rushed it. Because I was trying to get ready for Elden Ring. Perplexed why I haven't seen the media talk about the quotes. Gives a lot of frank insight. There's a lot of these outlets, man. They do not want to put Microsoft or Xbox in a bad light. They don't want to. They don't want to lose their access. Clipping a 2-hour podcast is not helping anyone. Well, I mean, obviously that's just somebody trying to get clicks and updates and likes on Twitter, but he clearly had some pretty frank thoughts about Game Pass. Yo, Tenor Dude bumps the member count line with a renewal of a member plus. Whoops. And gets us to 337. It was only released. Like, it only just released, yeah. It might take a while to make the rounds. I think a lot of the outlets will run with what he said. I think they'll run with what he said for sure. Is this the GTA waiting room? No, this is the waiting room for the state of play. You got to check. You got to check back for that waiting room another time. Is this the room for an argument? You shouldn't be in gaming. Game Pass is a mistake, but I'll take your money. Right. It's interesting that they did the deal super fast, and yet they were still disagreeing on Game Pass. That's interesting. That even though Bobby wasn't going to be in charge anymore, he was like, you know, he was like, hey, I don't think you guys should do this Game Pass thing. That's interesting that was his perspective. The weather app on here doesn't... I wonder what it's pulling from. It doesn't match the weather. It must pull from a different app. All right. I don't want to take a break in the new stream, so give me just a second. I'm going to run upstairs real quick. I'm going to hit some ads. I'll be right back, okay? We're going to go to the new stream in like 5 minutes, and then we're going to be ready. We'll sit and wait for 30 minutes. Get ready to ramp up a new stream, right? I need y'all's help with that, with the likes, gifted, super chats, all that. We're going to be in a new stream in just a minute. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Let's get this pulled up and ready to go. All right. Should be right on my homepage. There it is. 34,000 people are already waiting. And then we're going to go to this scene, and we're going to run... Okay. Gonna send a tweet. Gonna hit the Discord. All the things. And guys, get your little fingers ready, so that way you're ready to go to the new stream. Like it up, pump it up, all the things. Let's see here. 10 minutes of fair games. Ooh. I really hope they don't dedicate that much time to a dadgum live service game. Let's see. Expecting anything huge? I mean, I don't like to do that. I don't know. The freaking XDev guy that was like, you know, oh, got a lot riding on this. I'm a little nervous. He was freaking talking about a dadgum soccer game. So I don't know. Heard things about Hogwarts Legacy Remastered. Yeah, I've been hearing things about that as well. Let's go. All right, I'm going to spam a link in chat. Spamming a link in chat right there. I know a lot of the times you guys are like, hey, you know, frickin' bro, try clicking the notify me button. Oh, you just tried. Okay. Yeah, use a link in chat. Sometimes redirect doesn't work. Thank you so much for checking this out. This is going to be my official co-stream of the PlayStation State of Play 2025, February the 12th. You can see right here, over here, it's going to be in like 28 minutes. So if you're watching this as a past broadcast, skip ahead 28 minutes. I'm so sorry if you're watching this later and there's a bunch of muted portions. I have no control over that. If they play copyrighted music, I got to mute those sections. It's a really great reason to be here live for when these happen, okay? So hit subscribe. Make sure your bell button is set to all. A lot of you guys have been missing my stuff because your bell button gets set to personalized, all right? I'm going to end the previous stream, and I'm going to redirect folks over. We had a great waiting room stream for this, and I'm going to change that thumb.